Chapter 482. The Strength of a Single Man. This haunted really is frightening. It is actually able to force a red name to drop every single piece of equipment they are wearing. Underworld should be shedding tears right about now. Shifeng's heart was filled with joy when he looked at the ground littered with items. Killing the elite members of a guild would not cause any significant damages to said guild, as these elite members only had advanced equipment. Such equipment could be easily replaced. The equipment of experts, on the other hand, was different. Every single expert was an accumulation of a guild's top-tier equipment. Meanwhile, behind every piece of top-tier equipment was the sacrifice of a large number of players. Being able to steal a piece of top-tier equipment from a guild was the equivalent of slicing a piece of flesh off said guild. The Underworld Guard parties had a total of 12 members. Of them, 10 were mostly geared in level 25 secret silver equipment mixed with a few pieces of level 20 fine gold and even dark gold equipment. As for 5th Ghost and 6th Ghost, their equipment was only slightly inferior to that of core members of Zero Wing. The majority of their equipment consisted of level 25 fine gold equipment, and even the most inferior pieces were level 20 dark gold equipment. Now, however, these 12 players were left with not a single piece of equipment on their bodies, thanks to Shifeng. In addition, the 12 had also dropped plenty of items from their bags. Among them were plenty of haunted potions as well as the good quality equipment such as level 20 secret silver and fine gold equipment they had harvested from other players. Making a rough estimate, Shifeng had earned more than 100 gold just from killing these 12 players. Split this advanced equipment among yourselves. Don't forget to leave some for your dead companions. Shifeng only collected the top-tier equipment and haunted potions for himself, leaving the remainder for the team. He then disappeared into the dense forest in search of other Underworld Guard parties. So cool. Is that person really our guild leader? A female summoner asked as she watched Shifeng's departing figure, her gaze carrying a seductive charm. It should be. Before, when that person named him Black Flame, he did not deny it. Moreover, he has even willingly left behind so much good equipment for us. Other than our guild leader, I doubt there would be anybody who would do such a thing. The ranger team leader nodded in reply, his heart filled with an indescribable sense of excitement. It really is great to be a member of Zero Wing, the others could not help but exclaim. Despite the ongoing war between Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile, as the leader of a guild, Shifeng had actually taken the initiative to enter such a dangerous location all by himself. He had even rushed to their rescue at the first sign of trouble. With such a guild leader, even if they fell back to level 0 as a result of battling Overwhelming Smile, they would still do so willingly. Although guild leader has left all this good equipment to us, I suggest that after we set aside several pieces for those who died, we should place the remainder in the guild's warehouse. Now that we are waging a war against Overwhelming Smile, the guild's expenditure is very large. We can't take advantage of the guild at such a crucial period, the ranger said. The others promptly nodded in agreement. Currently, Shifeng was searching for treasure chests in the Watch Cemetery while waiting for Space Movement's cooldown to end and news to appear in the guild channel. Space Movement had a 5-minute cooldown. As he did not wish to waste time during this period, he had started hunting for treasure. Shifeng could not be more familiar with the Watch Cemetery. He had visited this place many times in search of treasure in his previous life. Moreover, in the past, many treasure chest locations had been published on the official forums. Back then, as treasure chests that had already been found would not reappear at the same location, nobody actually cared about keeping these locations a secret. Instead, they actively publicized and showed off their discoveries. As a result, their actions would now benefit Shifeng. There were plenty of secrets in God's domain. In reality, Shifeng had just taken a casual glance at these treasure chest locations back then. He had not paid any particular attention to them. Even if his memory was very good, he could only vaguely remember these locations now. After all, nobody knew that they would reincarnate into their past lives. However, due to the improvement of Shifeng's brain activity, even his memory had received a huge boost. The things he could only vaguely remember before were now as clear as the sun at noon to him. Hence, his search for treasure chests became a very easy task. It was as if he was looking at a treasure map while treasure hunting. After just a brief search, Shifeng had already discovered a bronze treasure chest, obtaining more than 3 silver coins and a level 25 mysterious iron weapon from it. The number of treasure chests in this area is too little while the number of players is too high. Many of the treasure chests should have already been discovered by someone else. It seems that I can only try my luck somewhere else, Shi Feng muttered as he collected the items inside the bronze treasure chest. Currently, level 25 mysterious iron weapons were still in high demand. He then took a look at the system map. As I recall, there should be plenty of high-quality treasure chests located in the inner regions of the Watch Cemetery. Following which, Shi Feng dashed directly towards the inner region of the Watch Cemetery. For a couple of hours, Shi Feng searched for treasure while killing any underworld guard parties that dared show themselves. During this period, Shi Feng had opened more than 30 treasure chests. Among them, 14 were bronze treasure chests, 16 were mysterious iron treasure chests, and 6 were secret silver treasure chests. He had also killed 11 underworld guard parties. Overall, he had gained a frightening harvest. Although these underworld guard parties did not have experts like 5th Ghost and 6th Ghost, they still contributed plenty of top-tier equipment to Shi Feng's harvest. After all, these underworld guards normally killed many players, so they had accumulated quite a lot of good stuff both on their bodies and in their bags. Now, however, all these items belonged to Shi Feng. In other words, these underworld guards had just carried out free labor for Shi Feng. Just the number of top-tier equipment Shi Feng obtained exceeded 100 pieces, not to mention advanced equipment. Shi Feng's harvest had instantly made up for much of the losses Zero Wing suffered before. Inside the guild residence of Overwhelming Smile, 5th Ghost and 6th Ghost died. How is this possible? Feng Xuanyang's eyes widened in shock upon reading the report he just received. He could not at all accept this matter as real. 5th Ghost and 6th Ghost were Underworld's most formidable weapons. Now, not only had both of them lost all their equipment, but they could not even log back into the game right now. Just how was he supposed to report this incident to the higher-ups? This black flame is simply too vicious. Seated to the side, Yulan, who was garbed in a set of alluring purple robes that placed her exquisite figure on full display, knitted her brows tightly, a gloomy expression currently on her face. Contrary to expectations, Yulan was not particularly concerned about this piece of news. Compared to 5th Ghost's and 6th Ghost's deaths, she was more concerned about the number of deaths in the Underworld Guard parties. Currently, statistics showed that more than 80 Underworld Guards had already died. As of this time, Underworld had sent over 200 Underworld Guards to Overwhelming Smile, and close to half had died. Practically all the Underworld Guard parties posted at the Watch Cemetery were dead by now. This loss was already well over the limit they could endure. Even if they emptied Overwhelming Smile's entire guild warehouse, they would not be able to make up for the loss in top-tier and advanced equipment. Aside from that, there was also the loss of levels as well as the fact that all those killed by Shi Feng were unable to log back into God's domain for a long period of time. Just how did he manage such a feat? Yulan muttered in confusion. The Underworld Guard parties were clearly scattered far apart from each other, making it extremely difficult to catch them all. Yet Shi Feng had only used a few short hours to wipe out nearly every Underworld Guard party within the Watch Cemetery. While Feng Xianyang and Yulan were feeling depressed, information regarding Shi Feng's feat spread like wildfire throughout White River City. Players who received this piece of news were thoroughly amazed. 1 hit per person. Shi Feng had actually managed to suppress a powerful guild all by himself, slaughtering Overwhelming Smile to the point where it had no choice but to recall all its members from the treasured land known as the Watch Cemetery. This was simply too frightening. For a time, Zero Wing was once more the topic of conversation in the entire White River City. Chapter 483, Everlasting War. Although the fight in Watch Cemetery had not been on a large scale, it had dealt a massive blow to Overwhelming Smile. This was not a matter of winning or losing. Instead, it was because Overwhelming Smile had conceded. This one point proved that Overwhelming Smile was inferior to Zero Wing. In addition, Shi Feng's stunning performance had calmed the rush to join Overwhelming Smile. Previously, they all had an optimistic view on Overwhelming Smile, believing that the guild was about to overtake the position of White River City's overlord. Now, however, the situation had taken a 180-degree turn. Needing only 1 hit per person, Shi Feng had wiped out all of Overwhelming Smile's experts within the Watch Cemetery. Without that hindrance, Zero Wing's Tier 1 experts were able to display their strength as they swiftly wiped out the normal members from overwhelming smile, forcing the guild to pull back from the treasured land known as the Watch Cemetery. The Watch Cemetery was White River City's most resource-rich level 20 to 30 map. Losing it would undoubtedly be detrimental to Overwhelming Smile's future development. Although Overwhelming Smile was wealthy, that wealth would be meaningless if they could not convert it into leveling resources. The sky slowly darkened as the setting sun gradually disappeared past the horizon. After a day's struggle, many players had begun to return to the city to rest and celebrate their day's harvest. Bars, restaurants, clubs, and many such establishments were already crowded. At this moment, in the rooftop dining room of a high-class restaurant, two female players feasted on delicacies as they enjoyed the view of White River City. Many male players present snuck glances at these two women. Of the two female players, one was petite and lovely, while still sporting stunning curves. The other was even more beautiful. Her face was so pure that it put flowers to shame and outshone the moon. Her snow-white skin looked so delicate that it seemed as if it might break from the gentlest touch. Currently, although she wore a long aqua-blue mage robe trimmed in gold, the clothing failed to conceal her graceful body. These two were none other than Blue Bamboo and Thoughtful Rain, the pair that had originally planned to join Overwhelming Smile. Blue, what did I tell you? Look how quickly Zero Wing suppressed Overwhelming Smile, Thoughtful Rain said as she glanced at Blue Bamboo, the gentle smile in her ink-black eyes intensifying. Previously, due to her refusal to join Overwhelming Smile, Blue Bamboo had pestered her ceaselessly, giving her a huge headache. Only now that Zero Wing had forced Overwhelming Smile to submit did the girl finally relent. Overwhelming Smile is truly disappointing. To think that I thought so highly of it, it actually dared to let me down. I don't want to join Overwhelming Smile anymore either. Blue Bamboo pouted, disappointed. I already told you that Zero Wing is far superior to Overwhelming Smile. After all, it was the first guild to own a guild residence in White River City. Not only that, it claimed the best residence available in White River City. It also has plenty of experts. Currently, the various guilds in White River City barely have any Tier 1 experts in their guilds. Yet I hear that Zero Wing already has over 50. Zero Wing has long since taken the lead. Furthermore, its guild leader, Black Flame, is a titled expert. Thoughtful Rain's thin lips shifted slightly as she explained, smiling tenderly. Since that's the case, why don't we join Zero Wing? Blue Bamboo could not help but have expectations. Zero Wing's exam is very strict. I might be able to pass it, but I'm afraid that you... Thoughtful Rain shook her head after evaluating Blue Bamboo. Humph. Who says my techniques are bad? I've only recently begun playing virtual reality games. After some time I'll be more amazing than even Black Flame. Besides, Blue Bamboo's ink-black eyes suddenly shone as she revealed a meaningful smile, saying, Rain, I know that you've encountered one of the higher-ups of Zero Wing before. His name was Yifeng, I think? He gave you a permanent pass to the library. All of my classmates turned green with envy when I told them about that item. Since he gave you such a precious pass, he should be able to admit us into the guild without any issues with his position. I am only acquaintances with him. Blue, stop overthinking things, Thoughtful Rain hurriedly explained. Besides, if he invites you into Zero Wing and you perform badly, what then? Others will question his ability to manage the guild. Are you my best friend or his? You're actually defending him, yet you claim that there is nothing going on between you two? I don't care. In any case, I want to join Zero Wing. I have always wanted a piece of level 25 fine gold equipment. With your felonious body, you just have to say the word, and he'll let me into the guild and smother us with fine gold equipment. Blue Bamboo stated as she swept a glance at Thoughtful Rain's graceful body, her lips hooked up into a deep, suggestive smile. Thoughtful Rain was suddenly speechless. At this moment, a party of 6 suddenly appeared before the female duo. The leader of this party was a middle-aged man with a burly body, examining the two with world-weary eyes. None of the party could be underestimated as the other 5 also gave off an air of danger. The party's stance alone left the surrounding witnesses breathless. Their levels were even more astonishing. Of these 6, the lowest-leveled player was level 26, while the leading middle-aged man was a level 27 Guardian Knight. Excuse me ladies, I couldn't help but overhear that the both of you are familiar with the higher-ups of Zero Wing. I wonder if you can introduce us to them? If you do, this level 25 morning dew staff will be yours, the leading middle-aged man said, smiling warmly. He then retrieved a two-handed staff made of pure white jade from his bag, placing the weapon on the table. Red gemstones were inlaid in the staff, and with a glance, it was obvious that the staff was no ordinary weapon. Wah! This is a secret silver staff. Its attributes are awesome. Blue Bamboo was immediately mesmerized by the morning dew staff. She then turned to thoughtful Rain, saying, Rain, we're heading over to Zero Wing anyway, so why don't we take them with us? I don't know. Why do you want to meet Zero Wing's higher-ups? Thoughtful Rain only swept a glance over the morning dew staff before shifting her gaze back to the middle-aged man. She was no fool. Since they had offered a level 25 secret silver weapon as a token of appreciation, then they were definitely plotting something. She would not be a proper friend if she abruptly contacted Yi Feng without knowing their intentions. Miss, please don't misunderstand. My name is Everlasting War. We seek the higher-ups of Zero Wing purely with the intention of conducting trade. This trade will only benefit, not harm Zero Wing, so you can rest assured. If we really wanted to cause trouble for Zero Wing, we would have already done so. We wouldn't have to go through this much trouble, the middle-aged man explained. All right then. I'll contact him for you, but it will be up to him whether or not he meets with you. Thoughtful Rain nodded in agreement, feeling that Everlasting War's words sounded reasonable. Following which, Thoughtful Rain called up her friends list and contacted Yi Feng. Chapter 484 King. Currently, Shi Feng carefully scoured one of the dark, quiet tombs in Watch Cemetery's core region. While he explored, Shi Feng had received news from Aqua Rose about Overwhelming Smile withdrawing from the competition over the Watch Cemetery and shifting its focus to several other level 20 maps with fewer resources. The members of Overwhelming Smile had also begun to keep a low profile. With the threat of Overwhelming Smile gone, Shi Feng decided to transverse deep into Watch Cemetery's core. The tomb he currently explored was unique. It was a resting place for royalty. It was also known as a king's tomb. Locating this particular tomb had not been easy, as it had been built to prevent grave robbers from plundering the valuables buried with the dead. This place had been carefully hidden. It had been built inside a cave under a steep cliff. After its construction, the original path used to travel to this place had been destroyed. After several hundred years, vines had covered the cliff, making it even more difficult to notice the cave. In the past, a skilled assassin had accidentally discovered this location. Afterward, that assassin had led a powerful team to the king's tomb and successfully plundered the treasure inside. After claiming the treasure, he sold the item for over 1,000 gold, earning everyone's envy. Even so, in the god's domain of that time, the assassin had still taken a loss when he sold the item. Why had it been a loss? Although the item was utterly worthless to an independent player, to guilds it was priceless. Various large guilds would willingly spend 2,000 or 3,000 gold, much less 1,000. The treasure the assassin had found was a guild residence promotion order. All guild residences started out as a 1-star residence when established. If a guild wished to upgrade it to a 2-star residence, they needed to meet 2 requirements. First, a guild needed a sufficient amount of guild popularity. The second thing they needed was a 2-star guild residence promotion order. If a guild residence reached 2-star status, the guild could establish certain facilities that were unavailable to a 1-star residence. More importantly, a guild residence's private rooms would change. Guilds could only establish 1-star private rooms in a 1-star residence, whereas 2-star private rooms could be established in a 2-star residence. By resting for 24 hours in a 1-star private room, players could store up to 20% of the double EXP buff. In a 2-star private room, however, players could store up to 25% after 24 hours. In addition, a guild could establish a smithy inside a 2-star residence, allowing members to have their weapons and equipment repaired. Moreover, the repair fees as the guild's smithy were 10% cheaper than elsewhere. Repair fees were always expensive. Although there was only a 10% difference, players could still save a significant amount of money. Currently, Zero Wing's popularity had exceeded 5,000 points. It had met that requirement for the upgrade. Hence now was the perfect time for Shi Feng to collect the promotion order. Danger awaited any player inside the king's tomb as traps had been built throughout the crypt. Unfortunately, none of these traps proved to be useful against Shifeng. He destroyed every trap he encountered with a single slash. This should be it, Shifeng muttered as he entered a majestic stone room, focusing on the tightly sealed white jade sarcophagus lined with gold that occupied the center of the room. Wetting his lips, he advanced towards the sarcophagus. When Shifeng was only 20 yards away, the sarcophagus suddenly opened. Black smoke slithered out of the sarcophagus. Soon, the black smoke coalesced into a youth in golden armor. The youth had a white cape draped over his shoulders and a golden crown adorning his head. More importantly, the youth carried the air of a king. Anyone who basked in his aura would tremble and submit body and soul. However, this youth's body was currently in a half-transparent, ethereal state. He was not a physical entity but a ghost. To be precise, this youth was the ghost of a king. As expected of the king of a generation. Even in death, he still possesses such a powerful aura. If he were still alive, I'd have no hope of escaping with my life, Shifeng muttered after observing this ghost king with omniscient eyes. King of Ghosts, Monroe Bell, High Lord. Level 30. HP Fort 00000/Fort 0000000. Being capable of receiving the title of king proved that Monroe Bell had been a Tier 3 class before he died. The pair of swords in Monroe's hands indicated that he had been a Tier 3 sword king, the equivalent of a great lord, during his lifetime. However, after Monroe Bell died, he had weakened significantly. Now he was only as strong as a high lord. Even so, he would not be an easy challenge for Shifeng. Immediately, Shifeng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, increasing his strength by 100%, HP by 300%, and defense by 300%. Suddenly, Shifeng's HP rose past 27,000. However, his HP could not compete with the King of Ghosts, which possessed 4 million HP. Shifeng then used the activatable skill of the Seven Luminaries Ring's Aura of Water, Life Bloom, recovering 20% of his HP every second for 40 seconds. During this period, it would be the equivalent of having a powerful healer healing him indefinitely. Grave Robber received the Sword of Justice's Retribution. Monroe Bell's pitch-black eyes locked onto Shifeng. Taking a step forward, the King of Ghosts dashed towards Shifeng as he sent a flurry of sword thrusts at the intruder with his king's sword. The King of Ghosts' sword carried with it a majestic aura. The aura alone was enough to scare an ordinary player, much less the flurry of thrusts. Monroe Bell's attack was like a tsunami. He gave Shifeng no opportunity to evade the strikes. Shifeng immediately activated Purgatory Power, allowing his attack speed to soar. He then used Wind Blade and charged forward. Facing the countless oncoming sword thrusts, Shifeng chose to face brutality with grace, and rather than confronting the attack head-on, he deflected the strikes to the side. However, despite the extreme speed of his swords and the fact that he was already in the flowing water realm, he could not keep up with the dozens of sword thrusts. As a result, he received multiple hits. Shifeng was not courageous enough to face Monroe Bell directly. A High Lord far surpassed an ordinary lord. Monroe Bell suppressed Shifeng completely in terms of strength and speed. Even if Shifeng activated twofold Berserk, the result would be the same. Furthermore, Monroe Bell was not an ordinary High Lord. The King of Ghosts had been a bona fide sword king before he died. In terms of combat technique utilization, he was even stronger than ordinary experts. Hence, challenging the High Lord in a direct confrontation would only be detrimental to Shifeng. If Shifeng had not reached the flowing water realm, gaining insight into an opponent's actions, he would never have come here only to die. After all, level 30 was a dividing line in God's domain. Monroe Bell's attack power was also terrifying. Shifeng had received close to -2,000 damage from a casual slash and more than -4,000 damage if the King of Ghosts struck him with a skill. If Shifeng had not activated Heavenly Dragon's power, increasing his defense significantly, Monroe Bell's normal attack could have dealt over -4,000 damage, whereas a skill would deal over -10,000. As Shifeng received damage, Life Bloom displayed its impressive effects. After factoring in the passive effects of the Aura of Water, Life Bloom regenerated more than 8,000 HP every second, the amount of healing Shifeng received surpassing the damage he received. While Shi Feng and the King of Ghosts fought an intense battle against each other, a figure had stealthily appeared beside the sarcophagus and proceeded to open the treasure chest within. This treasure chest did not have a level restriction, so anybody could open it. However, opening it required 20 seconds. During this period, the person opening the treasure chest must not receive any damage. Otherwise, they would have to start the opening process all over again. Meanwhile, the person currently opening the treasure chest was none other than Shi Feng's doppelganger. Although the doppelganger could not pick up any items, it could open the treasure chest. In the past, the 50-man team the assassin had led had similarly made various sacrifices to open the treasure chest before fleeing for their lives. Although Shi Feng was alone, he still chose to give the king's tomb a try. After all, not only did he possess the strength to resist a high lord for a short time, but he also had his doppelganger. No one else would have a chance of completing the task by themselves. The moment the doppelganger opened the treasure chest, Shi Feng instantly swapped positions with it, having his doppelganger delay Monroe Bao while he looted the contents of the treasure chest. Monroe Bao was simply too powerful. Shi Feng's doppelganger barely lasted 3 seconds before it died. However, during those 3 seconds Shi Feng had emptied the treasure chest. Seeing Monroe Bao charge towards him, Shi Feng hurriedly switched the aura of water to the aura of space before activating space movement and leaving the king's tomb. Chapter 485, Number 1 Guild. Near one of the mass graves in Watch Cemetery's outer region, a tear in space suddenly appeared in mid-air. In the next moment Shi Feng emerged. I finally escaped. Even after Shi Feng landed, he could still hear the King of Ghosts' angry roars. However, the tear in space had already closed. Even if Monroe Bao recovered his strength as a Tier 3 Sword King, he could not reach Shi Feng now. Now that I have the promotion order, it should be about time to make a trip back to White River City. Shi Feng's lips curled up slightly when he saw the glittering silver token in his bag. Originally, he had only intended to retrieve this guild resident's promotion order after he reached level 30. However, he had not expected to set foot in the flowing water realm. Even though he was only level 26, he was already capable of delaying Monroe Bao. Other than the promotion order, Shi Feng had obtained 3 items from the king's tomb. Of these 3 items, one was a fiery red 2-handed staff, one was an azure 2-handed greatsword, and the last was a silver stone tablet. Appraising these items with omniscient eyes, Shi Feng discovered that both the 2-handed staff and 2-handed sword were actually level 30 dark gold weapons. However, the silver tablet surprised Shi Feng far more than the 2 weapons. Shi Feng was very familiar with this silver tablet. Secret sword technique. The pattern engraved on this tablet is too vague and incomplete, and no information can be deciphered. However, some kind of divine power hides within this pattern. If one gathers all of the stone tablets, this vague and incomplete pattern can be restored. Current tablet count, 1/6. The tablet for the secret sword technique. Shi Feng had accidentally obtained a part of it while he had completed the Blade Saint's Legacy trial. Back then he had suspected that the silver tablet was something extraordinary, so he had stored it in his warehouse. He never expected to obtain another piece so soon. Just what is this secret sword technique? Despite examining the tablet, Shi Feng could not find any differences between the tablet he had just obtained and the one he had found in the Origin Sword domain. The 2 pieces looked identical. Shi Feng even suspected that the piece he stored inside his warehouse had somehow grown legs and run to the king's tomb by itself. Forget it. Let's head back for now. Following which, Shi Feng retrieved a return scroll. However, just as he was about to start channeling, suddenly Shi Feng's communicator rang. Thoughtful Rain, a girl he had only met once before, was contacting him. Is she looking to buy equipment? Shi Feng looked at Thoughtful Rain's name, feeling slightly surprised. Previously, when he had met Thoughtful Rain at White River City's library, the latter had expressed her interest in purchasing weapons and equipment from him. Shi Feng felt a sense of familiarity from Thoughtful Rain. Now that his brain activity had increased, he could recall even the smallest fragment of the past. Yet even after his memories had refreshed, he still could not recall the girl. He only felt that she was familiar, but he did not know why. Miss Rain, since you have contacted me, are you interested in purchasing some equipment? Shi Feng asked pleasantly, smiling. I'd like to, but today I'm contacting you because I have found a big business opportunity for you, thoughtful Rain said, smiling sweetly. A group of people just happened to overhear me when I spoke about our acquaintance. In the end, these people asked me to contact you for them. They hope to meet with you now. Do you have the time? Who are these people? Zhou asked. He says his name is Everlasting War. He's a level 27 Guardian Knight, and his companions are all level 26. From the looks of it, they seem quite powerful and they have excellent equipment. I'm assuming that someone with significant financial power backs them, thoughtful Rain said. All right, then let's meet at Zero Wings Guild residence. Zhou nodded before disconnecting the call. He then activated the return scroll. Zhou had heard of Everlasting War before. That person had been a famous character in God's domain, having the title of Everlasting War God. He was also an apex expert, and his fame was not the slightest bit inferior to Summer Sunshine's. In a direct confrontation, even Summer Sunshine would not be a match for Everlasting War. 20 seconds later, Zhou transformed into a streak of white light as he teleported back to White River City. The sky gradually darkened. A large number of players had returned to the city and people crowded the streets. Passing through the lively streets, Zhou soon arrived at the bank. He then stored all of the top-tier and advanced equipment he had obtained in the guild's warehouse. He also placed the level 30 Dark Gold Staff, the Roaring Blaze Staff, and the level 30 Dark Gold Greatsword, the Azure Heart, on full display in the guild's warehouse. For a time, the members of Zero Wing went into an uproar. The war between Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile had significantly depleted the stock of equipment inside the guild's warehouse. Now, however, over 1,000 pieces of equipment had suddenly appeared. Aside from the large amount of advanced equipment, the stock of top-tier equipment had already exceeded 100 pieces. Beyond that, there were actually level 30 dark gold weapons inside the guild's warehouse. Currently, the players of various large guilds still struggled to obtain level 25 equipment. Bronze equipment was a challenge to obtain, much less mysterious iron. On the other hand, their guild had level 30 weapons. They were dark gold weapons to boot. They were definitely the best weapons in all of God's domain right now. However, shortly after everyone in the guild started spreading the news, Zhou had arrived at the Adventurers Association. He handed over the guild residence promotion order, officially promoting Zero Wings residence to a 2-star residence. Starmoon Kingdom System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild in Starmoon Kingdom to own a 2-star guild residence. Rewarding 30,000 guild popularity, 500 gold coins to the guild, and 1 guild smithy promotion order. White River City System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild in White River City to own a 2-star guild residence. Rewarding 10,000 guild popularity and 200 gold coins. The system announcement repeated 3 times and every player in White River City heard it loud and clear. Damn. What is this crap? Our guild hasn't even obtained a guild residence, yet already, Zero Wing has a 2-star guild residence? What's this 2-star residence thingy? Lots and lots of money. Suddenly, Starmoon Kingdom's official forums exploded with activity. Everyone discussed Zero Wing, and the various large guilds had also begun asking around about the benefits of a 2-star guild residence. Also, what was a guild smithy promotion order? However, the activity on Starmoon Kingdom's forums paled in comparison to White River City's. Zero Wing is simply too amazing. Overwhelming Smile has only managed to establish its guild residence after much difficulty, yet, Zero Wing has already obtained a 2-star guild residence. I've just received news that Zero Wing's warehouse has received an influx of top-tier equipment. There are even level 30 dark gold weapons in there. Now, Zero Wing's guild residence has been promoted to 2 stars. Zero Wing is simply overpowered. It seems that Zero Wing is still the true overlord of White River City. Although Overwhelming Smile is rich, it still cannot compete with Zero Wing. Now, even Overwhelming Smile's financial power in the game is no match for Zero Wing. We will have a better future if we join Zero Wing. That's not all. I've just made some inquiries and found out that guilds can establish a guild smithy inside a 2-star guild residence. The repair fees there are 10% cheaper than elsewhere. Meanwhile, that guild smithy promotion order can be used to promote a 1-star guild smithy into a 2-star guild smithy. The repair fees of a 2-star are even lower, 15% cheaper. You can save so much on repair fees alone. Other guilds have no chance against Zero Wing. All hail Zero Wing. I want to join Zero Wing. For a time, Zero Wing became the #1 guild in the hearts of White River City's players of White River City. Suddenly, White River City went into a frenzy as players tried to join Zero Wing. Chapter 486, Generous Benefits. Inside the Adventurers Association, Shifeng was currently applying to establish a forge inside Zero Wing's guild residence. Sir, this is the model list for smithies. In addition, there is also a list of blacksmiths. You may choose any of the names listed there. The NPC at the counter smiled as she passed 2 lists to Shifeng. In God's domain, buildings were not limited to a single model. There was a large variety of models available for players to choose from. Players could even design their own buildings, though designing one from scratch required a lot of time. If not for highlighting the uniqueness of one's own guild, most players would choose one of the hundreds of models that were already available. Promotion of buildings only required a promotion order. There was no need to spend any money. However, constructing a new building or reconstruction required a large sum. Depending on the size of the building, the materials required, and the building's function, the price of construction would vary. A guild smithy was extremely important. Hence, Shifeng needed to decide carefully. Smithies were differentiated by 3 grades: ordinary, refined, and luxury. Though the price of each smithy was higher than the last, each grade was also more efficient. Ordinary smithies cost between 100 gold and 200 gold. Aside from repairing weapons and equipment, guild members could also sell their unwanted items to the NPCs at the smithy. Refined smithies cost between 300 gold to 500 gold. Aside from having all the functions of an ordinary smithy, refined smithies had a more refined and luxurious appearance. Refined smithies also had a weapon maintenance function. If a player left their weapon in the smithy's care, its durability consumption rate would drastically reduce for a period. At the same time, one could also hire intermediate blacksmiths if they had a refined smithy. One should not underestimate the function of blacksmiths. These blacksmith NPCs all possess different capabilities. For example, some blacksmiths might take less time than others to repair weapons and equipment. Other blacksmiths might produce stronger maintenance effects. Hence, hiring a powerful blacksmith was of utmost importance. Lastly, luxury smithies cost between 800 gold and 1,000 gold. Aside from having all the functions of a refined smithy, luxury smithies had a rest area that allowed guild members to accumulate the double EXP buff. However, 48 hours of rest was required to accumulate 20% of the buff. In addition, luxury smithies contained forging rooms. Moreover, these were advanced forging rooms which were far more effective than those at the Starstreak trading firm. One could also hire advanced blacksmiths. For the guild's future development, we'll get the most benefits from the best option. Let's choose this 1,000 gold model then. After looking through the model list, Shifeng chose one of the largest luxury smithies available that allowed him to invite up to 10 blacksmiths. After deciding on the model, he began to choose his blacksmiths. Shifeng had received 700 gold from the system reward alone. In addition, he also received over 300 gold for each dragon scale set equipment that sold at the Blackwing auction house. At this point, he had already sold more than 20 sets. Currently, Shifeng had more than 8,000 gold on his person, making him wealthier than any single guild in Starmoon Kingdom. Moreover, gold would continue to fill his bags as more sets of dragon scale set equipment sold. So he did not mind constructing the best smithy available. Following which, Shifeng chose to hire 10 advanced blacksmiths. These 10 NPCs were the most skilled blacksmiths one could currently find. Their monthly wages ranged between 3 and 5 gold. After Shifeng finished dealing with the smithy, he searched for a secluded location to adjust his appearance back to Yifeng. He then hailed a horse carriage and returned to Zero Wing's guild residence. When Shifeng arrived at the residence, he discovered a sea of players crowding the entrance, creating an extraordinarily lively atmosphere. There were currently 2 berserkers in dragon scale set equipment standing guard and maintaining order at the residence's entrance. The fine gold rank glow from the sets thoroughly awed the players who had come to sign up for the guild. Is that a fine gold set equipment? I've seen it on the forums before. I think it's the dragon scale set equipment. Currently, a single set costs more than 300 gold. Zero Wing is just too rich. They actually bought 2 sets. Not just 2. I hear that Zero Wing's warehouse also has 1 set available for trade. As the crowd discussed Zero Wing's wealth with astonishment, the newly constructed smithy also attracted their attention. The smithy's construction was not as tedious as the guild halls. The smithy required much less time as it had fewer functions. As long as the guild paid the construction fees, the smithy could be completed in less than 10 minutes. Zero Wing's smithy was 3 stories tall. The smithy's luxury-grade appearance dazzled the onlookers, and many among the crowd even believed that they had arrived at the capital city's advanced smithy. The smithy was large enough to accommodate several hundred players, and it was even larger than an ordinary guild hall. This is my first time seeing such an extravagant smithy. Zero Wing isn't giving Overwhelming Smile any chance of survival. Zero Wing's smithy is almost the same size as Overwhelming Smile's guild hall. It's so much fancier than their guild hall too. From what I heard from Zero Wing's guild members, this smithy even has a weapon maintenance function that reduces the durability consumption rate of a weapon for a certain amount of time. With this, who knows how much money we can save when grinding monsters and raiding dungeons. For this guild smithy alone, I'll do anything it takes to join Zero Wing. The independent players who had come to participate in Zero Wing's test watched the guild's transformation with reverence, their desire to join Zero Wing intensifying. Morale among Zero Wing's members soared when they saw the growing flood of players coming to join their guild. Now, whenever they strode down the streets with their 6-winged emblem revealed, they would receive countless envious stares. Standing a short distance away from the residence's entrance, Thoughtful Rain quickly noticed Shifeng's arrival. Waving her hand, she shouted, "Yifeng, we're over here." Shifeng promptly walked over. Standing beside Thoughtful Rain was the expert who Shifeng was extremely familiar with, Everlasting War. However, though Shifeng knew about Everlasting War in the past, the reverse was not true. The 5 companions by his side were also outstanding experts. In the past, Shifeng had lived in an entirely different world from them. He had failed to reach even the upper ranks of God's domain, much less the pyramid's peak. "Yifeng, let me introduce you. This man is Everlasting War. He wishes to discuss business with you." Thoughtful Rain slowly introduced Everlasting War's party to Shifeng. At this moment, Everlasting War was shocked after evaluating Shifeng. The pressure he felt from Shifeng was intense. He had not expected Zero Wing to possess another unfathomable expert besides Black Flame. "Hello, I am Yifeng," Shifeng said, smiling faintly at Everlasting War. "This place isn't suitable for a discussion. Why don't we head inside to chat?" Saying so, Shifeng led the group into the rest area in the guild residence's smithy. The rest area was very elegant. Even having beverages available for guild members, this rest area was no less impressive than the city's restaurants. "Wow, is this really a smithy?" Trailing after Thoughtful Rain, Blue Bamboo's eyes shone brightly as she entered Zero Wing's residence. It was as if she had just stepped into an entirely different realm. Secretly she said, "Rain, look. That's the weapon maintenance room. There are such high-quality weapons inside. Even the blacksmiths are the rarely seen advanced blacksmiths. Rain, make sure you say something to Yifeng later. With such awesome guild benefits, it would be a huge shame if we didn't join." Chapter 487, Dark Arena. Thoughtful Rain glanced at Blue Bamboo's pleading look before examining her elegant surroundings. Indeed, no other guild could compete with Zero Wing, so it would not be a bad choice for them to join this guild. "Ha! I only met Yifeng by chance. Our relationship isn't what you imagine. I can only try my best. Don't expect too much," Thoughtful Rain replied softly through their private chat. Blue Bamboo nodded vigorously. Compared to Blue Bamboo's fascination, Everlasting War and his companions only considered Zero Wing's benefits and environment decent. However, compared to a small unknown guild, the sudden emergence of a great expert like Shifeng was what truly shocked them. Carefully observing his surroundings, Everlasting War suddenly realized that Zero Wing's members were actually quite powerful. They were much stronger than the members of other guilds. As the rumors had said, Zero Wing was the true overlord of White River City. A moment later, Shifeng had led the group to one of the small rooms located in the rest area. The environment inside the room was excellent, and the pleasant aroma filling the air soothed everyone's tense spirits. Shifeng had to admit that the luxury version of the smithy was worthy of the price. He had not spent 1,000 gold for nothing. "What would you like to talk about?" Shifeng asked casually as he looked at Everlasting War. "Originally, I had hoped to ask Brother Yifeng to introduce us to your guild leader, Black Flame. However, seeing as Brother Yifeng possesses such strength and is one of the upper managers of Zero Wing, discussing this matter with you should have the same effect," Everlasting War said leisurely. "Truth be told, we are not players from Starmoon Kingdom. Rather, we are from the Beast Empire, the 8th strongest country in God's domain. As you can see, although we are independent players, our weapons and equipment are not the possessions of ordinary independent players. Indeed, the majority of your party's equipment consists of level 25 fine gold equipment. The level 25 shield and weapon in your hands are even dark gold rank, something extremely rare throughout God's domain. There are not many guilds in Starmoon Kingdom capable of obtaining those items." Shifeng nodded in agreement. He could not help but admit that there was a massive difference regarding resources between the empires and kingdoms of God's domain, not to mention the difference between Starmoon Kingdom and the current 8th strongest country in God's domain, the Beast Empire. Their weapons and equipment are all level 25 fine gold and dark gold rank? How is this possible? Blue Bamboo looked at Everlasting War's party, her eyes widening with surprise. Blue Bamboo knew that Everlasting War was very powerful. She could tell that just by looking at his level. All this time, however, Blue Bamboo had thought that the fine gold and dark gold rank glow effect surrounding Everlasting War's body originated from level 20 weapons and equipment. She never considered that he had level 25 weapons and equipment. Level 25 fine gold equipment was a luxury to any guild, much less dark gold rank. By the side, Thoughtful Rain was also shocked. Only now did she understand why this party did not mind giving them a level 25 secret silver staff. It turned out that these players were all using level 25 fine gold and dark gold ranked weapons and equipment. Is this the gap between a kingdom and empire? Thoughtful Rain was greatly confused. Upon seeing the shock on Blue Bamboo's and Thoughtful Rain's faces, Everlasting War's companions felt proud even though they had long since gotten used to the shocked expressions of White River City's players. "You're mistaken. Although there is indeed a gap, it is not as large as you imagine. Moreover, they are no ordinary independent players. Someone has sponsored them," Shifeng explained. In God's domain, both players in kingdoms and in empires face similar difficulties when leveling up. However, since empires mirrored the major cities in the real world, claiming the players who lived in said cities upon character creation, empires had far more players within their borders. As a result of the astounding player population of an empire, the competition in an empire was far more intense than in a kingdom. The intense competition, in turn, gave birth to greater motivation, which resulted in empire players improving their techniques faster. Naturally, the levels and equipment of empire players were slightly better than kingdom players. As for Everlasting War's party, even in empires they were far above ordinary players. So, how could the ordinary players of White River City possibly hope to compete with them? Shifeng's declaration stunned Everlasting War's companions, shock coloring their expressions as they stared at Shifeng's calm smile. Shifeng's words were not incorrect in the least. It was as if he had seen through every detail about them. Brother Yifeng is as amazing as expected. Someone has indeed sponsored our weapons and equipment. This is also why we have come in search of guild leader Black Flame. Everlasting War did not deny Shifeng's statement. Slowly he said, "You might not know this, but a few days after God's domain launched, the various major corporations around the world began to invest in the game. In order to prevent an overly intense struggle, these corporations began hidden competitions with each other. These competitions take place in the dark arena. The various major corporations send their experts to face each other, taking the chance to probe the opponent's strength. The victors earn large amounts of gold, credits, rare materials, and other benefits that you cannot even begin to imagine. I have come here today with the purpose of inviting guild leader Black Flame to join our battle team. If our battle team wins, it will benefit a guild such as Zero Wing that lacks funding. Not only can you obtain a large sum of credits, but you can also obtain a large sum of gold coins and top-tier equipment that you cannot even imagine exists. Now, however, I want to invite Brother Yifeng to join us instead. What are your thoughts on this? Although Everlasting War's voice was soft, it was sufficient to shock everyone present. This was a competition between the top 500 corporations around the world. This competition was several times more intense than the competition between first-rate guilds. The experts that were invited to participate were on an entirely different level. I understand. I can agree to your invite, but I have a request, Shifeng calmly said. He had long since known about this dark arena. It was a gathering place for experts. However, the experts there were far more powerful than the experts one usually saw in the virtual gaming world. Moreover, the financial power these people possess was several times greater than a first-rate guild's. If one could obtain consecutive victories in the dark arena, it was even possible to obtain more credits than what Underworld possessed. Take Everlasting War for example. Originally, he had not been a professional virtual reality gamer. Before God's Domain came into existence, he had been a top-class professional bodyguard tasked with protecting world-class characters. He had undergone both specialized mental and physical training. Ordinary people could never hope to be a match for him. Only the price the Dark Arena had offered was very high. It was enough to tempt even Everlasting War to play God's Domain. In the end, Everlasting War had become the Everlasting War God of the Dark Arena, one of the apex existences of God's Domain. In the past, Shifeng had been fortunate enough to witness some of the matches in the Dark Arena. However, he had never even come near to qualifying to participate. As this was a competition between major corporations, only those who were invited were allowed to participate in the Dark Arena. Request. Everlasting War could not help his surprise. He had not expected Shifeng to maintain his composure. However, he decided to ask, "May I know what this request is?" Chapter 488, Young Genius. Although Everlasting War had already spoken, his companions had frowned in response to Shifeng's reply. They had never expected that Shifeng would try to negotiate. Countless people yearned to join a competition of such level. Yet even many of the experts on the God's Domain experts list had been rejected. They were already stooping pretty low by willingly inviting an unknown expert such as Shifeng. Even world-renowned players fought to join the Dark Arena. Participating in the Dark Arena was already a supreme honor in and of itself. Not only could one win endless riches, but they could also receive the admiration of millions. It was even possible for one to become an international celebrity with a single battle. Not even the ruler of Starmoon Kingdom was a match for the Dark Arena's participants in terms of status. After all, that was a stage at the international level. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo's little jaws hung in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief as they watched Shifeng. The competition between guilds in God's Domain was intense. Almost every guild was supported by many corporations. However, not even the backer of a first-rate guild could compare with international corporations. It was merely an ant in the eyes of such giants. Although the virtual gaming industry's total value rose with each passing year, it was still significantly inferior to other top industries. If a guild could obtain the financial support from such a corporation, they could instantly become a super guild, surpassing any first-rate guild in God's Domain. With such a good opportunity at hand, Shifeng actually had a condition. However, Shifeng did not care about what others thought about him. Taking a sip of tea, he returned his gaze to Everlasting War, saying slowly, "My request is very simple. I hear that each battle team participating in the Dark Arena consists of 10 members. Seeing as you only have 6 members at the moment, I wish to invite 3 of my people to join. That way we will have a full battle team. What do you think?" "You must be insane. Just inviting you is already leader's limit, yet you still want to invite 3 others to join the team? Who do you think started this battle team?" A youth in black armor shot up from his seat in anger. The other members of Everlasting War's party were also clearly angry. Everlasting War, on the other hand, watched Shifeng seriously. The member limit for each battle team had only been recently confirmed, so only an extremely small group of people know this information. How did Shi Feng, an upper manager of a small guild, find out about this? Suddenly, Everlasting War realized that the young man before him was shrouded in mystery. The only goal of the corporation sponsoring your battle team is to secure victory. Naturally, the stronger the chosen team members are, the better. I can guarantee that the players I want to include are all very formidable, Shi Feng explained. Although Shi Feng had not personally participated in the Dark Arena, he had a certain understanding of it. After all, it was the future battlefield for the apex experts of God's domain. He had learned plenty of techniques from the matches held in the Dark Arena. For example, he had learned void steps from watching the Dark Arena's battle videos. If he could allow the experts of the guild to participate in the Dark Arena and experience those battles, it will enable them to improve their techniques further. Brother Yifeng, I am afraid that I am really powerless on this matter. There are a limited number of slots for the battle team. Although I am the team leader, I only have one invitation for the test, not the member slot for the battle team. Originally, I intended to test guild leader Black Flame's qualifications. However, even if he is qualified, I believe that, as the leader of a guild, he should be very busy with its management. Even if he has the strength, he should not have that much time to spare. That's why I wanted to invite Brother Yifeng, Everlasting War said, smiling bitterly. The competition between these international corporations was extremely intense. Every position on the battle team was unimaginably precious, so how could they give them away to Shi Feng so easily? I expected as much. All right, I accept your invitation. When will the test be held? Shi Feng nodded. He knew how valuable the slot was. The invitation alone had already greatly surprised him. However, he still wanted to know how much power Everlasting War, this battle team's leader, wielded. If he could obtain another slot, he would have truly profited. The unified testing time has yet to be determined. Let's add each other as friends for now. Once those in charge have decided on a time, I will contact Brother Yifeng immediately. Everlasting War promptly sent a friend request to the swordsman before him. After Shi Feng added Everlasting War as a friend, they chatted about matters relating to the Dark Arena. Seated by the side, Blue Bamboo was utterly stunned by the two's conversation. He had never imagined that Zero Wing was so amazing. It had actually received an invitation from an international corporation. If the guild received support from such a corporation, its potential would be unimaginable. Blue Bamboo's decision to join Zero Wing solidified. After both sides chatted for another half an hour or so, Everlasting War's group departed. Big Brother Everlasting, there are countless experts in God's domain. Aside from Black Flame, how could you invite Yifeng so casually? What if he fails to pass the test when the time comes? It won't look good to our superiors. Why don't we head over to Star Moon City and take a look? There might be some other amazing experts there. A beautiful female elementalist wearing crimson robes suggested. I know. Our superiors gave me an invitation slot precisely because they wish to test my judgment and to see whether or not I am suited to lead this team. They will definitely replace me if I fail. Knowing this, I won't act recklessly. However, this Yifeng is indeed amazing. Based on his appearance, I'm guessing he is only around 20 years old. Yet when he moves, not a single action reveals a weak point. There were not even any excess actions in his movement. I have already been in the refinement realm for close to 27 years already, so I can tell that he has clearly already set foot into the refinement realm. Moreover, his progression into the realm is also not shallow. This Yifeng is simply unbelievable. He is truly a young genius. As for Black Flame, I have already watched his battle videos. Although Black Flame is indeed amazing, his performance shows that he has only taken half a step into the refinement realm. He only displays such overwhelming might due to his equipment and skills. With the power backing me, I can easily obtain things such as top-tier equipment. Otherwise, I would not have chosen Yifeng. Refinement realm experts are as rare as phoenix feathers in God's domain. We are already very lucky to have encountered one. Even if we went to Star Moon City, it is unlikely that we will find another such expert. Alright, let's return to leveling up for now. His teammates could not help their surprise after listening to Everlasting War's reasoning. They had not realized that Everlasting War had such a high opinion of Shi Feng. However, they also had to admit the scarcity of refinement realm experts. Even the 5 of them had only taken half a step into that realm. After Everlasting War and his party left, Shifeng turned to thoughtful Rain, thanking her. I am truly grateful for Miss Rain's help today. If not for your introduction, I would not have such a fortuitous opportunity. If Miss Rain wishes to purchase equipment for yourself, I can offer a 50% discount. Really? Thoughtful Rain knew how expensive top-tier equipment was on the market. Moreover, top-tier equipment was not necessarily available. If she could purchase top-tier equipment at a 50% discount, she could save tens of thousands of credits with each item. She could save over 1,000,000 credits if she bought an entire set. In addition, the equipment available on the market was nowhere near as good as Zero Wing's equipment. Of course, Shifeng laughed. Great. I want to buy a set then. Also, my best friend here, Blue Bamboo, has always been very interested in joining Zero Wing. However, as she has only recently started playing virtual reality games, she's not very strong. Can you perhaps allow her to join? Thoughtful Rain asked meekly. I'm afraid I really cannot help you with that. Not even an upper manager like myself is allowed to bend the guild's rules, Shifeng said, shaking his head. However, I can allow your friend to join and train herself with our guild's elite parties, having her learn the combat techniques of God's domain. Once she's sufficiently strong, she can then become an official member of Zero Wing. What do you think? I'll do it. I'll go. Originally, Blue Bamboo had been extremely disappointed when she heard Shifeng's initial refusal. However, being able to improve herself with the elites of Zero Wing was not a bad alternative. Chapter 489, Shop. Upon hearing Blue Bamboo's agreement, Shifeng immediately contacted Aqua Rose and had her organize an elite dungeon raiding party. A dungeon was a very good place for players to improve their techniques. Independent parties normally only raided normal mode dungeons. Even ordinary guild parties would only occasionally raid hard mode dungeons. As for elite parties, they raided hard mode dungeons slightly more often. Zero Wing's elite parties, however, were different. When they raided dungeons, hard mode was the lowest difficulty they would choose, though they would often challenge hell mode. To raid a hard mode dungeon, players only needed to meet the minimum requirement for equipment. The requirement for techniques was not very high. However, it was a different story for hell mode. Hell mode had a very high technique requirement. Even if players' equipment was good enough to overwhelm the monsters that waited inside the dungeon, that did not guarantee that they could clear it. Their techniques needed to reach a certain standard before they could raid the dungeon successfully, so it was a very good place to train one's techniques. Zero Wing also had a requirement set for its elite members. Every week, elite members needed to raid hell mode dungeons a certain number of times. Although this was a stringent quota, members who fulfilled it would earn plenty of guild points as compensation for the deaths they suffered inside the hell mode dungeon. This was also why Zero Wing's elite members were so much more powerful than the elite members of other guilds. As long as Blue Bamboo trained diligently and polished herself in hell mode dungeons for a time, she should not have any issues passing Zero Wing's evaluation. Following which, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo each purchased a set consisting of level 25 secret silver and fine gold equipment for elementalists and clerics, spending over 1,000,000 credits in total. Despite such a large expenditure, however, both girls were extremely satisfied with their purchases. They even felt that they had profited significantly. They knew very well that should they purchase level 25 top-tier equipment from the Virtual Trade Center, they would have to spend over 2,000,000 credits at the very minimum. Moreover, there was no guarantee that the equipment would be available. After all, every guild was in dire need of top-tier equipment. Naturally, they would not sell such equipment easily. After Shifeng finished dealing with these matters, he immediately departed from the residence and headed towards the Starstreak trading firm. Rain, you're the best. I can't believe you actually know someone like Big Brother Yifeng. Previously, one of my classmates boasted in front of me about how her boyfriend wore several pieces of level 25 fine gold equipment. If she finds out that I now have several pieces of level 25 fine gold equipment, she will definitely turn green with envy. Blue Bamboo laughed as she fiddled with the fine gold equipment in her hands. Honestly though, Big Brother Yifeng really treats you nicely. On the way here, I've researched the forums and found out plenty about Zero Wing's elite members. These elite members normally raid hell mode dungeons, and they never offer to carry anyone, not even their own ordinary members. I've always wondered what it feels like to clear a hell mode dungeon. Now that Big Brother Yifeng has arranged for us to accompany Zero Wing's elite parties to improve our strengths, it won't be long before we become experts too. Say, seeing as how Big Brother Yifeng is such a young and handsome man, do you think he has a girlfriend? If he doesn't, Rain, this could be a good opportunity for you. Even an international corporation is trying to recruit him to their battle team. Once he becomes famous, who knows how many people will be gunning for him. Your chances with him will decrease significantly if you wait. You little girl. Thoughtful Rain blushed slightly. Snapping, she said, I'm going to ignore you now. Seeing that thoughtful Rain had turned around and was about to leave, Blue Bamboo hurriedly pulled her friend back, panicking. No. White River City Starstreak Trading Firm. Smile, how many strengthened armor kits have you guys produced? Chifeng asked. Guild leader, the three of us have forged over 10,000 pieces. Are we going to put them up for sale now? Melancholic Smile asked. Bring all of the strengthened armor kits and follow me. Right, also bring the gold we've earned so far, Chifeng said. Although the strengthened armor kits were inferior to the mana armor kits, with 3 people producing them, Chifeng did not have to forge the armor kits himself. Naturally, the stock they had created was astounding. With the burden of 30,000 gold on his shoulders, Chifeng felt that it would be best if he dealt with the problem as soon as possible. After all, there was not much time remaining. The looming penalty for failing the epic quest was also quite stressful. Moreover, Horizon Alliance had already nurtured quite a number of lifestyle players, forgers in particular. They had also recruited close to half the advanced forging apprentices from White River City's 7 neighboring cities. The Horizon Alliance even employed basic forgers, which no other city possessed. Once Chifeng accumulated the 30,000 gold, he would no longer have a connection to the Starstreak trading firm. Hence, Chifeng had been planning and accumulating his wealth, preparing to open his own market. And now was the perfect time to do so. Fortunately, he had accumulated a sufficient number of gold coins. It was time to display his strength. Guild leader, I have everything with me. Aside from strengthening scrolls, we also have the 13,000 plus gold that we've accumulated, Melancholic Smile said as she placed the money and the items on the table. This was the first time she had ever seen so much money. There were more than 13,000 gold coins stacked on the table. This was the accumulation of all the money Starstreak trading firm had earned from the 8 cities it occupied, including White River City. There was not a single guild in Star Moon Kingdom that could compete with the Horizon Alliance's wealth. A guild would be quite well off with only 1/10 of the Alliance's fortune. If converted to credits, 13,000 gold was worth hundreds of millions. One had to admit that God's Domain's money-making potential was formidable. Moreover, the game had only launched less than a month ago. However, no fool would exchange so much gold for credits, yet Melancholic Smile had no idea what Chifeng intended to do with so much gold. After giving the items on the table a casual glance, Chifeng quickly stored them in his bag. Follow me, Chifeng said as he exited the forging room. Melancholic Smile promptly followed. After leaving the Starstreak trading firm, Chifeng led Melancholic Smile to White River City City Hall. Lord Viscount, how may I be of service today? A female manager asked politely, smiling when she noticed Chifeng enter the building. I wish to purchase some land, Chifeng said. Please follow me. Saying so, the female manager led Chifeng and Melancholic Smile to a VIP meeting room. After a short wait, a tall, middle-aged man entered the room. Lord Viscount, I have prepared a list of all available commercial land. My lord may choose any plot of land on this list, and because of your esteemed status, you will receive a 10% discount on all land. Okay. Chifeng only glanced through the pages, not bothering to read them in detail. He then said, I want these 2 plots next to the bank in the auction house. If one pointed out the most valuable plots of land in White River City, the first would be the plot directly beside the auction house, the second was next to the bank, the third was near the 2 aforementioned establishments, and the fourth was next to the Virtual Trade Center and the Adventurers Association. This held true for every city in God's Domain. In the past, these plots of land had been highly sought after. Renting one of these plots for just a month could be astronomically expensive. Moreover, as God's domain developed, the money one could earn would grow. Naturally, it also cost a significant sum to purchase these plots of land. Moreover, one must also possess certain status if they wanted to purchase land. Money alone was not enough. As a viscount, Shifeng could only purchase a limited number of plots. Thus, he chose only one plot per location to begin his shop's operation. Chapter 490 Candlelight Trading Firm. Without hesitation, Shifeng requested the two most popular plots of land in White River City. When Melancholic Smile saw the prices, her little mouth fell wide open. These prices were outrageous. An ordinary plot of land in White River City cost over 1,000 gold. If the land were in the densely populated Central District, it would cost more than 3,000 gold. As for the two plots Shifeng had set his sight on, each cost over 8,000 gold. If they converted 8,000 gold to credits, they could establish a relatively large company in the city in reality. However, Shifeng did not consider his choices to be expensive. In the future, these two plots would become extremely valuable. In the past, he could not have obtained them even if he wanted to. Players frequented both the auction house and the bank. Hence, the traffic was guaranteed. If not for his need for money right now, Shifeng would have preferred to purchase several more plots of land. By the time White River City became the #1 city in Star Moon Kingdom, the value of the city's land would soar by more than 100-fold. Lord Viscount, for the two plots of commercial land you have chosen, one costs 9,200 gold, while the other costs 8,800 gold, coming to a total of 18,000 gold. After including the 10% discount, your total is 16,200 gold, the male manager said with great excitement. In addition, after purchasing these two plots of land, there will be a 15% property tax each month. If taxes aren't paid for in 3 months, these plots will be locked. If the taxes aren't paid for in half a year, the city will reclaim the land. This is a scam. Melancholic Smile nearly shouted when she heard the male manager's explanation, flushing with anger. They had already spent so much money to purchase these two areas, yet they were still required to pay a 15% property tax every month. In total, they were required to pay 2,700 gold in property taxes for the two plots of land. Not even first-rate guilds had that much gold. Most importantly, they had to pay this tax every month. Here is 16,200 gold. Shifeng handed over the money without hesitation. Shifeng was very familiar with God's domain's rules, so he had expected this. Moreover, the main god system had implemented this property tax with the purpose of avoiding someone powerful from monopolizing a city's land. Although the property tax seemed absurdly expensive, gold coins would become easier to earn as players leveled, resulting in their depreciation. Gold coins would not remain as valuable as they were now. Hence, paying 2,700 gold each month was no big deal. A short moment later, the manager passed the deed for the two plots of land to Shifeng. With this, Shifeng could now establish shops on these two tracks anytime he wanted to. Moreover, these two areas were relatively large. They were in no way inferior to the Starstreak trading firm. At the end of the day, the Starstreak trading firm did not belong to Shifeng. Even if he managed it well, the firm still belonged to NPCs. However, if he established shops on the plots he had purchased, he could do whatever he wanted to them. It was a lot more convenient. Soon after, Shifeng chose two relatively good building models in the city hall, with both being 3-story buildings. He could use the first floor to sell products and use the second to establish a warehouse, forging rooms, and other necessities. Finally, the third floor could be an office area. However, to construct these two shops, Shifeng had spent another 2,000 gold. After which, he hired over 20 advanced NPCs to conduct daily management and sales in each shop. After spending all this money, little remained of Shifeng's funds. Fortunately, the dragon scale set equipment sold consistently in the Blackwing auction house, and a large sum of gold coins would fill Shifeng's pockets every now and then. Smile, I'll leave the management of these two plots of land to you for now. I've already given you the authority you need. Begin transferring our members from Starstreak little by little. As for our products, we'll set the strengthened armor kits as our main focus. There is no need to sell them over at Starstreak, Shifeng said. Guild leader, if we only sell the strengthened armor kits at these 2 locations, it will divert traffic from Starstreak, impacting our business there, Melancholic Smile said, concern filling her voice. That is precisely my intention. I want to lure all of the old customers of Starstreak to the new shops. Just do as I say. As for the price for these strengthened armor kits, set them at 7 silver coins minimum. We can't afford a loss from selling them, Shifeng laughed. Although the Starstreak trading firm was still somewhat useful to him, its greatest purpose to Shifeng lay in the initial business. Now that he had accumulated sufficient capital, he had to abandon it little by little. After all, the moment he earned the 30,000 gold and completed his quest, the Starstreak trading firm would sever all ties with him. If he did not prepare for it now, it would be too late in the future. Guild leader, rest assured, I will make sure the prices of the strengthened armor kits stay above 7 silver coins, Melancholic Smile said. She was very confident about the strengthened armor kits they had produced. Even as basic forgers, their success rates at producing the strengthened armor kits were below 30%. Meanwhile, the material cost for producing each strengthened armor kit was over 1 silver. In other words, the actual cost for producing a complete strengthened armor kit was more than 3 silver. In reality, selling them for only 7 silver coins was simply too cheap. Even if Shifeng had not given the order, she had intended to set the initial price of the strengthened armor kits at 10 silver. After all, with the current average level of players, a price of 10 silver coins was definitely affordable. Guild leader, you haven't named the shops for these 2 locations yet. What will you call them? Melancholic Smile asked as she looked at Shifeng. A small spark may kindle a raging fire. Let's call it the Candlelight Trading Firm, Shifeng sighed as he looked at the deeds to the 2 golden real estates in his hand. At this moment he finally had his own capital. With these 2 plots he had taken a large step ahead of the other guilds. His guild would have a relatively stable source of income in the future, and he wouldn't have to fear becoming any guild's target. Shortly after, both Shifeng and Melancholic Smile visited to the 2 plots of land they had just purchased. At this moment, however, the buildings were still under reconstruction, so they could not view the shop's full elegance. It would take several more hours before the reconstruction work would be completed. At that time they could open for business. There sure are a lot of players in White River City right now. Shifeng examined his surroundings, discovering a sea of players near the auction house. The area was even more crowded than it had been in his previous life. Guild leader, this is a given. Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile are constantly competing over White River City. Zero Wing is also the first guild to own a guild residence in Starmoon Kingdom. In addition, there are Overwhelming Smile's impressive offers to consider. As a result, many players from other cities were tempted to migrate and develop themselves in White River City. Based on the statistics published the day before yesterday, White River City is currently the 2nd most populous city in Starmoon Kingdom. It is only slightly behind Starmoon City. An ordinary city could not compare with the capital. Even if White River City offered a massive advantage, many players still preferred to mingle in the capital city. Starmoon City? Upon hearing Melancholic Smile's words, Shifeng suddenly remembered something. He had befriended someone in Starmoon City before and had intended to purchase land through him. Originally, he had planned to direct Zero Wing's development towards Starmoon City. In the end, he had dismissed this notion and focused on making White River City the #1 city in Starmoon Kingdom. After all, unlike in Starmoon City, Zero Wing had an extraordinary background in White River City. Currently, although he no longer intended to develop Zero Wing in Starmoon City, the capital city's population was still very attractive. After all, in God's domain, players were a city's resource. The more powerful a city was, the more powerful the guild controlling said city could become. It seems I need to make a trip to Starmoon City. Shifeng suddenly thought of a plan that could advance White River City's development further. Chapter 491, Holy Land for Experts. Just as Shifeng was about to head towards White River City's teleportation hall, the clear ring of his communicator reached his ears. Aqua, what's wrong? Shifeng asked after accepting the call. Guild leader, good news. Previously, your feat of killing so many of Overwhelming Smile's experts boosted our guild's morale. Currently, our members are flooding the fields to participate in the war. As Overwhelming Smile's expert parties are no longer appearing on the battlefield, we've gained significant advantages. We have already taken out over 20,000 Overwhelming Smile members. Probably because we're the first guild to kill over 20,000 players in an all-out war, an advanced NPC from the Adventurers Association just visited, issuing an epic guild quest. The quest is called Ancient Battlefield, and only the guild leader of the guild is allowed to accept the quest. Moreover, only 10 guild members can participate in the quest. Unfortunately, we can't learn anymore until we accept the quest. I'm worried that this epic guild quest might disappear if we don't accept it soon, so I contacted you immediately after learning about it. Aqua Rose was extremely excited when she spoke. This was her first time encountering an epic quest. She had only ever heard rumors of them on the forums. Every epic quest represented a massive opportunity. If one could complete it, they could receive extremely bountiful rewards. Based on the information she had gathered, epic quests would reward players with an epic item at the very minimum. If it were a high-difficulty epic quest, one could even obtain 2 or 3 epic items. Meanwhile, the quest the guild had just received was an epic guild quest. It was a lot more difficult than an epic quest meant for individual players. If they could complete it, they would reap a frightening harvest. Ancient Battlefield? Shi Feng was stunned upon hearing Aqua Rose's words, indescribable thrill growing in his heart. Hurriedly he asked, Aqua, are you sure you read that correctly? The information on the guild's quest board is clear, and I made sure to read it very carefully. I can say with certainty that it is an epic quest. Even I didn't believe it at first when I was told. After verifying it multiple times, I am sure that it is the epic quest Ancient Battlefield, Aqua Rose said, practically glowing with excitement. If they could complete this epic quest and obtain several epic items, it could help them immensely when they raided large-scale team dungeons in the future. Now that Zero Wing waged war against Overwhelming Smile, morale was very important. The news about Shi Feng taking out the underworld guards with one hit had caused Zero Wing to instantly become the publicly acknowledged #1 guild of White River City. This incident had also placed significant psychological pressure on Overwhelming Smile's members. If Zero Wing could take the lead by conquering a large-scale team dungeon, gaining even more top-tier equipment and prestige, Overwhelming Smile would have no hope of competing with Zero Wing in the future. However, Aqua Rose did not know that, in reality, what had shocked Shi Feng was not the difficulty of the quest, but the ancient battlefield itself. In the past, the ancient battlefield had been immensely famous in God's domain. It had become so famous because of its alternative name, the Holy Land for Experts. The ancient battlefield was known as the Holy Land for Experts because the map was a training ground specifically designed by the main god system for players. This training ground's purpose was to allow players to gain a better understanding of the combat style of God's domain. In the past, countless noobs and new players had instantly soared to become experts precisely because of the ancient battlefield. Moreover, it wasn't limited to ordinary experts. The ancient battlefield had even given birth to many apex experts. As a result, players called the ancient battlefield the Holy Land for Experts. Countless players had dreamed of visiting and experiencing the wonders it had to offer. Unfortunately, this opportunity was too difficult to encounter. In the past, despite countless guilds and corporations offering astronomical prices for the slots to enter the ancient battlefield, nobody willingly sold the slots they had. Now that Shi Feng had suddenly been notified that he had obtained the ancient battlefield quest, how could he contain his excitement? He had always dreamed of visiting the ancient battlefield in the past. Unfortunately, he had never been lucky enough to receive an invitation. Now, however, he had. I understand. The difficulty of an epic quest is not to be taken lightly, so set it aside for now. Don't worry about it disappearing. After a guild quest is issued, it will be available for 3 months or until someone accepts it. Since it has just been issued, leave it there for now, Shi Feng said after calming down. However, although we are setting aside the quest, I have a few tasks that I'll need you to do for me. Tasks? Aqua Rose was confused. She could not understand why Shi Feng did not intend to accept this epic quest. Although she knew that the difficulty of an epic quest was unmatched, without accepting the quest, how could they possibly know whether or not they could complete it? It was a pity to leave the quest there like that. Most importantly, it was so tempting. That's right. In order to complete this epic quest, we will need sufficient combat power. I need you to contact Fire Dance and the others and tell them to stop trying to level up to deal with overwhelming smile. The same goes for you. All of you should focus on improving your combat techniques. I will also frequently give you pointers. In a few days, I will test you all to see how much your combat techniques have improved. At that time, I will select the top 9 players to participate in this epic quest. Shifeng laughed. What should we do about the team dungeons? I hear that Overwhelming Smile has already allocated their experts for raiding level 20 hard mode dungeons. If we lose the race to raid the team dungeons, it will deal a significant blow to our guild's prestige and empower the enemy. Aqua Rose simply could not understand Shifeng's decision. Previously, Shifeng had strongly advocated raiding dungeons first. Wasn't this change of plans a little too sudden? She wasn't even sure how to react. The most surprising thing was the fact that a busy man like Shifeng had actually offered to instruct them personally. This had never happened before. Having the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom tutor them would yield effects hundreds of times better than learning from Shifeng's battle videos in secret. Countless players dreamed of such an opportunity. There were even some who had offered 1 million credits on the official forums, hoping to hire Shifeng as their personal trainer. It would be a lie if Aqua Rose said she was not excited. This was just as thrilling as the epic quest. Sharpening your axe will not delay your job of cutting wood. Do you think that conquering a large-scale team dungeon will be so easy without a certain degree of strength? Beyond that, the quest only requires 10 people. We can just have the others continue with raiding the dungeons. Shifeng did not bother to explain further. He could not reveal too much information. Aqua Rose had no idea just how important this ancient battlefield quest was. Raising an army was easy, nurturing a general was not. In the past, no one had been willing to trade their spot on the ancient battlefield even when offered a legendary item. The competition over a measly dungeon had meant nothing. If possible, Shifeng would have accepted the quest immediately. However, doing so would be a massive waste. Besides, leaving the quest for players to see would provide a powerful incentive. Shifeng did not have any concrete information about the situation inside the ancient battlefield. He only knew that the better the combat techniques a player possessed, the greater their harvest would be. Hence, Shifeng had specifically instructed Aqua Rose and the others to spare some time to improve their techniques. By doing so, they would also increase their potential gain. I understand. I'll contact Fire Dance and the others immediately. They will be thrilled when they hear about this. Aqua Rose giggled as she disconnected the call. She then began to contact the other core members of Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Shifeng had arrived at Star Moon City, Star Moon Kingdom's #1 city, through a teleportation array. Chapter 492, Plundering Resources. With a clear moon and few stars, it was already nighttime in God's domain. As the #1 city of Star Moon Kingdom, Star Moon City had brilliantly lit streets at this time. Magic lights illuminated the streets all around, making the entire Star Moon City seem as bright as day. As expected of Star Moon City, the population here is not something a regional capital like White River City could ever hope to match up to. Shifeng could not help but sigh as he waded through the sea of players crowding the streets. Now that players were higher leveled, many could afford the teleportation fee to travel to Star Moon City. At this moment, Star Moon City's player population was nearly 5 million, 2 million more than White River City's. If one could take control of Star Moon City, it would significantly improve a guild's development speed. The impact on a guild would be even better than having control of 4 or 5 smaller cities. In addition, the available resources in the vicinity of Star Moon City were very abundant. Hence, all powers staying within the capital city were a mix of both strong and weak. Other than the 3 first-rate guilds that had set Star Moon Kingdom as their main base of operations, first-rate guilds of other kingdoms and empires also had a presence in Star Moon City. Plenty of second-rate guilds were also taking root and developing themselves here. As a result, the competition at Star Moon City was extremely intense, and in this aspect, White River City was far from comparable. Even the average level of ordinary players here was much higher than at White River City. Before long, Shifeng arrived at Star Moon City's city hall via horse carriage. When Shifeng got there, A majestic and powerful-looking man was standing outside the entrance of the building. This man was none other than the Ghost Raider Lifeless Blade. At this moment, Lifeless Blade was already level 26, not one bit inferior to Shi Feng. Initially, Lifeless Blade was stunned upon seeing Shi Feng, but he soon revealed a bitter smile. Although Shi Feng's outward appearance had not changed by much since the last time they met, inwardly, however, the gap was like the distance between heaven and earth. The last time he met Shi Feng, the latter gave the impression of being very ordinary, that there was nothing special about him at all. On the other hand, Shi Feng's every action right now had an indescribable sense of naturalness. The pressure Shi Feng radiated made Lifeless Blade feel as if he was facing a lord-ranked monster right now. The last time Lifeless Blade met Shi Feng, he had learned a lot from the discussion he had with Shi Feng on combat techniques. Moreover, the latter had even provided him with plenty of quests that raised one's reputation, allowing his reputation to swiftly reach the status of a noble, which afforded many conveniences for his team's development. Lifeless Blade was only where he was right now due to Shi Feng's help. Hence he felt immense gratitude towards Shi Feng. During this period, Lifeless Blade had raided plenty of team dungeons. He had even raided Hell Mode team dungeons. There were also countless instances where he participated in field PvPs. If he were to speak for himself, he would say that his strength had improved plenty since his last meeting with Shi Feng. However, compared to Shi Feng, his improvements paled significantly. "Brother Yi Feng, I've already completed the task you requested," Lifeless Blade stated when he saw Shi Feng approaching. In a somewhat worried tone he continued, "But Brother Yi Feng, that plot of land you want is simply too far away from the high-traffic areas of the city. You will only make a loss by purchasing the land there. With the same amount of money, you can easily purchase a plot of land in the high-traffic areas of the city. This is really not a profitable purchase." "No worries, I prefer a place that is somewhat peaceful," Shi Feng laughed. Starmoon City was extremely large. There was also quite a lot of land available inside the city. However, the prices of the land here were not one bit cheaper than in White River City at all. Even an ordinary plot of land had a minimum price of 2,000 gold. With this sum of money, one could purchase a relatively good plot of land in White River City already. Meanwhile, the land situated around the central district of Starmoon City had a price tag of at least 6,000 gold, whereas land in the golden areas of the city cost 14,000 gold at a minimum. The prices here were more than double those of White River City. However, precisely because of this reason, the guilds based in Starmoon City had a constant headache. There was no meaning in purchasing a useless plot of land for more than 2,000 gold. However, not to mention the land in the golden areas, even accumulating 6,000 gold required a lot of time and effort. Hence, practically nobody was paying attention to the land within the capital right now. However, the many guilds in Starmoon City had neglected a point. Since the land of the capital city was so expensive, wouldn't the guilds developing at the capital city at the initial stages of the game suffer immensely? Not to mention the expensive land, but there was also the high difficulty of earning reputation in Starmoon City. No matter how one looked at the situation, guilds that were developing themselves in the capital city would be at a disadvantage during the early stages of the game. In reality, however, that was not the case. It was only because everyone had yet to deepen their understanding of the commercial lands of Starmoon City. Only after some time had passed would everyone come to realize that some ordinary plots of land in Starmoon City were actually much better than land in the central district, and these were the lands surrounding certain special buildings. Starmoon City was the core of Starmoon Kingdom, and many powerful high-tiered NPCs were gathered here. There were even many establishments here that were unavailable in other cities. Although these establishments were not as popular as the auction house, bank and such locations, the player traffic at these locations still greatly surpassed that of many of the lands located in the central district. In the past, many guilds and players who were lucky enough to purchase these plots of land had made themselves a fortune through them. Meanwhile, the plot of land Shi Feng was planning to purchase right now was precisely located beside one of these unique establishments, the underground arena. Although only a small number of players frequented the underground arena at the moment, that traffic would increase, along with the growth and popularity of arena matches. In particular, players from other cities and countries would often visit Starmoon City, boosting the player traffic here to an even more frightening level. Feng truly wished he could purchase every plot of land surrounding the underground arena. Unfortunately, he no longer had that much money on him right now. Forget it. It's your money anyway. Lifeless Blade shook his head and sighed. Including the ownership transfer fees, the plot of land Feng had set his eyes on cost nearly 3,000 gold. That was enough money to purchase a relatively good plot of land close to the central district. Following which, Lifeless Blade led Feng into the city hall and carried out the purchase and transfer procedures. After 10 minutes or so, Feng had obtained the best plot of land close to the underground arena. Moreover, he had also spent over 1,000 gold to construct the best available shop there, and had even hired 15 advanced NPCs to manage the daily affairs of the shop. Witnessing how Feng had spent close to 4,000 gold coins so casually nearly shut down Lifeless Blade's brain. This was his first time seeing a spendthrift like Feng. Not only had Feng wasted his money on an ordinary plot of land, but he had even spent over 1,000 gold to construct the best available shop. In Star Moon City, Lifeless Blade's team could be considered extremely wealthy. Yet even so, their liquid assets only amounted to dozens of gold. Even a first-rate guild could not easily take out 1,000 gold. Yet Feng had spent it casually as if he was buying vegetables at a market. At this point, Lifeless Blade had even begun to wonder whether Zero Wing, the guild behind Feng, was manufacturing gold coins. In the face of Lifeless Blade's stunned reaction, Feng simply gave the man a smile. He did not bother giving any explanations. Now that he had established a branch of candlelight trading firm on this plot of land, he had the foundation to begin plundering the resources of Star Moon City. As long as he sold the strengthened armor kits here in limited quantities, the players here who needed these items would end up heading over to White River City's candlelight trading firm to purchase them when the local supply ran out. With this, Feng could secretly steal the player population of Star Moon City. Over time, the players of Star Moon City would become White River cities. By the time the guilds competing over Star Moon City realized their situation, everything would be too late. Afterward, Feng discussed matters relating to Star Moon City's situation with Lifeless Blade. He then logged out of the game to rest as he patiently awaited the completion of candlelight trading firm's construction. Chapter 493, Big Dipper Competition. After logging out of the game, Feng exited his virtual gaming cabin and began today's training plan. Ever since his brain activity increased, it was as if Feng had entered a whole new world in regard to his control over his own body. During this period, he had continuously been adapting to the new changes. A human's body was subject to the brain's control. The brain controlled processes such as hormone production, cellular immunity, and physical power control. As these processes involved a lot of information, the brain carried out these processes automatically. Just like a computer which ran its system programs in the background, the human brain had long since been set to deal with these processes automatically without requiring conscious effort from the brain. This was a sort of self-protective mechanism for the human brain. However, with the increase in brain activity and simultaneously brain usage rates, humans could actively control these processes instead of leaving the brain to passively control them. If brain activity increased to a sufficient level, humans could even control their own body's hormone production, fine-tuning their own bodies to increase their own lifespans, maintain a youthful appearance, and so on. In particular, with a high enough brain activity, one could even control their brain's subconscious inhibition of their body's physical power. If an ordinary person who might originally have had a punching power of 100 kilograms was able to remove the inhibition their brain placed on their physical strength, then they could instantly multiply that power by over a dozen, or even several dozens of times. Like in the news, during times of emergency or danger, many people would suddenly display explosive power that they never possessed. As for the reason why these people could display such power, it was because their brains had removed the limiter placed on their physical bodies. However, it was exceptionally difficult to remove this limiter. There were also many people who failed to remove it, despite encountering a dangerous situation. Or even if they did manage to do so, it would be for only a very brief period of time. Nevertheless, with the increase in brain activity, one could consciously remove the limiter placed on their physical power. This was the case with Feng right now. The increase in his brain activity had boosted his brain usage rate. Originally, Shi Feng was unable to control the limiter placed on his physical power. Now, however, he could adjust it slightly. As far as Shi Feng knew, many martial arts grandmasters in the past had undergone long periods of training, in addition to consistently increasing their brain activity, in order to grasp this technique. Moreover, due to the popularity of God's Domain as well as the fact that the game played a significant role in developing a player's brain, many people in the past had also been able to reach this step. At this moment, Shi Feng's goal was to reach this step. During this period of training and learning, Shi Feng could sense that he had already touched the gateway. If he could grasp this technique, then his combat power in God's domain would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. However, if he wished to grasp a hold of this power, he needed to increase his brain activity once more. It was just that breaking through his own mental limit placed a heavy demand on his brain cells and required a large amount of energy. Meanwhile, only with S-rank nutrient fluids could he solve these problems. Although Shi Feng had the money, he could not purchase any S-rank nutrient fluids by himself. Shi Feng really wished to have a sufficient number of virtual gaming cabins and S-rank nutrient fluids in order to immediately nurture Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, Cola, and Violet Cloud into true top-tier experts and have them set foot into the refinement realm. At that time, Zero Wing's strength would definitely soar, and it would no longer be an impossible task to capture the several cities surrounding White River City. Just when Shi Feng had completed his morning training and was about to have his lunch, the quantum watch on his wrist rang. "Mr. Shi Feng, I am Mr. Xiao Yu's assistant. Your competition today is scheduled at 5 p.m. I have come to pick you up in advance. The car is already waiting downstairs," the young and beautiful woman who appeared in the video call said, smiling. "All right, I'll be there in a moment," Shi Feng replied before disconnecting the call. Meanwhile, on the ground floor of Shi Feng's apartment, a maglev limousine was currently parked outside the building. A man and a woman stood quietly beside the car, waiting. The woman wore a black dress. She had fine black eyelashes and a glamorous face with skin as white as snow. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders. Overall, she had a bright and beautiful appearance. As for the man, he was tall and ferocious. Wearing a black suit and a pair of sunglasses, he was like a ferocious beast, his entire body radiating a hostile aura that made others consciously distance themselves from him out of fear. When the residents of the community saw this scene, they thought that a big shot had come visiting. "This guy sure knows how to take his time." The female assistant Liang Jing looked at her quantum watch. In an impatient tone, she grumbled, "Just what does Chairman Xiao see in him to actually have us come fetch him?" She was the head assistant for Big Dipper Training Center's chairman. Yet now she was actually sent to escort a youth. The man standing beside her right now was also no ordinary character. He was called Lu Jihong and he was the personal bodyguard of Chairman Xiao. Lu Jihong's strength was simply amazing. He could easily deal with 7 or 8 ordinary people simultaneously. Even if he participated in the city's fighting competition, he would have no problem obtaining a good ranking. At the moment, the company lacks the support of a martial arts master. Chairman Xiao is naturally trying to create a grander scene, Lu Jihong replied indifferently. He's just slightly over 20. How could he possibly be a martial arts master? Liang Jing had noted Shi Feng's appearance through the video call just now. No matter how she looked at it, she could not relate Shi Feng to those 30 to 40-year-old masters. I hear that his opponent this time is quite amazing. Even Master Chen Wu has referred to that person as a fighting genius. That person has even defeated several martial arts masters before. I really cannot understand why Chairman Xiao still insisted on holding the competition this time around. The result of this competition is so obvious. He could clearly just choose that person instead. She had personally seen martial arts masters before. Even from afar, every one of these masters gave off an imposing air that made others feel reverence for them. However, Shi Feng did not possess such a feeling. If not for Chairman Xiao personally confirming that Shi Feng was indeed a martial arts master, she really dared not believe that such a youthful master actually existed. While Liang Jing and Lu Jihong were conversing with each other, Shi Feng came downstairs. When Liang Jing saw Shi Feng's blue sports attire, however, she was immediately stupefied. How was this a master? Whether in terms of temperament or power, he was clearly just an athletic youth. At this rate he would simply be seeking his own death by challenging a martial arts master. Contrary to Liang Jing's reaction, however, the bodyguard standing beside her revealed a completely different expression. Despite the faint smile Shifeng had on his face, Lu Jihong felt as if he was staring at a dormant beast. Lu Jihong could not sense anything from Shifeng's every action. That was right. He could not sense anything at all. For a seasoned bodyguard like himself, there was nothing more dangerous than being unable to pick up anything from someone's action. It was as if someone were pointing a gun at his head and he still thought the other person was joking. If Shifeng were to take action, Lu Jihong felt that Shifeng could easily defeat him in just a few moves. Before the female assistant could even speak, the previously silent Lu Jihong hurriedly opened the car door, respectfully saying, "Master Shifeng, please get in. We will take you to the venue immediately." "Thanks." Shifeng smiled as he entered the car. However, the female assistant Liang Jing was stupefied. What was this situation? She had never seen Lu Jihong act so respectfully to anyone before. Not even Chairman Xiao received such a treatment. Chapter 494, Gathered. Big Dipper's Central Assembly Hall. Although the sun was blazing, an endless stream of guests entered the hall. At the bright red carpet, well-known upper-class personages descended from luxury cars, one after another, and slowly walked into the assembly hall. Big Dipper's assembly hall was very lively today. It was even livelier than when the city's fighting competition was held. Quite a small number of people. Seated inside the limousine, Shifeng swept a glance at the assembly hall's surroundings, noticing that the people who came to watch the competition were all well-known characters in Jinhai City. There was not a single commoner present at all. Logically speaking, by holding the competition this time, Big Dipper should be promoting itself to increase its popularity. In order to recover from its downward spiral, it would definitely want to widely publicize the competition this time around. Internal force experts were rare, and exchanges between internal force experts were even rarer. Countless people wished to feast their eyes on such a fight. However, when Shifeng looked at the scene before him, it did not seem as if Big Dipper had done any promotion at all. Otherwise, the venue would have been completely swamped with people. "Mr. Shifeng, it is like this. The other master wishes to hold this competition in private. He does not wish it to be known by everyone in the world. Hence, the company has not made any attempt to promote the competition, and has only invited a few well-known figures. But even so, that master was not happy about it. If Chairman Xiao had not offered sufficient compensation, the number of people attending this match might be less than half the current head count," Liang Jing said as she looked at Shifeng, her lips curled up in a mesmerizing smile. Charmingly, she continued, "If Mr. Shifeng thinks that this event is too small, after this competition is over, we can definitely arrange for your name to be known by all in Jinhai City." As the head assistant of Big Dipper's chairman, observing another person's every mood was Liang Jing's specialty. After seeing Lu Jihong's respectful performance before, even if she was a fool, she would have realized that Shifeng was not as simple as he appeared to be. With such a great achievement at such a young age, Shifeng would definitely become a dragon among men. If she could narrow the distance in their relationship slightly, the familiarity would be of tremendous help to her future. Naturally, she could not pass up this opportunity sitting before her right now. That person sure likes to keep a low profile, but it's fine. I don't like being watched by too many people either, Shifeng laughed. Originally, Shifeng had no intention of making himself famous. He wanted to develop himself while maintaining a low profile. If not for the 15 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids and 5 virtual gaming cabins, he really would not participate in this competition. Soon, Shifeng followed Liang Jing to the backstage of the assembly hall to rest there as he quietly awaited the start of the competition. At this moment, the competition hall inside Big Dipper's assembly hall was already packed with people. Every one of these attendees held considerable status in Jinhai City. Plenty of well-known figures from other cities had also turned up this time around. Meanwhile, seated inside the VIP room on the second floor were the few titans of Jinhai City. At this moment, Xiao Yu was entertaining these VIPs. If Shifeng were present in this room, he would definitely discover a lot of people he was familiar with here. Seated in the center of the room was none other than Jinhai University's headmaster and chairman, Su Wenqing. Seated beside him were Zhao Jianhua of the Zhao Group, Master Qin Wu of Jinhai City's No. 1 dojo, and many more high-profile characters of Jinhai City. Little Xiao, you've surely given me a big surprise this time. You were actually able to invite two martial arts masters to conduct a competition with each other. This is a first for our Jinhai City, Su Wenqing said as he stroked his white beard. A little excited, he said, I wonder if you can introduce me to the two masters you've invited this time around. The other VIPs promptly nodded their heads at Su Wenqing's words. In this day and age, fighting competitions were the most popular event in the world. The status of martial arts masters was naturally extraordinary, more so that of internal force experts. Normally, one could not see such experts in an ordinary city like Jinhai City. Even high-profile characters like the VIPs present would not be able to easily meet such experts. Old man Su, you must be joking. How could I possibly be able to invite two masters to conduct a competition with each other? The two of them just happened to want to compare notes with each other, so they allowed me to arrange this competition, Xiao Yu said, laughing. Currently, his heart was filled with an indescribable sense of joy. The two masters are currently resting and preparing for the competition later. It would not be convenient to invite them over right now, but I'll definitely arrange for a meeting afterwards. I hear that the two masters competing this time are very young. Is that true? Su Wenqing asked curiously. Yes, the two of them are indeed very young. Both haven't even reached the age of 30 yet. Xiao Yu nodded, then added proudly, in particular, Master Qin Wu has also met the master that we've specially invited this time. Although he is only 27 years old, his strength is very frightening. He has already defeated several well-known masters. During this period, I heard that he is planning to join the qualifiers for an international fighting competition, and that he has a high chance of obtaining a good result. Indeed, that Master Lei Bao is really a prodigy. I've compared notes with him before. Unfortunately, I was easily subdued in just a few moves. Now that Master Lei Bao has undergone over a year of intense training, his current strength should be even more frightening. When I met him before, I even felt chills running through my body. Qin Wu nodded as he sighed in admiration. Lei Bao was definitely the most powerful internal force expert he had met. A martial arts prodigy. In the future, it was highly possible that Lei Bao would become a martial arts grandmaster. At that time, Lei Bao would probably be able to defeat him easily even without using internal force. If Lei Bao used internal force instead of just losing the match, he might even lose his life in a single move. Everyone found it inconceivable when they heard that Jinhai City's famous fighting champion Qin Wu had been easily defeated, and that this had happened over a year ago. Not a single person present did not know who Qin Wu was. He was a character known by all in Jinhai City. In his early days, Qin Wu had fought many martial arts masters. Although he was defeated in those exchanges, the martial arts masters that fought him also did not have easy victories. One could say that Qin Wu was a martial arts expert who was very close to becoming a master. Hence, everyone in Jinhai City referred to Qin Wu as Master Qin. Currently, Qin Wu was still of a relatively young age and he maintained his strength at its peak. Logically speaking, he should have already taken half a step into the ranks of masters. Yet he only managed to last several moves against the martial arts master named Lei Bao. One could just imagine how powerful Lei Bao was. Oh, there's actually such a talented character. Little Xiao, you must introduce him to me after the competition. Although this decrepit old man has spectated international fighting competitions before, never once have I had the opportunity to chat with such a master. Su Wenqing's eyes glowed with anticipation upon hearing Qin Wu's words. Seated at the back of the room, Zhao Ruoxi, who had come along with Zhao Jianhua, revealed an expression of worry as she listened to the conversation. What to do? Zhao Ruoxi's heart was in distress. Although she believed that Shi Feng was very amazing as well compared to the martial arts prodigy Lei Bao that everyone was talking about, whether it was in terms of strength or experience, Shi Feng should be quite inferior to Lei Bao. If Lei Bao did not hold back during the competition, it would definitely end in tragedy. Time passed little by little. Very quickly, the arranged time for the competition arrived, and the excitement inside the assembly hall reached the boiling point. This was the first time a competition between martial arts masters would be held in Jinhai City. Usually, such competitions could only be seen on the international stage. Meanwhile, the majority of the people present here today had only ever watched an international competition through TV broadcasts. They never had the chance to personally witness such competitions. Just as the crowd was wondering what kind of people the two masters were, white smoke started emerging from the two passages leading to the arena. Meanwhile, the two people who had walked out from the white smoke were none other than the two protagonists of today's event, Lei Bao and Shi Feng. When the audience personally saw the true appearance of the two masters, every single one of them was rendered speechless. They never expected the two masters to be so young. In particular, when the spectators inside the VIP room saw Shi Feng, they were all shocked. Shi Feng? Why is he here? Su Wenqing rubbed his eyes. For a second there he even thought his eyes had gone blurry. Chapter 495, Strength of 1,000 Kilos. Su Wenqing's memory of Shi Feng was still fresh in his mind. Previously, not only had Shi Feng defeated the university's #1 fighter, Zhang Luowei, but he had also earned high praise from Qin Wu. Su Wenqing had not expected Shi Feng to actually appear at this place right now. It can't be, right? Qin Wu was similarly stunned upon seeing Shi Feng. As he recalled, Shi Feng was very amazing but had yet to reach the level of using internal force. At this moment, however, Shi Feng was actually participating in this competition. It was truly shocking. When both sides stood in the arena, Lei Bao and Shi Feng contrasted sharply. Lei Bao wore a black vest that placed his bronze muscles on full display. His muscles were not bloated, but instead were sleek like a cheetah's, giving others the feeling that his muscles were packed full of power. His disheveled hair coupled with his bestial aura and aquiline gaze made him seem exactly like a wild, ferocious beast. People would not dare to get even half a step closer to him. On the other hand, Shi Feng looked just like your average university student. He possessed neither a sharp, sword-like aura nor a tall, robust body. He gave others the impression that he was completely harmless to both humans and animals, that there was no need for even the slightest bit of vigilance towards him. The battle between the two was a competition without any suspense. It was just like a fight between a ferocious lion and a cute little rabbit. There was absolutely no point to this battle at all. Suddenly, it was as if cold water was poured over the hot passion of the audience members. Wasn't this a match between two masters? Why is there an ordinary university student here? That's right, even if Big Dipper is trying to promote Master Lei Bao, can't they at least invite a slightly decent expert? What's the point of inviting a youth that hasn't even grown all his hair yet? Even I can take care of that little brat with ease. The audience promptly burst into a heated discussion. They all felt that Big Dipper's chairman Xiao Yu was lacking sincerity. However, seated at a corner of the spectator stands, Zhang Luowei and Lan Hailong were both stunned when they saw this scene. How could he be a martial arts master? Zhang Luowei looked with eyes full of disbelief at Shi Feng standing in the arena. Even until now he still took to heart the defeat Shi Feng had dealt him. During this period he had trained constantly and had even sought meticulous guidance from Qin Wu, all in order to have his revenge on Shi Feng. Yet now that Shi Feng had appeared before him once again, the man had actually become a martial arts master already. However, when Zhang Luowei looked at Shi Feng's opponent, Lei Bao, a smile appeared on his face. He had heard plenty about Lei Bao's deeds from Qin Wu. Lei Bao was a fierce man who did not know how to show mercy. All those who had met with him in official matches had suffered heavy injuries at the very minimum and some were even crippled. Hence, nobody was willing to compete with Lei Bao. When those in the world of martial arts heard the name of Lei Bao, even top-tier masters would try to avoid him as much as possible. Nobody wished to destroy their own future by competing with Lei Bao. Originally, Zhang Luowei had thought it was some daring expert who had come to compete with Lei Bao this time around. Now, however, it would seem that Shi Feng was just a hot-headed youth after all. Yet, before anyone could voice out their complaints, the host of the competition immediately hyped up the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, before the start of this competition, the two masters will do a small warm-up, allowing everyone to clearly see just how powerful the two masters are. Now let's welcome our two masters to showcase their strengths. As the host was saying so, some staff members pushed out a punching power testing machine into the arena. The punching machine was the latest model, and it was intended to test Lei Bao's and Shifeng's punching power. The first to take the test was Shifeng. Shifeng was very interested in regard to this test. He wanted to know just how much he had improved during this period of time. Standing before the punching machine, Shifeng took a proper stance before abruptly sending a punch forward. After piercing through the air, his fist made a loud boom when it landed on the target. The punching machine shook from the impact. Immediately, the numbers on the punching machine began rising madly. In just a moment, the numbers had broken past the 200 kilograms mark. A short moment later, the numbers rose to 320 kilograms. This value was already within the standard of professional fighters. In the end, the punching machine displayed a value of 401 kilograms. This result was almost comparable to those of well-known fighters of Jinhai City. However, it was still significantly lower than that of the city's top professional fighter, Chen Wu. This Shifeng is amazing. With this kind of punching power, it is no wonder Zhang Luowei was not his match. Su Wenqing laughed with satisfaction as he stroked his white beard. If he already possesses such strength at such a young age, he might be able to catch up to you, Master Chen Wu, in just a few more years. Chen Wu's punching power record could be said to be the record for the entire Jinhai City. Chen Wu's punching power was 453 kilograms, a value that made ordinary people stare in admiration. With just a single punch, Chen Wu could bend even a thick metal board. Let alone the fleshy human body, Chen Wu could even turn a durable maglev car into a pile of scrap metal in a short amount of time. Meanwhile, Shifeng was just in his early 20s, so he still had great potential for growth. He would have no problems surpassing Chen Wu's punching power record. Old man Su, you jest. This is but the result little brother Shifeng has achieved using only his physical strength. If he used internal force, he would have surpassed my record. Moreover, I have also heard that little brother Shifeng has long since beaten my record. It seems the newest record right now is 576 kilograms. Chen Wu laughed bitterly. Yes, that's right. This record was indeed set by Master Shifeng. Xiao Yu nodded. It seems that Master Shifeng did not use his full power because he wishes to conserve his strength. Internal force places a heavy burden on the body. Since he needs to face off against Master Lei Bao in a moment, he naturally has to conserve his physical strength, Chen Wu explained. Nobody present knew just how demanding internal force was on a person's body. Even internal force experts would not casually use it. Otherwise, they would be lying on the floor unconscious in just a few moves. Hence, only a fool would use internal force in this test right now. Seated in the back row of the VIP room, Zhao Ruoxi was very elated upon seeing Shifeng's test result. Only she knew how much Shifeng had improved. Previously, Shifeng's test results without using internal force were less than 300 kilograms. After not seeing him for a period of time, Shifeng's punching power had actually exceeded the 400 kilograms threshold. If Chen Wu were to find out about this improvement, he would definitely jump up in shock. However, as the occupants of the VIP room were conversing with each other, Lei Bao started his test. Ha! Letting out a shout, Lei Bao transformed his palm into a fist, a boom resounding as he struck towards the punching machine. The instant Lei Bao's fist landed on the target, the spiraling force borne by the fist pierced the target. Lei Bao's fist ended up landing directly on the steel plate behind the target. Ping! The durable steel plate was dented right away, and even the entire punching machine itself was knocked backwards. Meanwhile, cracks also started appearing on the marble floor beneath Lei Bao's feet, as if it had been struck by a sledgehammer. Ding! 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 The punching machine rang continuously. Most people in the spectator stands might be unfamiliar with this sound. However, for those who frequently trained and tested themselves, this was a sound that garnered their reverence. Because this sound was none other than the prompt for a record being broken. At this moment, however, nobody in the spectator stands was reacting to the sounds produced by the punching machine, because everyone was completely stunned by Lei Bao's destructive punch. Is he even human? Zhao Ruoxi's alluring eyes widened, her attention fully focused on the value displayed by the punching power testing machine. 656 kilograms. This record was far above the one Shifeng had set. Sure enough, Lei Bao really is a martial arts prodigy. Even the strength he has achieved through training is incomparable to that of ordinary people, Chen Wu said, shocked. Chapter 496, Tiger Roaring. Lei Bao's punch had stunned the entire assembly hall. A moment later, a loud round of applause as well as gasps of admiration filled the room. When this punch landed, it was as if a small car had struck the punching machine. In particular, if the steel plate were swapped with a human being, the end result would be horrifying. Master Chen Wu, is this the power of internal force? Zhao Jianhua could not help but ask. This was his first time seeing such destructive force from another human being. No. Chen Wu shook his head. He then explained, I've previously said that using internal force places a heavy burden on the body, and internal force experts would not casually use it. The same holds true even in a battle. Master Lei Bao achieved this result before us right now without using internal force. This is just his normal strength. This is also the reason why I am so shocked. Despite being called the fighting genius of Jinhai City, Chen Wu's maximum punching strength was only 453 kilograms. In comparison, a martial arts prodigy like Lei Bao had managed to achieve a punching power of 656 kilograms without even using internal force. He truly possessed a strength of 1,000 kilos. The gap between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. Little brother Shifeng will not have an easy time in this match. Chen Wu grew more alert as he looked at Lei Bao. Master Lei Bao is famous for not knowing how to hold back. Even when I sought him out to exchange pointers back then, he ended up breaking 3 of my ribs. I had to stay in the hospital for over a month for a full recovery. Now he has even surpassed his strength from back then. If little brother Shifeng is not careful, it is quite possible that he will be hospitalized for over half a year, and there might even be residual damage. Upon hearing Chen Wu's words, Zhao Ruoshi, who was seated at the back of the VIP room, grew even more anxious. Though she wished to stop this competition right now, she was powerless to do so. Both parties were martial arts masters. Since both sides had long since agreed to this match, and even the invited audience had already arrived, things had passed the point of no return by now. Shifeng's normal punching power was just slightly over 400 kilograms. Even if he used internal force, he would at most reach the level of Lei Bao when the latter was not using internal force. However, just how taxing was internal force? On the other hand, Lei Bao's every action carried the strength of 1,000 kilos. He could send an endless stream of these powerful blows. It was highly unlikely that Shifeng would emerge victorious in this competition. In truth, not even Xiao Yu had expected the gap between the two to be so wide. If he had known about this earlier, this competition would be absolutely unnecessary. It seems that I can only make amends with Shifeng after this event is over. Xiao Yu had never expected Lei Bao to be so strong. With the addition of Lei Bao, Big Dipper Training Center could definitely become one of the top training centers in the country. As for Shifeng, although he was a young genius, he was still significantly inferior to a current powerhouse. However, it remained necessary to maintain a good relationship with such a talent. In the arena, Lei Bao looked at the destroyed punching machine, feeling very satisfied with his own masterpiece. He then shifted his chilling gaze to Shifeng. You're very good. Despite being so young, not only have you mastered internal force, but you are also able to behave so fearlessly while standing before me. You will certainly have a promising future. If not for my need to become Big Dipper's head instructor, I would not mind letting you have this competition. Although Lei Bao's voice was not particularly loud, everyone present in the assembly hall could hear his every word clearly. The arrogance in his tone was also unwavering, and one could not help but want to submit to him heart and soul. I have always looked fondly upon martial arts geniuses. I won't try to bully you in this match. If you can last 10 moves against me, this match will be considered your victory. Listening to Lei Bao's words, everyone present found themselves admiring the man's magnanimity. Sure enough, a martial arts master would not bully those weaker than themselves. The audience members became even more reverent towards Lei Bao now. What if I lose? Shifeng calmly asked, completely unmoved by Lei Bao's words. You really are smart, Lei Bao laughed. If you lose, take me as your teacher. I will pass on all my skills to you. I assure you that you can definitely surpass me in the future. This should be a worthwhile trade, right? Before this fight was arranged, Lei Bao had already heard about Shifeng. He knew that Shifeng did not have a master, so Shifeng should be a self-taught martial arts master. In other words, Shifeng was a true genius. Martial artists were very picky when it came to accepting disciples. After all, they would only be humiliating themselves if they chose a weakling as a recipient of their legacies. Hence, martial artists would always carefully choose their disciples. Meanwhile, a youth like Shifeng who had already learned how to use internal force at such a young age was naturally a prime candidate for a disciple. Just before, even Qinwu had been tempted to take on Shifeng as his disciple. Unfortunately, Shifeng's current strength was no longer beneath him, so he had to dismiss this idea altogether. Lei Bao, however, was different. He was significantly more powerful than Shifeng, so he naturally had the qualifications to become Shifeng's master. Everyone was stunned upon hearing Lei Bao's words. Master Lei Bao was trying to solicit a personal disciple. Many in the spectator stands immediately turned to look at Shifeng in envy. A single glance was all it took to tell that Lei Bao was a top-tier martial arts master. It even was highly possible for him to become a martial arts grandmaster in the future. Countless people out there wished they could become the personal disciple of a generation's grandmaster. Yet such an opportunity had actually landed in Shifeng's lap right now. Why is it him? At this moment, Zhang Luoi's eyes became bloodshot. Originally, he had been taking delight in Shifeng's misfortune. Now, however, his heart was filled with an indescribable sense of jealousy. With a generation's grandmaster carefully tutoring and nurturing him, Shifeng would definitely soar to become a dragon among men. In the future, he might even be able to vie for the championship of an international fighting competition. At that time, Shifeng would definitely become the focal point of the entire world. What did the guild leader of some random guild in God's domain amount to? Even if it was the guild leader of a first-rate guild, they would be far from comparable to a world-class fighter. These people were all monsters who had surpassed the limits of the human body. Countless corporations would be willing to sponsor them. The money and status they could obtain were beyond the reach of a guild leader inside a virtual reality game. Haha. So this was your intention all along? Shifeng could not help but laugh. He could tell that Lei Bao was wholeheartedly trying to take him in as his disciple. Okay, I'll agree to your conditions. However, if I defeat you in 20 moves, you have to promise to do one thing for me as well. How about it? Suddenly, the entire assembly hall went silent. Has he gone mad? He's actually provoking a top-tier master. He's literally insane. Not to mention the guests sitting in the spectator stands, even the crowd inside the VIP room was stunned. They had not thought that Shifeng was actually so daring. Haha. As expected of the person I have set my sights on. You certainly have a domineering spirit. Lei Bao had started laughing loudly as well. The more he looked at Shifeng, the more he liked the young man. Ever since his debut into the world of martial arts, nobody had dared speak to him so arrogantly. Now that he was 28 years old, he was only a hair away from reaching the rank of Grandmaster. Unfortunately, even until now, he had yet to find a person to pass his legacy to. Meanwhile, he had only come to this place after hearing news about Shifeng. Otherwise, how could a small-time training center like Big Dipper invite a true god like him? Saying so, both parties stepped into the ring. Upon the referee's order, the match officially began. Watch this. The instant the match started, Lei Bao strode forward, rushing up to Shifeng like a furious gale. Immediately after, his fist made a turn as he did a half-step collapsing punch. There were no fanciful movements in Lei Bao's technique. His punch was simple and straightforward, yet fast and fierce. When sending out his punch, Lei Bao's body had also released the thundering roars of tigers. Peals of thunder echoed throughout the assembly hall. The sounds were absolutely breathtaking. Tiger roaring, muscle and bones singing. Shifeng was stunned. Lei Bao had actually trained both the inside and outside of his body to the peak. Chapter 497, Initial Mastery. The instant Lei Bao sent out his fearsome punch, Shifeng hurriedly leaned back like an agile monkey. He did not attempt to block Lei Bao's fist at all. When Lei Bao's fist was only centimeters away from its target, Shi Feng abruptly contracted his abdomen, narrowly avoiding the attack. Lei Bao's punch carried with it a fearsome shockwave. Even through a layer of clothing, Shi Feng could feel his abdomen receiving part of the shockwave. If that violent force landed directly on his body, the consequences would be unimaginable. The members of the audience were stupefied once again. Tiger roaring? How is this possible? Seated in the VIP room on the second floor, Qin Wu saw Lei Bao's punch, and his eyes glowed brightly and his heart thumped madly. The ecstatic expression on his face made it seem as if he had just seen a peerless beauty. Tiger roaring? The spectators beside Qin Wu echoed his words in confusion. However, seeing Qin Wu's excited look, they could guess that it was a very powerful technique. Qin Wu nodded. With great excitement he explained, only when a person has managed to merge both their internal and external power can they produce that kind of sound. One could say that it is the proof that one has trained their body to its limits. Normally, only experts at the Grandmaster level are capable of such a feat. I never imagined that Master Lei Bao had actually managed to achieve it so soon. With this, it won't be long before Master Lei Bao breaks through his limits and becomes a generation's Grandmaster. Countless martial arts masters had trained themselves desperately, yet still failed at combining their internal and external forces. On the other hand, before even reaching the age of 30, Lei Bao had already succeeded in pushing his body to its limits. Now he could utilize internal force freely, applying it to his every action. He fit the term martial arts prodigy to a.t. Even if Shi Feng knew how to use internal force when faced with Lei Bao, someone who had pushed his body to its limits, he had zero chance of victory. While Qin Wu explained, the roars of tigers filled the arena. Lei Bao's every move was incomparably fierce, alternating between collapsing punch and cannon punch one after another. Speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness, he made full use of all three of these aspects. After images of Lei Bao's fists filled the ring, step by step his violent attacks pressed Shi Feng harder and harder. If Shi Feng stopped evading these attacks, only a tragic end awaited him. Hence Shi Feng had no choice but to keep retreating. Although Lei Bao held an absolute advantage in this fight, Shi Feng had yet to receive a single blow even until now. So strong. With each step Shi Feng retreated, he could clearly feel the power behind Lei Bao's punches growing ever so slightly. Likewise, his fists were also speeding up. If not for Shi Feng's brain activity increasing, significantly improving his five senses and his control over his own body, Lei Bao would have defeated him in just a few moves. Even so, Shi Feng could only last a few more moves right now. He would still end up defeated soon. It was no wonder Lei Bao was so confident that he could defeat him in 10 moves. In the next moment, Lei Bao's body tilted forward slightly as he sent a half-step punch at Shi Feng's face. At this point he had already cornered Shi Feng. There were no more paths of retreat available to him. Suddenly, Shi Feng's body swayed as he took the initiative to welcome this punch. Is he trying to get himself killed? Lei Bao was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, outside the ring, everyone in the spectator stands thought they could foresee the ending scene of this competition. Many already envisioned the instant Shi Feng's head exploded into tiny little pieces. Some of the more timid women who could not bear to watch this gruesome scene had immediately shut their eyes. It's over. Qin Wu could not help but exclaim. Lei Bao's punch could dent even a sturdy steel plate. Yet Shi Feng was actually using his head to meet Lei Bao's fist. The instant Shi Feng's head was about to collide with Lei Bao's iron fist. Whether it was Shi Feng's breathing or heartbeat, both seemed to have stopped completely. Before Lei Bao could react, he discovered that his fist had actually brushed past Shi Feng's face, only scratching the young man's cheek and leaving behind a small bloodstain. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's fist had somehow landed on Lei Bao's abdomen already. Lei Bao only felt a huge thrust on and pain in his abdomen. Although he wanted to use the power in his muscles to dispel this force, he suddenly discovered that he actually could not, even in the slightest. Like a steel needle, this force penetrated directly into his body. In the next moment, his entire person went flying across the ring. When his body landed heavily on the floor, he immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood. At this point, he could no longer continue fighting. For a time, everyone in the assembly hall was completely flabbergasted. Originally, this competition's outcome should have been Lei Bao's victory. Yet such a sudden reversal had actually happened. Nobody in the audience had even managed to get a clear view of what had happened. They had only seen Lei Bao's fist penetrating Shifeng's head. In the next moment, Shifeng's fist was already on Lei Bao's abdomen, and in the end, Shifeng was the victor of this competition. Master Qinwu, you are an expert yourself. Can you tell us what exactly happened just now? Su Wenqing was extremely curious about this situation. Everyone else seated near Qinwu promptly turned to look at the martial arts master as well, hoping to obtain an answer from him. After some time passed. I have no idea either, Qinwu said as he shook his head. The two's exchange had simply been too fast. Their speeds were already beyond what he could respond to. Hence not even he knew what Shifeng had done exactly. He only knew that Lei Bao's lethal punch had not landed on Shifeng. However, who was Lei Bao? Back then, the situation had already reached the point of no return. Even if Lei Bao did not wish to kill Shifeng, he could do nothing to change the sudden development. Yet Shifeng had actually managed to evade Lei Bao's punch. Even more inconceivably, Qinwu had not even seen when Shifeng punched. Even Lei Bao had failed to react to the attack in time. You. At this moment, Lei Bao managed to pull himself back to his feet, and his eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Shifeng, who was currently standing proudly and calmly in the ring. Others might not have seen what had happened before, but when Lei Bao carefully tried recalling it, he immediately came to a realization. However, Lei Bao simply could not bring himself to believe that. A student barely in his 20s had actually broken past his body's limits and taken that first step ahead of him. Although it was only for an instant, Lei Bao had seen it very clearly. Midway through Shifeng's charge, Shifeng's body had actually accelerated once more. At the moment of life and death, Shifeng had actually managed to evade his fist and, in turn, landed a punch on him. While the audience had their heads in the clouds, trying to recall the scene where Shifeng defeated Lei Bao, Zhang Luowei and Lan Hailong, seated in the spectator stands, were both frozen with fear. Their hearts were also filled with immense regret. For a moment they looked like they had aged more than a dozen years. After this battle, everybody would know about Shifeng. His future would also be limitless. As of this moment, he was already a big shot of Jinhai City. Meanwhile, Zhang Luowei, as Shifeng's fellow student, had actually tried to take action against Shifeng. Looking back at his past actions, he had simply been seeking his own death. As for Lan Hailong, if he had known before that Shifeng was actually so powerful, he would have long since given his all to recruit Shifeng. He definitely would not have feuded with Shifeng over a measly Ling Failong. At this point, both Zhang Luowei and Lan Hailong entertained thoughts of getting rid of Ling Failong. If not for that damnable Ling Failong's little tricks, they would have long since climbed onto Shifeng's massive boat and ridden along his waves of success, instead of being enemies with Shifeng as they were right now. Luowei, tomorrow you and I will both go and meet with Shifeng. If we do not dispel the rage in his heart, our future will be grim, Lan Hailong whispered helplessly. Indeed. Fortunately, we only have a minor dispute with Shifeng. The main problem is Ling Failong. After we return, we must make a clean break with him. It would be best if we taught Ling Failong a lesson as well. Perhaps this might even make Shifeng forget about all the earlier unpleasantries. Although Zhang Luowei was extremely reluctant, he still nodded his head heavily in reply to Lan Hailong's words. Chapter 498. Overnight Fame. Although the competition only lasted a moment, none of the spectators had been disappointed by the show. On the contrary, the stands exploded with excitement. He defeated Master Lei Bao at such a young age. His future will definitely be limitless. We really didn't waste the trip. Get Master Shifeng's address. Rearrange my schedule as well. We must pay Master Shifeng a visit. The audience was not comprised of your average citizens. Every one of them was a reputable member of society. Now that Shifeng had defeated a top-tier master like Lei Bao, his future was limitless. A small stage like Jinhai City would not hold Shifeng. He could only shine brightest on the world stage. If they did not try to befriend Shifeng now, they would never qualify to do so in the future. However, compared to these guests, the chairman of Big Dipper, Xiaoyu, was so happy that he had nearly failed to contain his grin. He had originally thought that Lei Bao's willingness to become the training center's head instructor had been Big Dipper's greatest fortune. Xiao Yu had never expected Shi Feng to be so powerful, even capable of defeating a top-tier master like Lei Bao. This was a top-tier master. Even throughout the whole country, such mighty individuals were as rare as phoenix feathers. If Big Dipper Training Center employed such a martial arts master, its popularity and business would undoubtedly skyrocket. Uncle Xiao, how do you plan to thank me? After all, it was I who introduced Shi Feng to Big Dipper. Zhao Ruoxi grinned, her eyes flashing with pride and excitement. She felt as if Shi Feng's victory were her own, and she basked in the success. Of course, we can't forget about you. In a moment I'll have a diamond member card prepared for you. Big Dipper has only ever given out 5 of these member cards, so you'll be the 6th, Xiao Yu laughed. Zhao Jianhua could not help his shock when he heard Xiao Yu's words. Big Dipper's diamond member card was extraordinary. As a diamond member, one would receive a 50% discount, and all monthly expenses under a certain amount would be waived. Throughout Jinhai City, only 5 people had received such privileges, and neither Zhao Jianhua nor Zhao Ruoxi's father were of those 5. Yet his niece had actually become the 6th person to become one of Big Dipper's diamond members. Indescribable feelings colored Zhao Jianhua's stern expression. Before they, the older generation, could even reach this far, the younger generation surpassed them. Of course, this was all accredited to Shi Feng's achievement. Now that Shi Feng had defeated Master Lei Bao, becoming famous overnight, even the giants in flourishing first-rate cities would scramble to recruit Shi Feng, much less those in Jinhai City. At this moment, Xiao Yu was deeply afraid he could not hold back a true dragon like Shi Feng. Now that he had a chance to solidify Big Dipper's relationship with Shi Feng, he would maximize their generosity. After the competition ended, although Lei Bao had suffered relatively severe injuries, with the aid of modern technology and S-rank nutrient fluids, he would quickly recover to his peak condition. Master Shi Feng, I am convinced of my loss in this competition. Please don't hold back and state your conditions. Since I have made the promise, I will not go back on my word, Lei Bao said weakly as he joined Shi Feng in the lounge. At this moment Lei Bao was still slightly pale. Lei Bao did not think that it was a coincidence that Shi Feng just so happened to have broken past his limits, obtaining power and physical reactions beyond his body's capabilities, in the moment between life and death. At the very least, Shi Feng should have already touched the boundaries of that realm. Shi Feng was just a young man in his early 20s, yet he had already reached such mastery. Shi Feng was easily stronger than Lei Bao himself. Lei Bao could not wrap his mind around it. Even if Shi Feng began training while still inside his mother's womb and had received all sorts of resources, he should not be able to obtain the power to surpass his physical limitations at such a young age. If Lei Bao was a martial arts prodigy, then the man before him was a demon. Even if he were not convinced of his defeat, he had to accept it. Since Master Lei Bao has agreed, then I want you to join my workshop, Shi Feng laughed. Lei Bao was a top-tier master who had trained both his inner and outer body to their limits. Shi Feng had only been able to defeat Lei Bao due to luck. Fortunately, Shi Feng's brain activity had improved before participating in this competition. He had even grasped the beginnings of the technique to unlock his brain's physical limiter. Although he had only overcome the limiter for an instant, it had been enough for him to reach a new level of strength, allowing him to defeat his opponent. In addition, Lei Bao had also been caught unprepared. Otherwise, there was more than a 90% chance that Shi Feng would have suffered defeat in this competition. To Shi Feng's current self, it was still somewhat early for him to overcome his brain's limiter. The brain limited a person's strength to protect the body. Before the physical body reached sufficient durability, actively trying to remove this limiter would only do more harm than good. Not to mention, Shi Feng had yet to grasp this power fully. It might seem that Shi Feng had only received a small scratch during the competition, but in reality his body had been significantly damaged due to the explosive force he had displayed. Even without moving, Shi Feng felt like needles pricked his entire body. Hence, the moment Shi Feng returned to the lounge, he had madly consumed A-rank nutrient fluids to alleviate his pain. After this competition he would not be able to train for quite some time. Join your workshop? Lei Bao frowned. Every martial artist wished to remain free and unfettered. He barely had enough time to train and improve himself. How would he find the time to work? Master Lei Bao, please relax. My workshop is a virtual gaming workshop that focuses on the most popular game currently, God's Domain. You only need to work at night while you rest. The workshop will not interfere with your life during the day. You can do whatever you want during that time, Shifeng slowly explained. He knew very well what Lei Bao worried about. Although Lei Bao had never come into contact with virtual reality games, especially God's Domain, Lei Bao was still a top-tier martial arts master. Currently, although Aqua Rose and the others had the potential, their foundations were lacking. They still needed to improve before they could become top-tier experts. However, Lei Bao was different. His combat foundation was extremely sturdy. If he familiarized himself with his body in God's Domain and integrated the techniques he had learned in real life, he could very quickly become one of Zero Wing's top combatants. Okay, I'm relieved to hear that. Lei Bao nodded. He then left the lounge. Lei Bao's addition to Zero Wing would undoubtedly give the guild another fierce general. While Shifeng rested, 3 others entered the lounge. Lifting his head, Shifeng noticed that one of the new arrivals was none other than Big Dipper's chairman, Xiao Yu, with Liang Jing and Zhao Ruoxi following closely behind. At this moment, Zhao Ruoxi wore a blue one-piece that looked both light and elegant. Her inky hair scattered around her waist like a waterfall, adding a few hints of elegance to her originally innocent temperament. Upon entering the room, Zhao Ruoxi beamed at Shifeng, both worry and joy filling her eyes. Now that Shifeng had become famous overnight, the originally silent and unknown boy from school was no more. Now he had become Jinhai City's focal point. Even old man Su wished to have a proper chat with Shifeng. Chapter 499, Rising of Candlelight. In the lounge, both Liang Jing and Xiao Yu approached Shifeng with far more caution and respect than in the previous meetings. Only Zhao Ruoxi behaved as usual, smiling and laughing as she conversed with Shifeng. There did not seem to be any signs of a barrier between them. Master Shifeng, based on our previous arrangements, from today onwards, you will be Big Dipper's head instructor. At the same time, you will also become one of Big Dipper's directors, and as you requested, Big Dipper will also come up with an area that will be under your sole management. Saying so, Xiao Yu took out a half-transparent card from his suit's pocket, handing it to Shifeng. This is Big Dipper's Diamond Member card. The card's information has already been updated. In the future, all of your expenses at Big Dipper will be free of charge. Moreover, Big Dipper will also specially reserve a special training room for your use at any given time. When Zhao Ruoxi heard Xiao Yu's words, even she could not help her shock. The usual training rooms only contained some fitness and testing equipment. However, Big Dipper's special training rooms were different. Big Dipper spared no expense when they had constructed these training rooms. Every item inside was state-of-the-art. The entire room was also controlled by a quantum computer. These rooms were usually only provided to professional fighters. Normally, these rooms contained a dedicated combat robot. Special training rooms also came with full virtual combat videos and combat systems that stored beneficial data, which users could reference and learn from. There was even a gravity control device that allowed one to adjust the gravity in the room in order to produce better results. Furthermore, each room had a health cabin that could help its users alleviate physical fatigue, accelerate physical recovery, and maintain the best quality of sleep each day. Hence, many of Jinhai City's professional fighters loved come to Big Dipper. The training rooms in Big Dipper were categorized into 4 different ranks: basic, intermediate, advanced, and special. While the cost of each room increased with rank, the benefits also increased. It was especially true for the gravity settings. In the basic training room, one could adjust the room's gravity by 2G. The intermediate training room's gravity could be adjusted by 3G. In advanced training rooms, one could change the gravity by 4G. In special training rooms, one could increase or decrease the gravity by 6G. It was impossible for ordinary people to train in such an environment. Even moving one's fingers would be difficult. As for the rental fees, ordinary people could not even afford a basic training room. It cost 3,000 credits to rent a basic training room for a day. That was almost a typical person's monthly salary. Of course, Your average citizen didn't even qualify to become a member of Big Dipper to begin with. To professional fighters, however, this was easily affordable. The intermediate training rooms cost 5,000 credits per day. A majority of the city's professional fighters usually preferred to rent intermediate training rooms. Unfortunately, there was not many available. Big Dipper only had 20 advanced training rooms, and they cost 10,000 credits to rent per day. This was practically the average price of renting a room at a 7-star hotel. As for special training rooms, there were only 5 in the Big Dipper Training Center, or better yet in all of Jinhai City. The rental for these rooms was 30,000 credits per day. However, one would be lucky if they even had the chance to rent one of these rooms. Yet now Big Dipper had specifically reserved one of these rooms for Shifeng. Countless people would definitely turn green with envy if they found out. I'll have to trouble Chairman Xiao then. Shifeng did not hold back as he accepted the diamond member card. With the special training room's gravity enhancement, his future training would yield far better results. Master Shifeng, there is also the matter of the 15 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids and 5 virtual gaming cabins that we previously agreed to. Our board of directors has unanimously agreed to increase the count to 30 bottles and 10 virtual gaming cabins. We will have the items delivered to you in a few days, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Also, I will have my head assistant Liang Jing follow you. She's always very efficient. If you have any matters in Big Dipper you need to deal with, please let her take care of them for you. All right. Shifeng did not refuse Xiao Yu's offer. He had no reason to refuse to begin with. Aside from how important S-rank nutrient fluids were to him, just the 10 virtual gaming cabins could raise Zero Wing's workshop to a whole new level. It would no longer be just your average workshop. As for the assistant named Liang Jing, Shifeng did not know much about Big Dipper. If he wanted Big Dipper to take care of some matters for him, such as training the members of his workshop, an assistant like Liang Jing would definitely come in handy. She could save him a lot of trouble. Regardless of the other's optimistic view of his development in the fighting world, Shifeng had no intention of changing career paths. He only had one goal in his heart: God's domain. After all, God's domain held the world's future. After Shifeng chatted with Xiao Yu and the others for a while, he returned to his apartment. Before he left, Xiao Yu had Liang Jing prepare 5 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids for him, which would help him quickly recover from the injuries he had suffered during the match with Lei Bao. After returning home, Shifeng immediately drank a bottle before resting in the virtual gaming cabin and logging into God's domain. A virtual gaming cabin also functioned as a health cabin. Only, it had an additional function of allowing its user to log into God's domain. Hence, when recovering from an injury, it would be best to lie inside a virtual gaming cabin. The time was currently 7 p.m. Although it was still dark in God's domain, the sound of 3 system notifications rang in Shifeng's ears the moment he logged in. These 3 notifications informed him of the 2 candlelight trading firms' completion in White River City and one in Star Moon City. The construction of all 3 firms had finished during the day outside of God's domain. Moreover, all 3 shops had attracted quite a bit of attention, the 2 candlelight trading firms in White River City in particular. Both shops were exquisite 3-story tall buildings. Moreover, as both buildings had suddenly appeared beside White River City's auction house and bank, they had no difficulty attracting notice. In the end, many players had entered the buildings out of curiosity. Before they had investigated these new buildings, they had been ignorant. The moment they did, however, they were immediately startled. Not only were the shops equipped with a full range of items that players required, but the furnishing inside was also luxurious and magnificent. Both candlelight trading firms were far more glamorous than the Starstreak trading firm. There were even lounges available in the 2 shops that allowed visiting players to enjoy beverages while they shopped. Most importantly was the appearance of an item that everyone in White River City thirsted for. That item was the basic strengthened armor kit. Although the basic strengthened armor kits were inferior to the basic mana armor kits, the latter was simply too scarce. Despite many people having heard of the item before, they had never personally seen it. Now that the basic strengthened armor kits had appeared in the 2 candlelight trading firms, the first batch of players to enter the shops fought desperately to purchase them, afraid that the armor kits would sell out in a heartbeat. Feng had given Melancholic Smile the authority to determine the goods prices in the shops, so it was up to her to decide at what price she wanted to sell the basic strengthened armor kits for. Yet, despite having set the initial price of the armor kits at 11 silver coins, it had taken only an instant for more than 100 to sell. As a result, Melancholic Smile had no choice but to raise the price once more. In the end, the price of the basic strengthened armor kit rose gradually from the initial 11 silver to its current price of 16 silver per kit. This price had far surpassed Feng's initial expectation. Even so, in a short dozen or so hours, the 3 shops in White River City and Star Moon City sold more than 6,000 kits. Moreover, due to the basic strengthened armor kits, every player in White River City now knew about the newly established candlelight trading firms. As a result, more players began to visit the trading firms, allowing business at the 2 shops to flourish. By the time Feng logged into the game, the 2 candlelight trading firms in White River City were already packed full of people. Everyone rushed to purchase the basic strengthened armor kits. In addition to the several dozen sets of dragon scale set equipment that had sold at the Blackwing auction house, Feng had suddenly become a wealthy man again, with more than 10,000 gold in his pockets. Chapter 500 Exclusive Control. White River City, Overwhelming Smiles Guild Residence. Vice Leader Yulan, I finished my investigation of the candlelight trading firm. A level 23 male assassin reported upon entering Overwhelming Smiles meeting room. Who started it? Yulan asked in a hurry. Currently, Overwhelming Smile suffered in the field battles against Zero Wing. Their daily coin expenditures were also quite significant. Although Underworld had increased their investment in Overwhelming Smile funds in particular, it was truly not easy to convert credits into coins. Despite spending a massive amount to purchase coins, the guild's supply barely maintained balance with its consumption. In the beginning, Yulan had not expected that repairing equipment would cost so much. However, her thoughts changed as the guild's death toll continued to increase. Dying once might not cost much, but after 2 or 3 deaths, the guild members had spent practically all of their remaining coins. Afterward, in order to repair their equipment, these guild members had no choice but to choose coins as compensation. This situation had immediately given Yulan, who had initially been quite confident, a huge headache. She wished she could choke Black Flame to death. They had already paid out more than 1,000 gold as compensation, not to mention the amount of credits they had compensated. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before the guild had to pay compensation solely in coins. After all, if players did not repair their equipment, they could not go out and level up. If their equipment became scrap, they would have to purchase new equipment to serve as a replacement. However, good equipment was not easy to obtain. Every piece of a player's equipment had been earned through blood and sweat. Losing even a single piece was a painful loss. They lost every piece of equipment they had on them. Hence, before the durability of their equipment reached a critical point, even if players had to purchase coins with credits, spending their entire fortune, they had to repair their equipment. However, there was one point that confused Yulan greatly. Though Overwhelming Smile's losses were very heavy, Zero Wing's losses should not be any less. Not to mention, Zero Wing was not using credits as a form of compensation at all. Its consumption of gold should be significantly higher than theirs. Yet even until now, not only had Zero Wing showed no signs of lacking money, but it was also spending more money than before. It was inconceivable. From the information Yulan had overheard, she knew that, aside from constructing the best smithy available, Zero Wing had also purchased several sets of dragon scale set equipment. At the very least, they would have to spend more than 2,000 gold on these purchases. Not to mention, there was also the gold they had to give out as compensation for the war of attrition. Even Underworld would find it difficult to spend so much in such a short time. Yulan could only see one end, Overwhelming Smile withdrawing from White River City, if things continued like this in their war of attrition. Hence they needed to make a major change now. They must find a way to earn a large sum of gold. If one wanted to earn a large sum of coins in God's domain, the only way to do so was through trade. Although the guild quests published in the guild residence were a large source of income, that potential was nothing compared to the money one could earn through trade. Although the various large guilds of God's domain possessed a lot of gold, Compared to the countless players in God's domain, this sum was insignificant. Even if Overwhelming Smile only earned 1 silver from each of the millions of players in White River City, the total would be several tens of thousands of gold. At that time they could easily afford a war with several other large guilds simultaneously, much less afford to deal with a single Zero Wing. In White River City, the most powerful trading firm was currently the Starstreak trading firm. Not only did the firm occupy a strategic location, but it also possessed land in the 7 cities surrounding White River City, allowing it to sell items to players in 8 cities and earn tons of gold daily. The amount the firm earned each day was enough to make one drool. Unfortunately, the Starstreak trading firm was an NPC's property, not a player's. Despite exhausting all of their means, the various large guilds in White River City were unable to form a cooperative relationship with the Starstreak trading firm. In the end, they could only give up on their endeavors and try to open up their own shops. However, White River City's ordinary lands were not particularly valuable. Currently, the various guilds had all set their sights on the golden lands of the city and were consistently accumulating money and raising their reputation to achieve that goal. Now, however, the Candlelight trading firm had appeared and purchased 2 golden lands ahead of the other guilds. Although the Candlelight trading firm was not a match for the Starstreak trading firm, with the basic strengthened armor kits and the full range of products, it too stood among White River City's top trading firms. Over time, if the Candlelight trading firm introduced several other items that players direly needed, it would definitely surpass the Starstreak trading firm and become the #1 trading firm in White River City. Moreover, unlike the Starstreak trading firm, a player had established and owned the Candlelight trading firm. That signified the possibility of cooperation. Thus, Yulan had sent her subordinate to investigate the firm. I heard that the manager there is a young woman named Melancholic Smile. Moreover, she is a forger and was once a forger employed by the Starstreak trading firm, the male assassin said slowly. In addition, aside from that woman, 2 other Starstreak forgers seem to have defected to Candlelight as well. The 3 of them produced the basic strengthening armor kits. Good, you've done well. Yulan smiled. Melancholic Smile. This is my first time hearing this name. There really are a lot of capable people in White River City. It seems that I'll need to make a personal visit to the Candlelight trading firm to have a chat. Overwhelming Smile wasn't the only guild with such thoughts. Several other large guilds also began to eye the Candlelight trading firm. Such a thriving trading firm was no different from a large gold mine that could provide their guilds with various resources. If they could obtain the trading firm, they could instantly raise their guild's strength by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, Shifeng once again had over 10,000 gold in his pockets, and he began to reconsider the plots of land in Starmoon City again. Currently, as the underground arena was not particularly popular, the Candlelight trading firm's business there was only passable. Attracting the attention of Starmoon City's players would be far easier if he set up a shop in the city's central district. Unfortunately, as Lifeless Blade was only an ordinary noble in Starmoon City, he could only purchase ordinary land. He did not qualify to purchase the lands in the central district and golden areas of Starmoon City. I need to think of a better way to raise my reputation. Shifeng tried to recall information relating to Starmoon City's resources. After he pondered for some time, Shifeng's eyes suddenly shone. Immediately, he hailed a horse carriage and hurried to the palace. Starmoon City was Starmoon Kingdom's core, so it was not easy to raise one's reputation here. If players relied on reputation quests, it would take them ages before they could become a Baron of Starmoon City. For this reason, many players had given up on the notion of doing business in Starmoon City and had shifted their aim towards other cities instead. However, there were many players in Starmoon City. There was bound to be a few amazing characters amongst the millions of players. In the past, there were several independent players who had taken the lead and managed to become barons, even viscounts before the various large guilds. In the end, these independent players had claimed a few good lands for themselves, taking the opportunity to make a fortune. The monthly rental they received was enough to allow them to live in luxury for the rest of their days. Despite being independent players, these few individuals were not ordinary characters. They were not penniless individuals. Instead, they were relatively wealthy individuals. They had been relatively famous in several other virtual reality games and had earned large sums of money during their time playing those games. Meanwhile, through a special method, these people had managed to grind large amounts of reputation points in a relatively short amount of time, quickly becoming barons. After this incident was revealed, these players had become the envy of every player in Star Moon City. That method was very simple. Players needed to purchase some supplies with coins, then contribute these supplies to a certain Grand Duke to receive reputation points for Star Moon City. Unfortunately, the conversion ratio of coins to reputation points would make any ordinary player curse the system. However, Shifeng did not lack money right now, he only lacked time. Even if it were a more expensive method, he would still employ it. Chapter 501, Grand Duke Heartfield. The lights shone brightly outside of Star Moon City's palace. At this moment, the street adjacent to the palace looked as if it held a large-scale celebration. A crowd of players exploded with excitement. Players filled both sides of the street, shouting and selling their wares. Star Moon City was different from the other ordinary cities in Star Moon Kingdom. The traffic here was constant, with players coming and going from other kingdoms and empires. Hence, unlike in other cities where players could only set up their stalls once every 3 or 4 days in specified areas, players could set up their stalls in Star Moon City every day. Only a fee was required to set up a stall. It was not free. Even with the fee, a large number of players were still willing to set up their stalls to sell items rather than using the auction house and paying a heavier fee. Even if they sold their items at a lower price here, they could still make a higher profit. Normally, players would only choose to sell their items through the auction house if they were in a hurry for money or they wished to obtain a better price for rare and precious items. As the items sold at stalls were much cheaper, many independent players and large guilds would come here to purchase the materials and items they needed. Shifeng had come to this place precisely to purchase some supplies. The method of exchanging coins for reputation points was, in reality, a special quest found in Star Moon City. To players who focused on raiding dungeons and grinding monsters to level up, they might never discover this special quest. However, to players who leveled up slowly and focused more on enjoying the game itself, it was not particularly difficult to find the quest. As long as they listened for information in the capital city, they could obtain some clues leading to the quest. Meanwhile, this clue was that Grand Duke Heartfield's daughter had fallen ill and was in urgent need of a large amount of herbs. The quest only required 1 stack of ordinary herbs. Upon completing this quest, players would receive a certain amount of money and EXP. Meanwhile, players could accept this quest indefinitely. Unfortunately, the amount of money and EXP wasn't quite worth the value of the herbs. In the past, wealthy players who wished to level up quickly had spent money to increase their EXP through such quests. Even so, they did not invest a lot of money in this method of leveling. After all, coins were very valuable during the initial stages of the game. Nobody would spend them foolishly. In the past, as everyone had been convinced that this special quest was merely a method that allowed one to exchange money for EXP, a few insane individuals who had not wanted to level up in the fields began to purchase herbs in bulk, turning them in to complete the special quest. In such a way, these individuals each traded in 1,500 stacks of herbs, reaching a critical point of this quest. When a player traded in 1,500 stacks of herbs, Grand Duke Heartfield would no longer reward said player with money and EXP. Instead, the Grand Duke rewarded the player with a thank you gift. One could obtain a variety of items from this gift. Among them, there was a 10% chance to obtain a reputation book. When used, the reputation book would give the user a certain amount of Star Moon City reputation points. This was why Shifeng had come to this bazaar to purchase herbs in bulk, either ordinary herbs or rare herbs. After making a round through the bazaar and investigating the general prices of herbs, Shifeng began shouting through the trade channel, buying ordinary herbs 40 copper per stack, rare herbs 3 silver per stack. We'll buy as many as you have. The trade channel was a unique channel only available in bazaars. Any players in the bazaar could receive the messages sent through this channel. However, players who wished to shout their messages needed to pay a fee of 1 silver per message. Though the length of each message was limited to 100 words, it was a valuable promotion tool. With this, Feng could save himself a lot of trouble. The amount and prices of herbs at each stall varied greatly. If Feng had to visit every stall in the bazaar, even if he exhausted himself to death, he would only acquire a small amount. Hence, rather than haggling with every stall owner, he might as well offer to purchase herbs at an average price. Naturally, interested players would hunt him down to sell their goods. Shortly after Feng's announcement, a large number of players rushed towards him. "Boss, how many herbs do you want to buy?" "Big brother swordsman, look. I have excellent quality herbs. I can even lower the price if you buy them in bulk." The players that had hurried over all looked at Feng like hungry wolves. They crowded around him, rushing to sell their herbs. Their intensity far exceeded Feng's initial expectations. All right, no need to rush. All of you line up and trade with me." Feng smiled as he motioned for the crowd to calm down. Sure enough, players' enthusiasm in the capital city is a lot more intense. However, after giving it some thought, their enthusiasm was only natural. Players were currently busy with leveling and were not particularly enthusiastic about lifestyle classes. Although guilds nurtured their own alchemists, the guilds could easily supply the amount of herbs their alchemists needed. They didn't need to purchase any. More importantly, the crowd was so excited because the demand for herbs was usually quite low. As useful potion recipes were extremely rare, demand for herbs had dropped even further. In addition, Starmoon Kingdom was not a herb-poor kingdom, resulting in the prices of herbs remaining relatively low. Despite there being 20 herbs in each stack, ordinary herbs only sold for 40 copper per stack. Even rare herbs only sold for 3 silver per stack. One could imagine just how worthless herbs were. Yet, even with such low prices, few people were willing to purchase herbs, which explained why everyone was so excited to see Feng. Players would frequently encounter herbs while adventuring, and they would usually collect these herbs to sell in bulk at a later time. Now these players' actions benefited Feng. In a short moment, Feng had purchased 2,000 stacks of ordinary herbs and 200 stacks of rare herbs, spending 14 gold in total. To other players this might be an astronomical sum, but to Feng this was only a drop in the bucket. "Sorry, but my bag's full. Everyone please wait here for a while. I'll come back to purchase more in just a moment." Feng hurriedly turned and ran towards the Grand Duke's mansion. Reluctance filled the crowd's eyes as they watched Feng's departing figure. However, when they heard that he would return to purchase more later, they all chose to remain there, quietly awaiting his return. At this time of year, there were simply too few players willing to purchase herbs. Now that one such player had emerged, how could they easily give up on this opportunity? They would wait a few hours if they had to, not to mention a few minutes. The Grand Duke's mansion was only a short distance from the palace. The journey there only took Feng a dozen minutes or so. After entering the Grand Duke's mansion, after the level 150 Great Steward's introduction, Feng arrived before the level 200 Grand Duke Hartfield. After a brief conversation, Grand Duke Hartfield began telling Feng the problem burdening his daughter. After which Feng received the special quest to acquire herbs. He then retrieved the herbs from his bag, one stack after another. For every stack of herbs Feng turned in, he received 20 copper and 2,000 EXP in return. Though Feng took a loss of 20 copper with each exchange, he did not pay it any mind. Compared to forging, his leveling speed from handing in the herbs was several times faster. As soon as he gave the Grand Duke the herbs, he immediately received EXP. The process was very fast and convenient. In mere moments, Feng had turned in 1,500 stacks of ordinary herbs, earning a total of 3 gold coins and 3 million EXP. In less than half an hour, Feng's experience bar rose significantly. Earning 3 million EXP in half an hour was an incredibly efficient way to level up. Unfortunately, after turning in the 1,500th stack of herbs, he only received a thank you gift for every subsequent stack of herbs he turned in. As there were still a large number of players waiting for him to purchase their goods, Feng wasted no time as he turned in all of the herbs in his possession. Unlike ordinary herbs, he would receive 10 thank you gifts for each stack of rare herbs. In terms of money, it was much more worthwhile to trade rare herbs for the gifts instead. Unfortunately, rare herbs were too scarce. Chapter 502, Twilight Treasure Chest. Shi Feng traded all of his ordinary herbs and rare herbs for thank you gifts in one fell swoop. Suddenly, Shi Feng noticed that Grand Duke Hartfield's gaze had changed slightly. The Grand Duke's originally stern expression seemed to have softened significantly. Was I just imagining things? After Shi Feng's brain activity had improved, his 5 senses and intuition had become extraordinarily sharp. Advanced NPCs of God's domain possessed very high intelligence. It was even higher than ordinary players. It was especially true for a level 200 Tier 3 NPC like Grand Duke Hartfield. Although Hartfield might not be as strong as Magistrate Weissman, not even Weissman dared to offend the Grand Duke. Hartfield was the only Grand Duke throughout Starmoon Kingdom, while the others were just dukes. In Starmoon Kingdom, his position was only below that of the king and equal to that of the kingdom's Grand Marshal Adolphe Serret. Working with the Grand Marshal, they protected the kingdom from both inside and outside threats. If Shi Feng could form a relationship with Grand Duke Hartfield, it would greatly benefit his future development in Starmoon Kingdom. Forget it. It's best to just focus on raising my reputation. Shi Feng shook his head to clear his mind. He then departed from the Grand Duke's mansion and returned to purchasing herbs. The thank you gifts did not take up a lot of space, with each stack holding up to 1,000 gifts. Shi Feng had received a total of 2,500 gifts, which took up only 3 bag slots. Upon arriving at the bazaar in front of the palace, sure enough, the herb-selling players had not moved. The moment these players noticed Shi Feng's return, they immediately rushed over to welcome him. In moments, Shi Feng's bag was filled to the brim once more. He then returned to the Grand Duke's mansion and began to trade the herbs for more thank you gifts. After spending several hours ferrying herbs from the bazaar to the Grand Duke's mansion, Shi Feng had purchased close to half of all the available herbs in Starmoon Kingdom, his total expenditure exceeding 400 gold. Originally, Shi Feng had hoped to continue purchasing herbs. However, his high-profile actions had attracted a lot of attention, and many people had begun secretly investigating the reason behind Shi Feng's purchases. After all, no guild lacked herbs. Even if a guild were trying to nurture a large number of alchemists, there should be no need for such a massive supply. It should be about time to call it quits. Shi Feng glanced at the several assassins spying on him from a distance. He would not give any of these people the slightest of opportunities to discover his intentions. Every time he visited the Grand Duke's mansion, he would look for a secluded location before disguising himself. Even if his trackers were quite capable without a particularly high-ranking identification skill such as omniscient eyes, it would be impossible for them to see through his disguise. In reality, Shi Feng did not have to pay these people any heed. Even if they discovered this special quest, no guild would willingly spend so much money to earn some EXP. To be safe, however, Shi Feng still disguised himself to avoid these players discovering the method of using money to earn reputation points just yet. After he finished purchasing his last batch of herbs, Shi Feng departed from the bazaar and randomly picked a restaurant to enter. After using the demon mask to disguise his appearance, he boldly strode out of the restaurant and headed towards Grand Duke Hartfield's mansion. Inside the Grand Duke's abode, Shi Feng habitually walked up to the Grand Duke and took out the final 1,000 stacks of ordinary herbs and 1,000 stacks of rare herbs from his bag, trading them all for thank you gifts. Suddenly, the familiar sound of a system notification reached his ears. System: Grand Duke Hartfield's favorability increased by 30 points. Sure enough, this special quest is not as simple as it seems. Shi Feng grew slightly excited upon seeing this system notification. The higher ranked an NPC was, the more difficult it was to raise their favorability. The fact that he had increased the Grand Duke's favorability just by spending around 400 gold was completely worth it. However, giving the situation some thought, Shi Feng felt that this result was quite reasonable. After all, he had already earned close to 120,000 thank you gifts. If each stack could hold 1,000 gifts, that was close to 120 stacks. Currently, the prices of herbs were only this cheap due to the fact that players of God's domain were still low-leveled and did not have much use for them. If Shi Feng waited 2 more weeks or so, the money he would have to spend to earn 120,000 thank you gifts would most likely increase by several folds. If the Grand Duke had nothing to say even after such a huge contribution, his heart was definitely made of stone. Young adventurer, thank you for your enthusiastic contributions. With this many herbs, I can extract a sufficient amount of herbal essence to cure my daughter. To show my gratitude, you may use those thank you gifts to trade for the treasures I usually store inside my treasury, Grand Duke Heartfield said happily. Your Highness Heartfield, it will be my honor, Shifeng replied, immense joy filling his heart. Originally, Shifeng had intended to open the thank you gifts he had amassed in one sitting. He had never expected the gifts to have such a purpose. Most likely, not even those several wealthy players in the past had exchanged as many herbs as he had. Steward, take this adventurer to have a look, Grand Duke Heartfield said. Yes, the Grand Steward answered before leading Shifeng to the treasury on the 3rd floor. The Grand Duke's treasury was heavily guarded. The 6 white-robed knights guarding the entrance were level 200 Tier 3 Judgment Knights. Not to mention there was even a Tier 5 magic array protecting the vault. Even a Tier 4 class would require a significant amount of time to break through such a powerful magic array. Upon entering the treasury, Shifeng discovered that the place looked very much like a museum, with many treasures on display. This is the list of treasures. You are allowed to redeem the gifts for any of the items inside. The Grand Steward passed a list to Shifeng. There were not many items available for exchange on the list. However, Shifeng was not surprised. Grand Duke Heartfield's favorability towards him was only 30 points. The fact that the Grand Duke was willing to let him trade his thank you gifts for treasures was already a considerable outcome. If he wished to trade for every item in this treasury, he would need to raise the Grand Duke's favorability towards him to at least 300 points. Shifeng then examined the list of items. Sure enough, every item was very basic. The majority consisted of weapons and equipment that were close to his current level, whereas the quality of the items ranged between secret silver and fine gold rank. Moreover, their prices were not cheap. Even the most basic piece of level 25 secret silver equipment required 1,000 thank you gifts. If converted to coins, it would cost 4 gold. If not for the herbs he bought being cheap, 1,000 gifts would cost 8 gold or more. Moreover, these level 25 secret silver and fine gold equipment were all individual pieces and not set equipment. To Shifeng, these items did not serve much purpose. Just as Shifeng felt that he had nothing to gain here, he suddenly discovered the name of a very familiar item at the bottom of the list. Isn't this the Twilight Treasure Chest? The Twilight Treasure Chest had been very famous in God's domain. It was also referred to as both the Treasure Chest of Luck and the Indiscriminate Treasure Chest. Only elite monsters that were level 30 and above had a very low chance to drop the Twilight Treasure Chest. As for why it was called the Indiscriminate Treasure Chest, the items one could obtain from it were extremely random. One might only receive 2 or 3 copper and some trash items. One might also receive epic or even fragmented legendary items. In general, the items one could get from the Twilight Treasure Chest relied heavily on luck. In the past, the majority of the players who had obtained this item would promptly toss it onto the auction house, selling it for around 1 gold rather than opening it themselves. On the other hand, each Twilight Treasure Chest only required 100 thank you gifts to redeem. In other words, each Twilight Treasure Chest would cost Shifeng 40 silver, which was significantly cheaper than its price in his past life. Luck. When Shifeng looked at the Twilight Treasure Chest, he suddenly recalled the Icarus's heart around his neck. This was a godly tool that could instantly raise his luck by 25 points. Chapter 503, Inyang Walker. Shifeng looked at the Twilight Treasure Chest and pondered his situation carefully. Currently, he had nearly 120,000 thank you gifts on him. They were definitely enough to raise his reputation to a sufficient level. The luck attribute could be applied in various aspects. Aside from monster drops, luck also played a significant role in opening treasure chests and gift boxes, though the effects were not as prominent as they were with drops. However, Icarus's heart only gave Shifeng 5 points of luck under normal circumstances. That amount was too little to make a significant difference when opening treasure chests. Based on Shifeng's understanding of the luck statistic, 5 points would not even double his drop rate when opening a treasure chest. Meanwhile, the Twilight treasure chest was famed for being a miser of good items. Only by activating Divine Providence and boosting his luck to 25 points would his chances significantly improve when opening a treasure chest. However, Divine Providence only had a duration of 30 seconds, whereas its cooldown lasted 1 hour. Let's decide after I raise my reputation. Saying so, Shifeng began opening the thank you gifts. Each thank you gift only required 1 second to open. Shifeng opened 10 gifts in a row. Aside from obtaining some copper coins, he also obtained 2 reputation books, the gifts yielding far more than he had expected. Each reputation book could raise the user's Star Moon City reputation by 1 point. Unfortunately, the book could not be traded. Otherwise, Shifeng really would sell them to the public. However, these reputation books' effects weakened as a player's reputation grew. Below 100 points, the book would raise a player's reputation by 1 point with a 100% success rate. After reaching 100 points, there was only a 60% chance. At 200 points, that success rate fell further to 30%, 20% at 300 points and 10% at 400 points. When a player's reputation reached 500 points, there was only a 3% chance to increase their reputation by 1 point when using the reputation book. To become a Baron, players required 500 reputation points. To become a Viscount, players required 1,000 reputation points. If Shifeng hoped to become a Viscount by relying on the reputation books, he would have to expend a staggering number. As for becoming a Count, which was 1 rank above a Viscount, that was practically impossible. That was because a player needed 3,000 reputation points to become a Count. The effects of just having 5 points of luck is really quite good. I wonder if it will be possible to obtain the Mastery Book? Shifeng grinned. With 5 points of luck, his chance of obtaining reputation books from the thank you gifts was indeed higher than other players. However, other than copper coins and reputation books, there was also an extremely small chance for players to obtain mastery books. Mastery was something very important to any player in God's domain. Taking Shifeng for example, as his mastery was very high, his basic attacks dealt more damage compared to other players. If he could raise his one-handed sword mastery's rank to a basic sword master, he could increase his basic sword attack damage by 30%. That was 10% more than an advanced swordsman. With a 10% difference in basic attacks, the skill damage difference was even higher. Meanwhile, Shifeng was only dozens of points away from becoming a basic sword master. If he could obtain mastery books, he could advance his combat power further. By the time he went to the ancient battlefield to sharpen his techniques, he would also obtain better effects. Shifeng then began to open the thank you gifts frantically. 100, 300, 500, 1000. After spending several hours, Shifeng opened more than 10,000 thank you gifts and obtained a total of 2,000 reputation books. In addition, he had also luckily obtained 8 mastery books. Each mastery book could give him 1 mastery point with 100% certainty. Will Divine Providence have an effect on the increase in reputation? When Shifeng thought about how, after his reputation reached 100 points, the reputation books no longer gave him 1 reputation point with 100% certainty, then meant that luck was involved. Since luck was involved, then it was definitely related to the luck attribute. Shifeng grinned slightly as he activated Divine Providence. Suddenly, a faint golden glow covered Shifeng's body as if he had received a blessing from heaven as he became the absolute focal point inside the entire treasury. Immediately, Shifeng began to activate the 2,000 reputation books. The activation process of a reputation book was very fast. The book would activate with a single click. Shifeng could gain many reputation books in just 30 seconds. In the next moment, Shifeng's finger transformed into an afterimage. With Shifeng's speed, he could click dozens of times every second. Following which, Shifeng heard the ringing of a continuous stream of system notifications. System, congratulations. You have gained 1 Star Moon City reputation point. System, congratulations. You have gained 1 Star Moon City reputation point. System, congratulations. You have gained 1 Star Moon City reputation point. 30 seconds later, of the 2,000 reputation books Shifeng obtained, only a little more than 700 remained. Meanwhile, Shifeng's reputation in Star Moon City had also risen to 436 points. He was only 64 points away from becoming a baron. The divine providence's effects were remarkable. Sure enough, it is effective. Shifeng immediately grew excited. Using this method, he could save a large number of thank you gifts. At this rate, not to mention becoming a viscount, he could even give becoming a count. Hence, Shifeng frantically opened thank you gifts once more. It just so happened that divine providence was on cooldown during this period. An hour later, Shifeng began another round of clicking reputation books. 30 seconds later, Shifeng's reputation rose from 416 points to 578 points. Following which, Shifeng continued opening the thank you gifts. After opening more than 30,000 gifts, Shifeng's reputation had finally reached 1,000 points, becoming a viscount of Star Moon City. In addition, he had also obtained a total of 21 mastery books. Originally, Shifeng still intended to continue raising his reputation. However, seeing as there were less than 90,000 thank you gifts remaining, even if he used divine providence, it would not be enough for him to become a count. Hence, Shifeng gave up on the notion. However, this result had already surpassed Shifeng's initial expectations. Normally, 120,000 thank you gifts might not even be enough for him to become a viscount. In this aspect, divine providence had truly played a significant role. However, now that Shifeng had 21 mastery books, as long as he strived, he could raise his one-handed sword mastery to 150 points, reaching the standard of a basic sword master. Hence, Shifeng continued the process of opening the thank you gifts and had even used divine providence to aid him in his endeavor. After opening another 10,000 or so thank you gifts, Shifeng accumulated a total of 48 mastery books. Immediately, he upgraded his one-handed sword mastery to the standard of a basic sword master, his basic damage increasing by 30%. At this moment, Shifeng had less than 80,000 thank you gifts remaining. At once, Shifeng exchanged all of them for twilight treasure chests. Each twilight treasure chest cost 100 thank you gifts. In the end, Shifeng had gained close to 800 twilight treasure chests. He would have to spend close to 800 gold if he bought so many anywhere else. After divine providence's cooldown completed. Twilight treasure chest, you better not disappoint me. Shifeng took out 9 twilight treasure chests and set them on the ground. Taking a deep breath, he immediately activated divine providence and swiftly began activating the treasure chests before him. As time passed, the silver-colored treasure chests inlaid with purple crystals were swiftly opened. 1 chest, 2 chests, 3 chests. Finally, Shifeng managed to open the 9 twilight treasure chests within 30 seconds. The 9 twilight treasure chests released a colorful brilliance as their lids were removed, making the entire treasury shine beautifully. Shifeng then began collecting the items inside the treasure chests. As Shifeng collected the items inside the 6th twilight treasure chest, he suddenly froze. With disbelief, he retrieved a beautiful chest plate that gave off both a black and white glow. Immerse Walker. Chapter 504, Tier 1 Set Equipment. In God's domain, one could obtain a wide variety of items from the Twilight Treasure Chest. However, the chance of obtaining good equipment was incredibly small. As for set equipment, don't even think about it. Yet the armor called Immerse Walker before Shifeng was indeed a part of a set equipment. For a moment, Shifeng even questioned his own vision. If it were any other set equipment, at most Shifeng's good luck would have surprised him. However, the Immerse Walker was different. It was a special set equipment just like the Warfire set equipment. However, if Shifeng had to decide which set was better, without a doubt, it would be the Immerse Walker set equipment before him. Although the Warfire set equipment could be upgraded to fine gold rank, the Immerse Walker was a Tier 1 set equipment. A Tier 1 set equipment was an exclusive set for Tier 1 classes. Although it had no grade, its boost to a Tier 1 player's combat power even surpassed Dark Gold set equipment. However, a Tier 1 set equipment also possessed heavy restrictions as only designated classes could use it. Moreover, the set would bind to a player when equipped, and it could neither be dropped nor traded. However, it could be destroyed if its durability reached 0. Moreover, the repair fees for a Tier 1 set equipment could rival those of epic ranked weapons and equipment. Despite having so many restrictions, A majority of the experts in God's domain loved these sets. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a Tier 1 set equipment, as only level 20 or higher Great Lords had a chance to drop them. Both Great Lords in the fields and in dungeons had the same drop rate. Tier 1 set equipment was also known as the best set equipment, other than epic set equipment available for Tier 1 players. It truly lived up to its name. The minimum level of a Tier 1 set equipment was level 20, and its attributes would increase alongside the player's level to level 50, which was when players could class change from a Tier 1 class to a Tier 2 class. If a player had a Tier 1 set equipment when they carried out their Tier 2 class change quest, the quest would undoubtedly be easier to complete. Shi Feng then appraised the Yinyang Walker's chest plate. Yinyang Walker set equipment. Level 20, level 50. Equipment requirement. Tier 1 Guardian Knight. Set consists of 5 parts: head, chest, hands, legs and feet. Binds when equipped. Set effect. 2-piece effect. Defense skill increased by 3 levels, defense increased by 10%, damage received reduced by 15%, and healing received increased by 15%. 4-piece effect. Endurance increased by 15% and strength increased by 10%. Obtain Yinyang Shield skill. Cast a magic shield on yourself, reducing all magic damage received by 60% and gaining immunity to all control effects for 15 seconds. Cooldown. 2 minutes. 5-piece effect. Receive 1 stack of Yinyang energy every time damage is received. After 30 stacks, Yinyang power skill can be activated. Hatred increased by 100%. All attacks deal holy damage. All Guardian Knight skill effects increased by 50%. And all attributes increased by 15% for 24 seconds. Cooldown. 5 minutes. If I can gather the complete set and give it to a Tier 1 Guardian Knight, tanking bosses in large-scale team dungeons will be a breeze. Shi Feng inwardly sighed as he read the Yinyang Walker's set effects. Obtaining even a single piece from the Twilight treasure chest was already nearly impossible. Trying to obtain the complete set would be a miracle. The effect of having 25 luck is better than I expected. Shi Feng was utterly satisfied. He then looked at the large number of Twilight treasure chests in his bag, chuckling, "With so many Twilight treasure chests, I refuse to believe that Divine Providence won't net me any other good items." Shi Feng had already decided. As soon as the cooldown of Divine Providence completed, he would use it to open the treasure chests. With more than 700 Twilight treasure chests, even if he could not earn back the cost of all the herbs he had bought, he would not suffer too huge of a loss either. Soon Shi Feng collected the remaining items from the treasure chests and stored them in his bag. Other than the Yinyang Walker, the 9 Twilight treasure chests only yielded ordinary items. Shi Feng had only obtained a few silver coins and some rare materials, as well as a forging design to create the light stone. Although it was a forging design, it wasn't very valuable. It was not worth even 30 silver. This was because the light stone forging design was quite common. It had a chance to drop from any level 40 or above maps. However, God's Domain's current players were very much in need of light stones. The light stone was a consumable item that could illuminate a certain area as if it were daytime. In the darkness of night, any monsters caught within the light stone's radius would lose their nighttime advantages. The item allowed players to grind monsters freely and level up during the night. To players who wished to level up quickly, even the darkest night was a time to level up. Light stones were practically necessary for players out in the fields, hence why the drop rate for the item's forging design was relatively high. Only, players would find it very difficult to obtain the forging design at their current levels. Light stone. A light flashed in Shi Feng's eyes. He felt that this was a good opportunity to make a fortune. As long as he sold them, the light stones would be well received. Currently, the Candlelight trading firm relied on the strengthened armor kits to draw customers from the Starstreak trading firm. If he added light stones to the firm's available products, it would definitely boost the firm's competitive edge. Light stones were easy to produce. Moreover, the materials it required consisted of cheap and common items such as advanced stones and magic essences. Hence, light stones were easily affordable by the majority of the players, unlike the expensive strengthened armor kits that only a small number of players could afford. In addition, there were only 3 people producing the strengthened armor kits right now, and their success rates were only at 30%. It was not enough to satisfy the demand of so many players. As for light stones, even an advanced forging apprentice's success rate would be higher than 30%. Only the light stone forging design was not something players below level 30 could obtain. If Zhou Xian could acquire a large number of light stone forging designs, the Candlelight Trading Firm could take Star Moon Kingdom's entire market by storm. The Candlelight Trading Firm had plenty of advanced forging apprentices. As long as they had a sufficient number of forging designs, they could mass-produce the light stones. Not only could they supply the players from White River City and Star Moon City, but they could also provide an endless supply to other cities as well. At that time, even counting their money would become a laborious task. In any case, I have nothing better to do right now. I might as well grind for some light stone forging designs. Zhou Xian grinned. Immediately, he recalled several maps suitable for grinding light stone forging designs. Although those maps were all level 40 and above, Zhou Xian had the ignore level effects provided by the magic weapon Abyssal Blade, the Dragon Claw set equipment and the Golden Stigmata. Combined, he could ignore up to 45 levels. In addition to Zhou Xian's own level, he could take on a level 70 monster should he choose to do so. Only, the attributes of a level 70 monster were a bit too powerful. Even if Zhou Xian could damage these monsters, they could kill him with a single slap. However, against monsters below level 50 he could definitely make an attempt as long as they were not chieftains or lords. Zhou Xian then headed to Star Moon City's City Hall to purchase a valuable golden land. While Zhou Xian had focused on raising his reputation, the dragon scale set equipment he had placed in the Blackwing auction house had finally sold out. In addition to the money Zhou Xian had earned through the Candlelight Trading Firms, he now had over 20,000 gold in his pockets. Thus, Zhou Xian decided to buy one of the plots of land beside the Star Moon Bank for 16,000 gold. However, as Zhou Xian was a viscount, he received a 10% discount on his purchase. Even after constructing a new branch of the Candlelight Trading Firm, he had not even spent a total of 16,000 gold. After he had finished his business in the City Hall, Zhou Xian took a horse carriage to the Teleportation Hall and teleported to the Twin Tower Highlands, a level 45 map with the highest drop rate for light stone forging designs. Chapter 505, Domineering Melancholic. White River City, inside one of Candlelight Trading Firm's forging rooms. Melancholic Smile was currently busy forging basic strengthened armor kits. There were simply too many players in White River City. With just the 3 of them producing the basic strengthened armor kits, it was impossible to satisfy the demand of so many players. Had they not produced a large number of the kits early on, their supply would have long since depleted. Sister Smile, there are 2 people on the first floor looking to discuss business with you. I understand. Like the others, have them wait in the reception room for now. I'll head over once I finish my work. But one of them is claiming to be Overwhelming Smile's guild leader. Overwhelming Smile's guild leader. Melancholic Smile could not help but pause. As one of the tyrannical guilds in White River City, it was far ahead of other guilds. Their funds and member count were also plain for all to see. A lifestyle guild's direction of development was completely different than combat guilds. In other words, there should not be any conflicts of interest between the two. However, a lifestyle guild did not possess any combat capabilities. When producing certain items, plenty of rare materials were required. Meanwhile, many of these materials dropped from dungeons. Hence, lifestyle guilds would usually cooperate with some combat guilds. In such a relationship, the combat guild in question would be responsible for supplying the rare materials, while the lifestyle guild would offer some discounts and give priority on sales of certain items to said combat guild. Haha. Just in time, Melancholic Smile said. I'll head over there now. Saying so, Melancholic Smile tidied up the materials on the table and headed downstairs. In the reception room on the first floor, many of White River City's guilds had sent representatives to the Candlelight Trading Firm to discuss potential cooperation. However, when a man and a woman entered, the entire reception room's atmosphere sank. Everyone in the room immediately focused their attention on this pair of new arrivals, the woman in particular. Practically every guild in White River City knew who she was. This woman was none other than the guild leader of Overwhelming Smile's White River City branch, Yulan. The candlelight trading firm sure knows how to treat its guests, to actually make us wait here with other guilds. Feng Xianyang swept a glance at the reception room, frowning slightly with discontent at the firm's arrangements. Yulan did not comment on Feng Xianyang's statement. Instead, she only sat down and waited quietly. Although Overwhelming Smile was a powerful guild with ample funds, the candlelight trading firm was no ordinary existence either. The fact that it had been able to purchase 2 of White River City's golden lands in such a short time displayed the firm's powerful backing. A short moment later, Melancholic Smile entered the reception room. Immediately, the atmosphere in the room relaxed significantly as the occupants promptly stood to welcome her, smiling. "Everyone, please sit," Melancholic Smile said after glancing around the room. Every player in this room was a big shot at the peak of White River City. Melancholic Smile never thought that the day would come where she would become one of these supreme characters as well. Before this, she was merely a forging apprentice who guilds would casually chase away, someone who relied on forging to earn some meager living expenses. Regarding these high-ranked managers from various large guilds, they were all existences that she would have only admired from a distance. Yet now every one of these powerful characters greeted her with fawning smiles. Compared to her previous life, it was as if she was in an entirely different world. When Melancholic Smile considered this, her thoughts immediately switched to the man who had helped her rise to this position. If Shi Feng had not been willing to accept her back then, she would most likely have still worried over her day-to-day life. She would still be one of the lifestyle players at the bottom layer of White River City, rejoicing over earning 1 or 2 silver a day. In contrast, when dealing with hundreds or even thousands of gold, her current self could maintain indifference. Before her were the upper managers of the various large guilds in White River City. Among them there was even the guild leader of Overwhelming Smile. One could just imagine how much pressure one would feel from having to discuss business with these people. Yet Melancholic Smile, who had never encountered such a scene, spoke as naturally as if she were sipping tea while enjoying light conversation. "Seeing as everyone present wishes to cooperate with us, I will make things simple. We at Candlelight Trading Firm only have one requirement," Melancholic Smile calmly said. "You must sell all of the materials your guilds have collected to us. Everything. We will purchase these materials at 60% market value. In return, the Candlelight Trading Firm will give your guilds a discount on your purchases here. The discounts available range from 5% up to, but not limited to, 15%. In addition, we will reserve some of the rarer items for you, giving you priority to purchase them. If you accept these terms, you may sign the agreement that has just been given out. If not, then you may leave." Melancholic Smile's statement was firm and confident. The managers of the various guilds immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, every one of them falling silent upon hearing the woman's conditions. This was fraud. If they sold all of the materials they had obtained to the Candlelight Trading Firm, what would be left for their own guilds? Moreover, the purchase price was only 60% of market value. Wouldn't they be better off selling their excess materials to the public? Most importantly, they could only receive meager discounts of 5% to 15%. Their guilds wouldn't gain much benefit from such a small discount. In the end, wasn't the Candlelight Trading Firm getting the better end of this deal? I've already said my piece. You can take your time to think it over. However, note that I will take back the contracts in 30 minutes. Although Melancholic Smile could feel everyone's murderous gazes, she paid them no heed. Instead, she simply turned to leave. It was as if her actions had said, "If you want to sign, go ahead. If not, get lost." Suddenly, the various representatives who had been so confident fell mute. "Wait a minute." Feng Xianyang suddenly stood with a cold expression on his face. He glared at Melancholic Smile, sneering, "Don't you think you are going too far with your demands? You should know that there are many materials that only guilds like ours can obtain. Independent teams are simply not strong enough to provide a supply. If our guilds join hands to cut off Candlelight's supply, do you really think you can continue doing business?" Shocked, Yulan rushed to her feet, advising, "Young Master Feng has gone a little too far with his words. I ask for Miss Melancholic's understanding." However, we have all come here with the intent to do business. There should be a process of negotiation at the very least. The way you cut us off will not benefit either side. Why don't we sit down and discuss things properly? Everyone in the reception room nodded in agreement. If every guild refused to sell their materials, how could Candlelight Trading Firm hope to continue its success in White River City? At the end of the day, a lifestyle guild was still a lifestyle guild. They were born to lower their heads to combat guilds. Haha, your statement is indeed reasonable. After thinking it over for a moment, Melancholic Smile nodded as she looked towards Feng Xianyang and Yulan. Smiling sweetly, she said, although what you've said is logical, I stand by my decision. Moreover, from this point onward, I retract Overwhelming Smile's contract. You two may leave now. You? Feng Xuanyang's eyes immediately became bloodshot as he nearly spat blood in rage. If not for the fact that they were still in the Candlelight Trading Firm, with the owner of the firm having absolute control over and being an invincible existence inside this place, he definitely would have killed Melancholic Smile by now. Yulan was similarly stunned by Melancholic Smile's words. Meanwhile, the upper managers of the various large guilds were also stupefied by this situation. In White River City, Overwhelming Smile was only second to Zero Wing. Yet Melancholic Smile had dismissed them with just a few words, showing no pretenses at all. This was simply too domineering. Chapter 506, Towers of Death. After Melancholic Smile finished speaking. After a few moments, everyone in the reception room came back to their senses. However, they still stared at Melancholic Smile with surprise. Yulan had never expected things to develop in such a way. Melancholic Smile's performance had completely surpassed Yulan's expectations. Her firm rejection was even more unusual. Miss Melancholic, I believe we have a misunderstanding, Yulan said after calming down. Overwhelming Smile is not here to seek cooperation but to invest. I believe that Miss Melancholic knows about Overwhelming Smile's financial prowess. With our help, the Candlelight Trading Firm will have no issues obtaining materials or funding. At the end of the day, Candlelight is not a combat guild, so its development is limited. It is restricted by the city. Candlelight might become White River City's #1 trading firm, but you can't just remain in one city and not branch out to others, right? After all, White River City's player population is not infinite, and you can only earn so much. I admit that Candlelight is very wealthy. However, purchasing golden lands in other cities requires sufficient reputation points there. Meanwhile, how can Candlelight hope to compete with the guilds that have been developing in said cities since the very beginning? By the time Candlelight's personnel gains sufficient reputation in other cities, other guilds will have long since purchased the best plots of land available. However, after we invest in Candlelight, the trading firm will not face such a restriction. Overwhelming Smile has plenty of personnel in other major cities, including the several cities neighboring White River City. As long as we have enough gold, we can purchase the most valuable land in every city throughout Starmoon Kingdom and establish the Candlelight Trading Firm all over the kingdom, saving you a lot of time and manpower. Is Miss Melancholic really not interested in such an opportunity? Yulan spoke confidently as she offered the attractive conditions. She had also hit the nail on the head by pointing out the Candlelight Trading Firm's weakness. Meanwhile, the fact that Yulan was able to make such a statement so confidently was all because of Overwhelming Smile's backer, Underworld. This was a feat that no other guild could ever accomplish, even first-rate guilds. Yulan's offer sorely tempted the other managers of the guilds in the reception room. Only they were somewhat disappointed that the Candlelight Trading Firm would no longer be theirs. They could already imagine the Candlelight Trading Firm's flourishing future. One side had the advantage of manpower and resources, while the other had coins and popular shops. The cooperation between the two was practically a match made in heaven. Yulan really is amazing. It's as expected of someone fancied by Underworld's elders. Feng Xianyang, who had initially been overwhelmed by his rage, silently praised Yulan as he listened to the woman. He snuck a peek at Melancholic Smile from the corner of his eyes, his heart filled with joy when he saw her silence. To a trading firm, particularly a trading firm with hot-selling commodities, what they needed the most was not materials, but a market to sell those commodities. Meanwhile, Overwhelming Smile just so happened to be capable of providing that market. This method of persuasion was far more effective than any threat. At this moment, Melancholic Smile opened her mouth and spoke, "Your conditions are tempting, but you may leave now. Everyone else, you have 30 minutes left to consider our offer. If you do not wish to cooperate, you may leave. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you any longer." Saying so, Melancholic Smile left the reception room, never once turning back. From the moment she had entered the room, she had acted as if she did not care about any of the representatives. Is she really not tempted? Yuan was stunned. With such huge potential profits, no sane trading firm would reject their offer. Even if Melancholic Smile rejected them eventually, it should be based on too harsh conditions. Yet before they could even state their conditions, she had turned them away. Just what sort of situation was this? Before Yuan could make sense of the situation, the upper managers of the other guilds began signing their contracts, having already thrown their cooperation conditions out the window. Watching this, Yuan suddenly came to a realization. Melancholic Smile had displayed her might, killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. They just so happened to be that chicken. Feng Xianyang had also realized their situation. This had all been due to him voicing his rejection, becoming Melancholic Smile's target as a result. Despite this revelation angering him greatly, regret filled his heart. Just why had he been so eager to shoot off his mouth? As for encouraging Overwhelming Smile to face off against the candlelight trading firm, that was simply impossible. Lifestyle players did not leave the city at all. If they remained in the city, who could do anything to them? Lifestyle players were unlike combat players, who relied heavily on their levels and equipment. Even if lifestyle players were killed until they fell back to level 0, so long as their lifestyle skills remained, they would feel no effect whatsoever. It seems that we can only hasten our own firm's establishment, Yulan sighed. Things were becoming much more troublesome than she had initially expected. However, the candlelight trading firm had also given her a reminder. I have heard that Maple City's branch almost has enough reputation. We might as well develop our trade in Maple City. Moreover, the lands there are much cheaper. If we form an alliance with the other cities to target the candlelight trading firm, sooner or later we can defeat it as well. Okay, leave that to me. At this moment, murderous intent filled Feng Xuanyang's eyes. Watching Melancholic Smile's departing figure, he revealed a sinister smile as he said, "Though the trading firm itself is unwilling to cooperate, I refuse to believe that every worker is of the same opinion. I'll poach every single one of Candlelight's forgers. We'll see how long Candlelight lasts then." If a trading firm did not have a supply of goods, customers naturally would not visit it. It would be useless even if the trading firm occupied one of the city's golden lands. The fact that the Candlelight trading firm had become White River City's #1 trading firm so quickly was completely due to the basic strengthened armor kits. Otherwise, how could it possibly surpass the Starstreak trading firm? While Feng Xianyang plotted ways to poach lifestyle players from the Candlelight trading firm, Shifeng had arrived at the Twin Tower Highlands. The Twin Tower Highlands was a level 45 to level 50 map. It could be considered a country within a country. Unlike the monsters in low-level maps, the monsters here were mostly intelligent orcs that fought and lived in tribes. If players were not careful, rather than hunting their prey, they very well might become prey themselves. To God's Domain's current players, the Twin Tower Highlands was definitely a forbidden land. Aside from the level suppression, the difference in attributes was already quite vast. However, Shifeng did not care about any of that. His own attributes had long since surpassed the standards of the current players. It was especially true after he had equipped the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath. In terms of attributes, he could easily match level 40 ordinary players. Without level suppression, a 5-level difference in attributes was nothing to Shifeng. Fortunately, Shifeng was very familiar with the Twin Tower Highlands. He had arrived at the core area of the Twin Tower Highlands, the Towers of Death, without so much as encountering a single monster. Dark clouds hid the tops of the 2 tall towers, preventing one from seeing them with a single glance. A thick layer of death also surrounded the towers as cold wind billowed around them. Tall ramparts surrounded the massive towers of death. An army of orcs patrolled the walls. Overall, the Towers of Death look like an impregnable fortress. This was the best location for Shifeng to grind for the light stone forging designs. This should be it. Shifeng activated Wind Rider and the Ring of Nothingness and flew up to the tall walls. Sweeping a glance over the numerous level 47 orcs below the ramparts, a grin appeared on his face. Chapter 507, Explosive Power. Not only did the Towers of Death resemble a fortress, but there were also tens of thousands of monsters wandering inside their walls. It was simply impossible to infiltrate without a large team of more than 100 players. However, it was also why the Towers of Death were a good grinding spot. Although the common monsters, the hot-blooded orc warriors, behind the wall seemed to be covered in steel-like muscles, in reality, their strength was only an illusion. They were actually quite weak. Moreover, they were all melee monsters. As long as a team had several powerful AoE classes, the Towers of Death would become a leveling heaven. Hot-blooded orc warrior, orc common monster. Level 47. HP 30,000/30,000. To players of a similar level, these orc warriors were very easy to deal with. To Shifeng, who was only level 26 right now, they were just as easy to defeat. The only challenge was the fact that these hot-blooded warriors normally moved in groups of 100 or more, with an elite-ranked hot-blooded orc captain leading each company. The orc captains were much larger than their common counterparts. They were fully protected by a suit of plate armor and wielded a war saber and large shield in each hand. Most importantly, these orc captains had an aura effect that could increase the attack speed and damage of nearby hot-blooded orc warriors by 30%. Hot-blooded orc captain, orc elite rank. Level 48. HP 200,000/200,000. Even a 50-man team would struggle against such a company of orcs. As for 20-man teams, they could only escape for their lives. Teams that came to grind here would usually eliminate the orc captain first, sending several assassins with high burst damage and a bombardment from the ranged attackers, getting rid of the orc captain in the shortest amount of time possible. That way, the hot-blooded orc warriors would be fish in a barrel, easy to annihilate. However, Shifeng's level was too low right now. It would be very difficult for him to charge into the group of orcs and kill the orc captain swiftly, hence why Shifeng had flown up to the ramparts. The ramparts were very tall, and it would not be easy for one to reach the top quickly, especially common monsters like the hot-blooded orc warriors. Monsters like them could only use the only staircase. Moreover, it was a long way from the bottom to the top of the stairs, and it would take the orc warriors quite some time to reach the top of the walls. The orc captain, however, was different. The captain's strength was impressive, and he could easily reach the top of the walls with just a few jumps. In the past, many people had used this method to grind orcs and level up. After Shifeng positioned himself on the rampart, he switched the 7 luminaries' rings aura of wind to the aura of fire. Simultaneously, he activated the ice blue devil flame, pale blue flames suddenly covering his entire body. With the effects of the aura of fire and the ice blue devil flame combined, his damage instantly increased by 60%. The combined effects were no weaker than when he activated a berserk skill. Moreover, these effects lasted indefinitely and had no side effects whatsoever. He then took out the blazing meteor and threw it at a hot-blooded orc warrior. Xiu. The blazing meteor streaked across the air like a shooting star, instantly striking at a hot-blooded orc warrior who patrolled below the fortress walls. -904. Although there was no level suppression, a level 47 monster was far superior to a level 20+ monster regarding both defense and attack power. Shifeng only had the attributes of a level 40 or so ordinary player. His damage was very limited. Intruder! The orc warrior bellowed angrily as he turned towards Shifeng on top of the wall. Immediately, the entire company of hot-blooded orcs also discovered Shifeng. However, as the wall was too large, they could only frantically dash towards one of the distant staircases. The armored hot-blooded orc captain, unlike his allies, simply bent his legs and jumped. In just a moment, the orc captain had jumped up to half the height of the wall. The captain stabbed his saber into the sturdy wall. Using his saber as a foothold, the captain jumped once again, reaching the top of the ramparts. His robust and powerful hand grabbed and tugged on the chain wrapped around his wrist. In the blink of an eye, the saber which was connected to the chain returned to the orc captain's hand. The entire process was smooth and only took an instant. The orc captain was like a martial arts expert who could walk on walls and fly through the eaves of buildings. However, Shifeng was not the slightest bit surprised by the orc captain's actions. Elite monsters' intelligence and combat techniques at this level were not the slightest bit inferior to the professional fighters in real life. In some aspects, these elite monsters were even more amazing than professional fighters. The hot-blooded orc captain looked at Shifeng, who was 10 yards away, with a bloodthirsty fury in his crimson eyes. Raising his shield, he used charge and dashed towards Shifeng. The orc captain was over 2 meters tall. With his mass and speed, he was like a small car rushing towards Shifeng. One could just imagine the consequences of such a collision. Without hesitation, Shifeng activated Purgatory Power, raising his damage by another 30% and attack speed by 100%. He then dashed forward to meet the orc captain's charge head-on. Just as the orc captain was about to send Shifeng into a fainted state, at the moment between life and death, Shifeng used silent steps. Not only had Shifeng avoided the fainted effect of the orc captain's charge, but he also managed to appear behind the orc captain. Die! Shifeng shouted. In the next moment, the abyssal blade and the Purgatory's shadow in Shifeng's hands released a powerful blinding light. The crimson flames that covered both swords caused the surrounding temperatures to soar. Flame burst. Dazzling streaks of light shot out from Shifeng's hands, piercing the hot-blooded orc captain's armor. The orc captain's armor could stop neither the scorching heat of the flames nor the sharp edges of the swords. The blazing abyssal blade easily penetrated the sturdy armor, stabbing the orc captain's vital point. Minus 9,120. Minus 18,160, minus 9,234, 27,548. Frightening damages appeared above the hot-blooded orc captain's head, one after another. In the blink of an eye, the orc captain had lost close to half of his HP. The orc captain bellowed at the damage he received. Responding quickly, the orc captain used War Stomp, causing all enemies within a range of 6 yards to enter a fainted state for 3 seconds. However, Shifeng, who had already grasped the flowing water realm, had long since seen the orc captain's intentions. The instant the orc captain lifted his leg, Shifeng swung his sword. Abyssal Bind. When the orc captain's feet were only several centimeters from the ground, 9 pitch-black chains emerged from the ground and bound the captain, restricting all of his movements. Taking this opportunity, Shifeng launched a barrage of attacks towards the orc captain. Due to Abyssal Bind reducing the orc captain's defense by 100%, Shifeng's Flame Burst skill became even more powerful. Now, each attack dealt around minus 20,000 damage, while double critical hits dealt around minus 40,000 damage. Before Shifeng could exhaust the 12 instances of Flame Burst, the hot-blooded orc captain was already dead, dropping a few silver coins and a piece of equipment. From beginning to end, Shifeng took less than 4 seconds to kill the hot-blooded orc captain. Meanwhile, only now did the hot-blooded orc warriors finish climbing the stairs, reaching the top of the rampart. However, there were still more than 60 yards between them. After collecting the drops, Shifeng used Skywheel Sword on the orc warriors who were 40 yards away from him. Golden divine swords descended from the sky, sealing the hot-blooded orc warriors in a radius of 20 yards for 4 seconds. At the same time, the orc warriors each received over minus 4,000 damage, while some received close to minus 10,000 critical damage. With a single attack, the hot-blooded orc warriors lost close to half of their 20,000 HP. While the hot-blooded orc warriors ceaselessly bellowed with anger, Shifeng followed up his attack with Firestorm. Suddenly, heavenly fire descended from the skies, annihilating the company of orc warriors. Items scattered across the ground around the orc warriors' corpses. Meanwhile, Shifeng's experience bar rose at a rate visible to the naked eye. Shifeng marveled at the dropped items on the ground. Fragmented legendary items and epic items really are frightening. Originally, Shifeng thought he would have some troubles dealing with these hot-blooded orc warriors. Now it would seem that he had worried for nothing. Chapter 508, Successive Promotion. After defeating the first batch of hot-blooded orc warriors, Shifeng had a preliminary understanding of his current strength. He was now confident about what he should do and how far he should go. Previously, he had chosen to lure the group with the least number of orcs as a precaution. Later, so long as he did not lure two groups at once, he should be able to defeat an army of 200 or 300 orcs. With this, his chances of obtaining the light stone forging design should be significantly higher. There sure are a lot of dropped items, Shifeng muttered as he arranged the loot from the orc warriors. He had picked up a total of 6 silver. That was more than half a day's earnings for an elite player. The orc warriors had also dropped plenty of scrap items and materials. In total, he had earned nearly 12 silver from killing a single batch. If a piece of level 40 bronze equipment dropped, he could instantly earn another 80 silver or more. However, this result was only due to Shifeng's 5 points of luck. Otherwise, it was impossible for a group of orc warriors to drop so much money and so many items. Following which, Shifeng continued searching for patrol teams that he could take on while he waited for his skills to cool down. Firestorm in particular had a long cooldown of 5 minutes. As soon as the 5 minutes were up, Shifeng would immediately lure another wave of monsters. Shifeng required less than 30 seconds to take care of a wave of hot-blooded orc warriors. In other words, he could clear one wave every 6 minutes and 10 waves in an hour. As the orcs were level 47 monsters, they already gave abundant EXP. In addition, as Shifeng was challenging monsters of a higher level, he could obtain bonus EXP of up to 20 times. Despite Shifeng's class doubling the amount of EXP he required to level up, in little more than an hour he reached level 27. To reach level 28 he just needed to continue grinding for another hour or so. Although the amount of EXP he received was indeed frightening, Shifeng was more excited over the fact that he had obtained 2 light stone forging designs. With 2 forging designs he could nurture 2 gold mines. Also, when Divine Providence's cooldown completed, Shifeng stopped to open Twilight treasure chests, acquiring plenty of good items. Among them were some recipes for potions such as the Intermediate Strength Potion, Basic Protection Potion, and Basic Magic Damage Potion. These were all potions that players around level 40 would commonly use. Only the recipes for these potions were impossible for current players to obtain. In addition, Shifeng had also obtained some level 30 secret silver and fine gold equipment, which he intended to use to replenish the guild's warehouse. While Shifeng enjoyed his grind, Melancholic Smile suddenly contacted him. Through the screen, Shifeng could tell that, though Melancholic Smile seemed somewhat tensed, there was a hint of pride and excitement in her eyes. Guild leader, just as you predicted, Overwhelming Smile paid us a visit, though I've already chased them away. The other guilds have also agreed to cooperate with us, Melancholic Smile said slowly. Also, just as you expected, after we chased them away, they immediately began contacting our guild's forgers and forging apprentices. Although Uncle Ironheart and Coco rejected their offers, many of the forging apprentices in the guild were unable to resist the tempting offers and have already applied to dissolve their contract with us to join Overwhelming Smile. From what I learned from those forging apprentices, it seems that they are heading to Maple City to develop themselves. Although Melancholic Smile had tried to dissuade those who intended to leave, there were bound to be some who could not resist Overwhelming Smile's astronomical offer. Melancholic Smile could not force these people to stay. Fortunately, Shifeng had long since prepared for such a situation. All lifestyle players who joined the Horizon Alliance were required to sign a contract. Under this contract, the Horizon Alliance would provide all materials, forging designs, forging rooms, and other necessities for the lifestyle player. The lifestyle player could also obtain a certain amount of commission from the items they made. This commission would be determined according to the lifestyle player's skill level. The more skilled they were, the higher their commission would be, with the highest possible being 20% of profit. However, these generous benefits came with a condition. Any lifestyle player wishing to dissolve their contracts was required to erase all the lifestyle classes they had taken on. In other words, upon leaving the Horizon Alliance, these lifestyle players would have to start all over again. That way it would be impossible for these poached players to benefit other guilds in a short amount of time. Only, due to their past experiences, it would cost less for other guilds to nurture these players. It was not easy for a lifestyle guild to nurture a lifestyle player. The initial investment included materials and forging designs, particularly those rare forging designs. These items required immense effort to obtain. So, how could they possibly let others take advantage of them? Any lifestyle player who had learned rare forging designs was also required to compensate the Horizon Alliance for this loss. Normally, few lifestyle players would willingly choose to develop themselves elsewhere. However, with Overwhelming Smile's reckless poaching, there were bound to be some who could not resist the temptation. Heading to Maple City, huh? Shifeng pondered for a moment before saying, it seems that they plan to develop trade in Maple City before joining the competition in White River City. Although Overwhelming Smile had been nurturing their own lifestyle players all this time as well without their own shop, it was not only very inconvenient to sell their products, but the cost of the items would also increase. In particular, by selling their items through the auction house, they would incur a massive processing fee. For small items they might not even recover the cost, let alone make a profit. Maple City was Overwhelming Smile's domain. It was very easy for the guild to develop its trade there, and the same went for acquiring land and reputation. By the time Overwhelming Smile possessed sufficient capital, it would be a lot easier for it to deal with the Candlelight trading firm. At the very least, both sides would be on equal footing. Afterward, Overwhelming Smile could just use the simplest way to deal with the Candlelight trading firm: wage a price war. They want another war of attrition? Shifeng could not help but laugh. Unfortunately, Overwhelming Smile no longer possessed such an opportunity. Shifeng then said, Smile, instruct someone to begin purchasing advanced stones and magic essences in bulk. And don't just buy from White River City, buy from other cities as well. Buy as many as you can. However, this must be done secretly. Do not let other guilds discover our actions. Although the Candlelight trading firm held a significant advantage due to the basic strengthened armor kits, the production volume for the kits was simply too low. It lacked competitiveness. However, it was a different story for light stones. Okay, I'll head out and buy them myself right now, Melancholic Smile said. After Shifeng gave his instructions, he resumed grinding for more forging designs. For the next several dozen hours, Shifeng grinded the hot-blooded orc warriors like a madman. During this time his experience bar rose rapidly, his level increasing from level 27 to level 30. His leveling speed was simply unmatched. However, compared to the EXP spent on increasing his own level, Shifeng had expended even more EXP on the 7 Luminaries ring. He had leveled up the 7 Luminaries ring twice, upgrading it to level 7. Just as Shifeng was about to investigate the level 7 Luminaries ring's new power, suddenly the gates of the Towers of Death opened. In the next moment, a roar that shook even the heavens emerged from behind the gates. As the roar grew louder, Shifeng saw a massive orc walk out. This orc wore exquisite armor and had a black cape draped over his back. Upon the appearance of this massive orc, the orcs outside the Towers of Death went into a frenzy. It was as if they were welcoming the arrival of their king. Why has the Orc King appeared here? Shifeng could not help his surprise. Chapter 509, Mythic. The valiant and extraordinary Orc King slowly walked up to an altar before the Towers of Death, constantly muttering incantations as he approached the pitch-black altar. Suddenly, countless blood-red runes emerged from the altar. The sky also dimmed as strong winds blew. Countless hot-blooded orcs gathered beneath the altar. If one looked down from the ramparts, they would discover a black mass of tens of thousands of orcs within the fortress walls. After these orcs gathered around the black altar, they fell to their knees and prayed. This spectacular scene amazed even Shifeng. Just what are they trying to do? Shifeng was utterly confused. The Towers of Death of the Twin Tower Highlands were, in reality, a level 50 100-man team dungeon. In the past, Shifeng had raided this dungeon many times, so he had a relatively good understanding of the Towers of Death. However, today was the first time Shifeng had seen something this odd. In particular, the Orc King who had emerged from the Towers of Death was the final boss of the dungeon, Orc King Trezek. When challenging the Hell mode difficulty of the dungeon, Orc King Trezek was a level 54 Grand Lord. Meanwhile, the Orc King Trezek standing on the altar right now was a level 60 mythic monster. Monsters in God's domain occupied multiple ranks. From weakest to strongest, these ranks were Common, Elite, Special Elite, Chieftain, Lord, High Lord, Great Lord, Grand Lord. Standing above Grand Lord was Mythic. Orc King Trezek, Mythic Monster. Level 60. HP 90,000/90,000,000. Upon seeing the Orc King's information, even Shifeng could not believe his own eyes. A mythic monster. A mythic monster was slightly stronger than even a Tier 4 class. Moreover, with that ridiculous amount of HP, any Tier 4 party of the same level that attempted to raid Orc King Trezek would be beaten senseless. At the very least, a 50-man team of Tier 4 players was necessary to raid the Orc King. Tier 4 classes already stood at the top of God's domain. It was extremely difficult to reach this tier, so how could it possibly be easy to gather 50 Tier 4 players? Not to mention, players could only begin challenging their Tier 2 class change quests at level 50. They were still far from reaching Tier 4. To players below level 60, Orc King Trezek was practically invincible. However, it was because of this that Shifeng's interest grew. The final boss of the Towers of Death had actually left the dungeon to pray. Moreover, the boss's rank had risen to Mythic. There was no way Shifeng could grind the hot-blooded orcs at the moment. The area beneath the ramparts was packed with warriors and captains right now. If he attacked any one of them, he might attract every monster beneath the walls, including the Orc King Trezek. They would annihilate him, leaving no room for escape. I'm interested to see just what this is about. In any case, Shifeng was not in a hurry. He took a seat in the corner of the wall and observed the situation at the altar. However, the orcs' prayer was relatively long. Even after over half an hour, these orcs continued to pray. Out of frustration, Shifeng began arranging the contents of his bag. After grinding for dozens of hours, Shifeng had lost count of how many hot-blooded orc warriors he had killed. The items they had dropped had nearly filled his bag. Had he not thrown away some of the worthless scrap items, not even his super large bag would be able to hold all of the loot. Shifeng had to admit that the Towers of Death were indeed an efficient place to farm light stone forging designs. With the addition of his 5 points of luck, his harvest was even more frightening. In total, Shifeng had obtained 141 light stone forging designs. He had also collected close to 30 gold and some random scrap items and materials. If ordinary players came here to grind, they could definitely make a fortune overnight. 30 gold coins. Although the value of gold coins continuously depreciated, each gold coin was still worth more than 7,000 credits. In other words, Shifeng had earned nearly 210,000 credits in a single day. However, none of these were Shifeng's greatest prizes. His most valuable gain was the promotion of the 7 Luminaries ring and the equipment he had obtained from opening treasure chests. After upgrading the 7 Luminaries ring to level 7, its skills all received massive transformations. If not for the ring's information labeling it as an epic item, Shifeng would have thought it was a fragmented legendary item. 7 Luminaries ring replica. Ring epic rank. Level 20, level 80, current level 30. Equipment requirement: Strength 200. Attributes will be adjusted according to user's level. Strength plus 64, Agility plus 60, Intelligence plus 52, Endurance plus 60, Vitality plus 55. Damage plus 10%. Maximum HP plus 15%. Ignore levels plus 10. All skills plus 2 levels. All items level requirement reduced by 5 levels. Additional skill dash. 7 Luminaries aura. There are 7 different auras: Earth, Water, Wind, Fire, Time, Illusion and Space. Only one aura can be used each time, and there will be a cooldown of 1 minute when changing between auras. Aura of Earth. Level 7. Requires 200 million EXP to upgrade to level 8. Defense increased by 60%. Damage taken reduced by 55%. Activatable skill dash. Absolute defense. Become immune to all damage for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute 20 seconds. Aura of water. Level 7, requires 200 million EXP to upgrade to level 8. Received healing increased by 100%. Cast consumption reduced by 50%. Activatable skill dash. Life Bloom, heals selected target for 30% HP every second for 40 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute 30 seconds. Aura of Wind. Level 7, requires 200 million EXP to upgrade to level 8. Movement speed increased by 60%. Attack speed increased by 60%. Agility increased by 50%. Activatable skill dash. Wind Rider. Enables temporary flight and movement speed increase of 220% for 24 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Aura of Fire. Level 7, requires 200 million EXP to upgrade to level 8. Damage increased by 50%. Target's defense reduced by 60%. Activatable skill dash. Firestorm. Inflicts 1000% damage within a range of 30 by 30 yards for 6 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Aura of Time. Level 7, requires 500 million EXP to upgrade to level 8. Cooldown of all skills reduced by 40%. Enemies within a 150-yard radius will have their movement speed and attack speed reduced by 40% and cooldown of skills increased by 50%. Activatable skill dash. Absolute Time. Prevents enemies within a radius of 100 yards from using any skills or tools for 24 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes 30 seconds. Aura of Illusion. Level 7, requires 500 million EXP to upgrade to level 8. All attributes increased by 40%. Enemies within a 200-yard radius will have all their attributes reduced by 40%. Activatable skill dash. Fantasy World. Immunity to all magic damage and 20% of magic damage received will be converted to healing to recover player's HP for 20 seconds. Cooldown 3 minutes. Aura of Space. Level 7, requires 500 million EXP to upgrade to level 8. Immunity to all control and restricting effects. Activatable skill dash. Space Movement. Instantly move to any location within a radius of 600,000 yards. Cooldown, 4 minutes. After the 7 Luminaries Rings promotion, just one of its auras could rival the attributes of a fragmented legendary item. Meanwhile, the 7 Luminaries Ring had 7 interchangeable auras. Calling it a fragmented legendary item was by no means an exaggeration. Aside from the 7 Luminaries Ring, Shifeng valued the Tier 1 set equipment he had gained from the Twilight treasure chests. First, Shifeng obtained another 2 set pieces of the Yinyang Walker set equipment for Tier 1 Guardian Knights, putting him at a total of 3 set pieces. In addition, he had also obtained the Mana Storm set equipment for Tier 1 Elementalists. Unfortunately, he only had 2 set pieces. He had also fortunately obtained 3 set pieces of the Dark Melody set equipment for Tier 1 Assassins. He had 1 set piece of the Forest Guard set equipment for Tier 1 Rangers. He had also gained 2 set pieces of the Hurricane set equipment for Tier 1 Swordsmen. Finally, he obtained 1 set piece of the Brave Heart set equipment for Tier 1 Shield Warriors. Shifeng had only gone through a small portion of the Twilight treasure chests in his possession. It was fully possible for him to collect a Tier 1 set equipment for every class. Suddenly, why has the sky darkened? While Shifeng had been busy organizing his bag, he suddenly realized the light had dimmed, visibility becoming even poorer than during nighttime. Taking a look below the ramparts, he noticed that a change had finally occurred at the Black Altar. Chapter 510, God Descends. At this moment the Black Altar radiated a blood-red glow. In the darkness, it was an extraordinarily eye-catching. The ground surrounding the altar also began emitting plumes of bright red mist. A small cyclone that had appeared above the altar tugged the mist towards its core. Gradually, the space in the storm's center gradually began to crack. A moment later, this spatial crack formed a portal. The instant the spatial portal was complete, the area around the Towers of Death froze. It was as if a separate miniature world had formed around the Towers of Death, and no object from the outside world could affect anything that occurred inside this place. All of Shifeng's communication with the outside world was blocked as well, every name on his friends list having turned a dull gray. He was unable to contact anybody. The surrounding air felt as heavy as mercury, and Shifeng felt as if his every action was heavily restrained. Inside this region, Shifeng felt like a candle flickering in the wind. His life could be extinguished at any moment. Meanwhile, this was all due to the horrific pressure from the spatial portal. Just what is inside that spatial portal? Shifeng widened his eyes in shock. He tried to glimpse at what was inside the spatial portal, yet as if a strange power shrouded the portal, not even Shifeng, with his extraordinary dynamic vision, could see anything inside it. However, there was one thing that his brain urged him to do right now. Escape. The pressure leaking from the spatial portal was sufficient to freeze the entire space surrounding the Towers of Death and create a separate world. This was the first time Shifeng had ever encountered such a situation. While Shifeng struggled to recover from his shock, the hundreds of thousands of orcs surrounding the pitch-black altar suddenly turned into blood mist. Moreover, the transformation had been completely silent. The originally crowded fortress around the Towers of Death had suddenly become a ghost town. The abrupt change was enough to instill utter terror. For a time, the blood-red runes around the altar forcefully sucked in the blood mist, intensifying the rune's glow. Simultaneously, the portal above the altar grew, the pressure it emitted increasing as well. The air that had previously felt as heavy as mercury now felt as dense as fine steel. Now Shifeng could not move in the slightest. Is this divine might? A possibility suddenly flashed in Shifeng's mind. Divine might. It was something that Shifeng had felt more than a few times before. As long as divine might was activated, any players within the affected area would receive various sorts of suppression. Moreover, the wider the gap in tiers, the greater the suppression would be. Only players of the same tier would be unaffected by divine might. However, of all the divine might Shifeng had experienced before, not one had rendered him completely incapable of movement. Before Shifeng could reflect more on the situation, the Orc King Trezek finally finished chanting his incantation. Suddenly, the area around the Towers of Death fell eerily silent. Shifeng noticed hints of excitement and longing on Trezek's ferocious face. At this moment, the spatial portal blotted out the area above the black altar. If the portal descended now, Shifeng did not doubt that it would devour the massive black altar whole. However, the black portal did not descend. Instead, the portal released a loud sound resembling the cracking of glass. It was as if something inside the portal were trying to smash its way through the mysterious power surrounding it. Shifeng began to have a bad feeling about this. If a god truly descended, then he would die with 100% certainty. A god possessed extremely acute senses. Even over 1,000-yard distance, a god could discover a player long before that player discovered said god. In the past, plenty of players had been very interested in gods. Unfortunately, many Tier 4 players had not been able to get even 3,000 yards close to the gods before the divine beings swatted them like flies. Meanwhile, Tier 5 players had survived the wrath of gods, but only Tier 6 players qualified to challenge them. Even then, they only qualified. At this moment, Shifeng was less than 2,000 yards away from the altar. If a god descended, it would discover him immediately and send him to his death with a single slap. It shouldn't be able to descend, right? Shifeng could feel that the mysterious power surrounding the spatial portal was already at its limits. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic hand that blotted out the sky suddenly emerged from the portal. In the face of this hand, even the massive altar seemed like a small toy. Fortunately, the instant this hand descended, countless golden chains suddenly emerged from the sky. These golden chains immediately bound the hand, preventing it from moving. The chains of order. Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief at the sudden appearance of these fine chains. Sure enough, it is impossible for a god to appear here. Although the golden chains were thin, they contained an immeasurable amount of power. Even gods could not fight these chains. Yet this massive hand abruptly twitched and a single item fell from its palm. This item released a dazzling golden glow that illuminated the entire fortress around the Towers of Death. The moment this item landed in front of the Orc King, the gigantic hand in the sky retreated through the spatial portal. Peace returned to the Towers of Death. Did that god break open the spatial portal just to give the Orc King an item? Shifeng was utterly stunned. An item that was obtained from a god through the sacrifice of hundreds of thousands of orcs. Even if Shifeng could not clearly see what that item was, but judging from how the Orc King had willingly made such an immense sacrifice, it was definitely an extraordinary treasure. If he could steal it. However, Shifeng promptly shook his head, removing the thought from his mind. Only those who wanted to give up on life would attempt to steal an item from a mythic monster. It would be no different than trying to steal from White River City's magistrate, the Tier 4 Great Wizard Weissman. Just as Shifeng was about to turn and leave, a figure suddenly came flying towards the Towers of Death from a distance. The figure flew at a tremendous speed, several times faster than even Shifeng when he had Wind Rider activated. In just a few seconds, the originally seed-sized figure grew to the size of an ordinary human. Sky Knight. Shifeng could not help his shock. The new arrival was actually a human NPC. Moreover, it was the Tier 4 hidden class Sky Knight. His body exuding a multicolored brilliance, the Sky Knight immediately charged towards the Orc King. Meanwhile, as if receiving the arrival of a great enemy, the Orc King Trezek immediately tried to collect the flashing golden treasure. However, the Sky Knight had obviously prepared for this situation. With a shout, he pointed his sword towards the heavens. Suddenly, a titanic golden sword appeared above the Orc King. This golden sword then transformed into a streak of light as it descended towards the mythic Trezek. Shifeng's jaw dropped. This Sky Knight actually knew the Tier 4 forbidden move Firmament Flash. Forbidden moves were taboo skills in God's domain. Firmament Flash was labeled taboo because the skill possessed overly destructive power. In addition, the skill was extremely difficult to learn. Classes of the same tier had no way of learning it. The Tier 4 Firmament Flash could rival even a Tier 5 skill. Even though the Orc King Trezek was a mythic monster, an existence slightly above Tier 4 classes, when facing an attack with the might of a Tier 5 skill, it had no choice but to protect its life first. The Orc King Trezek immediately unsheathed his blood-red greatsword. Releasing an angry roar, a frightening aura suddenly surged forth from his body. It seemed as if the Orc King had activated a berserk skill that boosted his strength to an astonishing degree. He swung his greatsword, sending a streak of blood-red light slashing at the descending holy sword. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the land around the Towers of Death shook. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. What? Shifeng was stunned. The Orc King Trezek had actually defended against the Sky Knight's Firmament Flash. At this moment, however, the Sky Knight already stood before the golden treasure, his hand stretching out to snatch the item. Just as the Sky Knight was about to grasp the golden treasure, Shifeng suddenly noticed a mocking grin on the Orc King's face. Ah! The instant the Sky Knight touched the golden treasure, he suddenly released a tragic scream. Suddenly, his body transformed into countless particles of light. Chapter 511, God Crystal. A Tier 4 Sky Knight had been a tyrant qualified to rule over a large city, yet such a dominant existence had died without offering even the slightest of resistance. Shifeng even wondered if he were hallucinating. Is it a trap specifically targeting the Sky Knight? Shifeng watched the dispersing particles of light, inwardly relieved. Prior to this, he had even considered stealing the treasure from the Orc King Trezek. Fortunately, he had given up on that idea. Otherwise, he would have lost his life just like the Sky Knight. The trap could instantly kill a Tier 4 Sky Knight, not even leaving behind a body. It was clear that this trap's damage was not ordinary. Although players would not face true death, the consequences of such an attack definitely would not end with just the loss of EXP and equipment. It was highly possible that the players would be affected as well. At the very minimum, players' immortal souls would receive damage, preventing them from logging into God's domain for a time. However, this was still not the most severe possibility. In some circumstances, players who died might even have to delete their accounts after reviving. It was possible that the Sky Knight's death fit into this category. After the Sky Knight died, Trezek kept his blood-red greatsword and slowly walked towards the treasure. Looking at the treasure with its golden divine glow, a grin on the Orc King's ferocious face. Trezek then began chanting his incantation once again. Suddenly, golden runes formed around the treasure, wrapping around the item as if sealing it. Is it not a trap? As Shifeng watched the Orc King's actions, it was clear that the trap was not meant for the mythic monster. Instead, there should be something special about the treasure that prevented others from touching it. However, as the Sky Knight had not known this, he had been erased out of existence. Since the Orc King knew that he could not touch the treasure, he knew exactly what kind of item that treasure was, hence why he sealed it. Should I take this risk? Shifeng hesitated. Before, as the Orc King and the treasure were too close, by the time Shifeng made it to the treasure, the Orc King would have already claimed it. However, now that the Orc King sealed the treasure, he had a chance to steal it. Shifeng could take the opportunity while the Orc King was busy to sneak over. And as the treasure was sealed, he could steal it. However, Shifeng had also witnessed the Orc King's power. Trezek had managed to block even the Firmament Flash, which had the power of a Tier 5 skill. Dealing with a Tier 1 player like him would be child's play for the Orc King. It was possible that, before he could even arrive before the treasure, the Orc King's greatsword would have already devoured his life. Moreover, escaping after he collected the treasure was also a problem. With the Orc King Trezek's attributes, even if Shifeng's speed were several times faster, he would not escape from the Orc King's clutches. Seeing as the number of golden runes surrounding the treasure had gradually increased, it was clear that the time remaining for the completion of the treasure's seal grew shorter and shorter. Shifeng looked at the 7 luminaries ring wrapped around his finger. Suddenly, he activated gravity liberation and jumped down from the wall. He then made a dash for the black altar. It would be a pity if he did not at least try to steal a treasure that could tempt even a Tier 4 NPC. Moreover, after the 7 luminaries ring had upgraded to level 7, the ring's skills had undergone massive improvements. Shifeng could totally give stealing the treasure a try. Above the black altar, Orc King Trezek focused on chanting his incantation. Meanwhile, Shifeng slowly approached the altar. A mythic monster's perception range was not as wide as a god's. Normally, that range was around 100 yards. Hence, Shifeng still had a chance. If the Orc King's perception range were any wider, Shifeng would have no choice but to flee. When Shifeng was about 100 yards from the Orc King, he halted his steps. Sure enough, the Orc King had yet to notice his presence. Shifeng then walked along the distance of 100 yards, searching for the location closest to the treasure before settling down and waiting for the moment the treasure's seal finished. Line after line of golden runes hovered around the treasure. This was the first time Shifeng had ever witnessed such a complicated sealing ritual. Just as the sealing process was about to end, Shifeng immediately used Phantom Kill and had his doppelganger secretly run over to and wait at the other side. Time slowly passed. Shifeng's heart began to beat furiously. He was but a lowly Tier 1 class. Moreover, this was his first time trying to steal an item right from under the nose of a mythic monster. One mistake would definitely end with his death. Though Shifeng did not mind losing a little EXP, he was deeply afraid of losing his equipment, particularly the 7 luminaries ring and the heavenly dragon's breath. Neither of these items were bound to his character. After he died, there was a very high possibility of either of these 2 items dropping. However, if he unequipped these 2 items, he would lose his edge to steal the treasure. It was a gamble. While Shifeng waited quietly, after the Orc King chanted the final verse of his incantation, suddenly the countless runes wrapped around this treasure. In the next instant, the golden divine glow that had originally surrounded this treasure disappeared, revealing a simple and unadorned crystal ball. When Orc King Trezek's eyes landed on this crystal ball, the excited smile on his face became even more prominent. However, just as the Orc King was about to step towards the crystal ball, Shifeng's doppelganger abruptly dashed towards it. The doppelganger was extremely fast. It had taken only an instant to cross the distance of 100 yards. A little tier 1 ant dares to try for my god crystal. Die. Orc King Trezek revealed a disdainful sneer as he unsheathed the blood-red greatsword from his back. Transforming into a flash, Trezek suddenly appeared before Shifeng's doppelganger. Even though the doppelganger had already activated Windwalk, it was still as slow as a turtle compared to the Orc King. Trezek felt nothing but disdain for a tier 1 ant like Shifeng. Hence, the Orc King decided to annihilate this little rat to avoid any taint to his god crystal. Without waiting for Trezek to take action, the doppelganger activated Defensive Blade. Shifeng's deductions had indeed been accurate. The difference in attributes between them was simply too massive. Before the doppelganger could even raise its sword to defend itself, Trezek's greatsword struck the doppelganger. Although Shifeng had grasped the flowing water realm and had even learned flowing water acceleration, there was a qualitative difference between himself and the Orc King Trezek. In front of absolute power, all tricks were useless. The Orc King's attributes were dozens of times higher than Shifeng's. Even if Shifeng's techniques were more impressive, their effects were limited. In the blink of an eye, Defensive Blade's block charges had been exhausted. Immediately after, a streak of red light cut across the doppelganger. Truly, without being able to resist, Shifeng's doppelganger had been defeated. However, while Trezek dealt with the doppelganger, Shifeng had already activated Windwalk and used a speed scroll. He had even activated Blade Liberation, increasing his agility by 80%, and activated the additional skill of the Flame Boots, Flame Rush, increasing his movement speed by an additional 100%. At this moment, Shifeng was faster than even wind itself. By the time the Orc King killed the doppelganger, less than 20 yards remained between Shifeng and the treasure. Despicable! Trezek immediately discovered Shifeng. Spinning around, he dashed towards Shifeng. Although Shifeng was very fast, 2 to 3 times faster than his doppelganger, compared to the Orc King, however, he was still as slow as a snail. Sure enough. Just as Shifeng was around 3 yards away from the treasure, Trezek suddenly appeared behind him, his great sword swinging down at the little rat. However, Shifeng had long since prepared for this moment. Before this, he had activated the Aura of Earth. At the instant he was discovered, he used absolute defense, becoming invulnerable for 5 seconds. Now that Shifeng was invincible, he did not have to worry about any attacks towards him. While shouldering the Orc King's attacks, he grabbed the crystal ball and stuffed it into his bag. Trezek grew indignant at this sight. The violent aura that surged forth from his body caused even Shifeng to grow breathless. If he were not in an invulnerable state right now, he would have long since died. With the God Crystal in hand, Shifeng immediately swapped the Aura of Earth to the Aura of Space and activated space movement. He then jumped into the spatial crack that appeared and left the Towers of Death. Chapter 5:12 Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Darkness arrived in God's domain once more. The lights in White River City shone brilliantly. After the night had arrived, aside from a small number of experts and elite parties grinding in the fields, the majority of players could only head back to the city to rest. While it was lively in White River City, the liveliest area without a doubt was the Candlelight Trading Firm. As for the reason behind the Candlelight Trading Firm's popularity, that was due to the basic strengthened armor kits. Although the basic strengthened armor kits were not as powerful as the basic mana armor kits, the latter was simply too scarce. It could not compete with the large number of basic strengthened armor kits available at the Candlelight Trading Firm every day. Inside a high-class bar a short distance from the Candlelight Trading Firm, Zhou Xian sat on the second-floor open-air terrace, gazing at the Candlelight Trading Firm with a smile on his face. "I want to see just how long you can hold out," Zhou Xian laughed, his expression clearly displaying his arrogance. Initially, Zhou Xian had been slightly worried that the Candlelight Trading Firm's flourishing business would show no signs of ending. If that were so, it would not be easy to deal with the firm in the future. However, during the process of poaching the firm's workers, Zhou Xian had discovered a secret, a fatal weakness of the trading firm. And that secret was that only 3 people in the trading firm knew how to produce the basic strengthened armor kit. With just 3 people, it was simply impossible to satisfy the demands of the large number of players in White River City. Even if it were possible, a long time would be required to do so. By then, players would have outgrown their need for the kits. Knowing this fatal secret, Feng Xianyang began to spend large sums of money to purchase the basic strengthened armor kits, buying as many as he could. First, he wanted to deplete the Candlelight trading firm's stockpile. As long as the firm no longer had any basic strengthened armor kits remaining, the firm's popularity would fall and limit its business. Although he had to invest a massive sum of coins, the basic strengthened armor kits he bought were not completely useless. On the contrary, they were particularly helpful when raiding team dungeons. Secondly, aside from striving to establish their own guild residences, the various guilds in Star Moon City also strive to accumulate sufficient money to purchase the city's golden lands. Other than that, these guilds were also continuously raiding large-scale dungeons, improving their guild's popularity and equipment. Meanwhile, other than giving the basic strengthened armor kits to his own teams, Feng Xianyang also set aside a portion, selling them to other cities. There was no Candlelight trading firm branch in other cities, so there were no basic strengthened armor kits available there. With Underworld's channels, Feng Xianyang had sold these kits to the various guilds of other cities. When these guilds saw the kits, they fought tooth and nail to purchase them. As a result, he made a huge profit by reselling the kits. It was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only could he deplete the Candlelight trading firm's stockpile of armor kits, but he could also profit from reselling them. How could this possibly go wrong? However, as he celebrated his plan, he had also gained a deep understanding of how fearsome the Candlelight trading firm was. Fortunately, the Candlelight trading firm was only in White River City, and there were only 3 forgers capable of producing the basic strengthened armor kits. Should the trading firm ever resolve these 2 problems, it could definitely dominate Star Moon Kingdom's market. At that time, who could possibly compete with the Candlelight trading firm? Feng Xianyang could not hold back his envy. Why isn't the Candlelight trading firm mine? Feng Xianyang held a deep hatred towards Melancholic Smile. If the Candlelight trading firm had agreed to cooperate, it would have been his possession by now. With the money he could earn through the trading firm, his position within Underworld would also soar. At that time, those currently above him would be at his beck and call. Humph. Did you think that, just because you refused to sell the trading firm to me, I would be helpless against you? The firm will fall into my hands. Feng Xianyang could already picture the moment he grasped the rights to the Candlelight trading firm, and it would only be a matter of time before all of Underworld's power in Star Moon Kingdom would fall under his control. At that time, it would be child's play to deal with a combat guild like Zero Wing. Just as Feng Xianyang enjoyed the wine of victory, a slightly chubby middle-aged man in pompous clothing sat down beside him. "Young Master Feng, may I know why you have called me here today?" Although the middle-aged man was only level 10, barely reaching the minimum requirement to enter a city, his body radiated a distinct shrewdness. In particular, those beady little eyes of his greatly resembled that of a wily old fox. "How is the progress of the task I assigned you?" Feng Xianyang asked softly. "Young Master Feng, rest assured I have already discussed things with many members of the Candlelight trading firm. Although only over a dozen or so advanced forging apprentices have officially defected to our side, many have expressed their intentions of doing so. I believe that in the near future, many more advanced forging apprentices will willingly defect to our side. At that time, the Candlelight trading firm will show signs of supply shortages. When the firm's popularity falls, it will become even easier for us to poach its members. If they run out of workers, even with a good shop and the basic strengthened armor kits, expansion will be impossible." The middle-aged man chuckled. "Good, you've done well. As long as you succeed, you will receive your fair share of benefits." Feng Xianyang nodded with satisfaction. Meanwhile, inside one of the forging rooms of the Candlelight trading firm, Melancholic Smile frowned, obviously worried. Just moments ago, several more advanced forging apprentices had requested to dissolve their contracts. Moreover, these few advanced forging apprentices all held rare forging designs. Although these people had to pay a compensation fee that was over a dozen times the value of the forging designs they had learned, it was still a massive loss for the candlelight trading firm. It had not been easy for the firm to get its hands on these forging designs. Without these commodities, how was the firm supposed to retain its customers? Truly despicable. I didn't expect to have nurtured so many traitorous bastards. I should never have let these people learn those forging designs. Melancholic smile gnashed her teeth. She deeply regretted focusing on these people, supplying them with rare forging designs and allowing them to become advanced forging apprentices so quickly. Suddenly, Shifeng opened the door to the forging room and entered. However, due to his silence, by the time Melancholic Smile had noticed him, he already stood right in front of her. Guild leader. Melancholic Smile called out in surprise. Why are you here? Look at how distracted you are. Did you encounter some trouble? Shifeng asked, laughing. Shifeng was in an extremely good mood. After stealing the god crystal from the mythic monster orc king Trezek and escaping with his life, he had made a beeline for White River City, afraid that the orc king would catch up to him and finish him off. Now that he had returned to White River City, even if the orc king did catch up to him, it was impossible for him to invade the city. Guild leader, I'm useless. I failed to live up to your expectations. To think that I have been nurturing so many ungrateful bastards. Regret filled Melancholic Smile's eyes. Shifeng had entrusted so many rare forging designs to her and had even repeatedly stressed that she should only let those who were trustworthy to learn them, yet in the end. Listening to Melancholic Smile's mumbling, Shifeng could not help but laugh. So that's what's going on. No problem. Although we lost some rare forging designs, haven't we earned several million credits in return? Shifeng smiled calmly. He then took out a wad of forging designs, tossing them onto the stone platform. Since Overwhelming Smile wishes to poach our advanced forging apprentices who have learned rare forging designs, let them have at it. If they can afford it, let them poach as many members as they want. I welcome them to do so. Chapter 513, Mysterious Crystal Ball. Melancholic Smile had never before seen any of the numerous forging designs scattered across the stone platform. Melancholic Smile was stupefied. No words could describe her shock. Guild leader, I'm not dreaming, right? She was a forger in her own right, so she knew how valuable these forging designs were. While the forging designs that could be purchased from the Forging Association were not particularly valuable, forging designs obtained elsewhere were. This was due to the design's low drop rates. However, ordinary forging designs were not enough to nurture a forger, hence the forging designs were so expensive. It was especially true for the forging designs that had very low drop rates and were meant for producing highly useful items. The prices of such forging designs were astronomical. Aside from that, there was one more type of forging design that was even more valuable, such as the basic strengthened armor kit forging design. Currently, aside from the Horizon Alliance's 3 copies, no one had them. Moreover, nobody knew where to obtain these forging designs. As a result, they were even more valuable than epic equipment. Regarding the currently available forging designs, Melancholic Smile had practically learned all of the designs that were available. Even if she hadn't, she at least knew about them. However, she had neither seen or heard of any of the forging designs that Shifeng had scattered all over the table before. Taking a casual glance at the forging designs, Melancholic Smile's eyes shone brilliantly. Every item these designs produced was an item that players needed desperately at this stage of the game. A majority of these forging designs contain instructions for the light stone. There are also some meant for level 25 to level 30 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment. You can let any advanced forging apprentice learn the lightstone forging designs. Shifeng chuckled. Slowly he said, however, only the 3 of you can learn these equipment forging designs. You can also leave some to serve as a reward for the members who become basic forgers, but all those who wish to learn them must renew their contracts. If they want to leave the Horizon Alliance, fine. But they must first compensate the guild 20 times the value of the forging designs. If Overwhelming Smile wants to poach our members, let them have at it. Shifeng had long since guessed that Overwhelming Smile would try to poach their lifestyle players. These forging apprentices had initially joined with the intent of making a living for themselves. Since Overwhelming Smile was willing to offer an absurd salary in addition to shouldering the compensation, many would naturally be tempted. Before this, Shifeng had repeatedly told Melancholic Smile to be careful when recruiting members precisely because he wished to avoid this situation. He had also done so with the intention of informing Melancholic Smile of the severity of the matter. Not even the gods could see through the human heart, let alone mankind. Only through experiencing hardships could one grow. There were many things that one could not learn from the experience of others. Only through experience could wisdom be earned. Now that Melancholic Smile had personally experienced such a situation in the future, she would definitely be more thorough when selecting talented players. Currently he had a large number of light stone forging designs on hand. If Overwhelming Smile would willingly pay the price to poach the Alliance's members, Shifeng welcomed them to do so. The light stone forging designs were very common. In the past each forging design only sold for several gold. Moreover, that was when most players had reached level 45. These forging designs were not particularly valuable. Only, current players' levels were not high enough yet to obtain them, resulting in their value increasing significantly. Based on Shifeng's initial estimates, each light stone forging design should be worth around several dozen gold. If he wished to acquire more light stone forging designs, he could obtain a ton of them anytime he wanted. This way he would not have to wait for the profits of the light stones to slowly roll in. Just the 20 times compensation Overwhelming Smile had to pay for poaching each member could make a ridiculous amount of credits. He could make a fortune just by selling advanced forging apprentices. Guild leader, I will definitely be more careful when selecting who I allow to learn these forging designs. Melancholic Smile was immensely excited when she looked at the light stone forging designs scattered across the stone platform. However, her greatest joy was due to Shifeng's forgiveness and encouragement. It's fine, just pick them at random. Even better, choose those who already have the heart to defect to Overwhelming Smile. Let Overwhelming Smile poach as many as they can. Otherwise, how will I make money? Shifeng laughed. But, for a moment, Melancholic Smile wanted to dissuade Shifeng. However, when she looked at the forging designs on the table, she suddenly came to a realization. I'll carry out your orders then, guild leader. To others, the light stone forging design might be a treasure. However, judging from Shifeng's behavior, it seemed that they were not valuable in the slightest. Only others did not know this yet. They would be senseless fools if they did not profit off of Overwhelming Smile's greed while they had the chance. A moment later, Melancholic Smile had picked out 3 advanced forging apprentices. Of them, 2 seriously considered defecting to Overwhelming Smile. They only held out for the right price. Hence, Melancholic Smile decided to give them this opportunity. In reality, there were many others with the same intentions within the Horizon Alliance. However, to convince others of the light stone forging design's rarity, she could not allow too many people to learn it at once. An item was as valuable as it was rare. If she did so, the light stone forging designs would lose their value. As long as these 2 advanced forging apprentices learned how to produce the light stones, their personal value would immediately skyrocket. In addition to the 2's willingness to defect, Overwhelming Smile would try to poach them at all costs. After all, not only would they deal the Candlelight trading firm a blow, they could also steal 2 of the trading firm's highly valued talents. As Melancholic Smile took care of the light stone forging design situation, Shifeng had arrived at his own exclusive forging room. He had set up a private forging room for himself in every Candlelight trading firm. Other than himself, no one was allowed into these rooms. He wanted to ensure that he would have access to a forging room at all times. Inside the quiet forging room, Shifeng carefully retrieved the god crystal from his bag. The translucent crystal ball on the stone table looked simple and ordinary. No matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary crystal ball. However, Orc King Trezek had sacrificed hundreds of thousands of his subordinates to obtain this treasure. Moreover, this treasure had even managed to kill a Tier 4 Sky Knight, who had learned a forbidden move instantly. The crystal ball's worth was clear. Just what is this thing used for? Shifeng could not see anything special about the orb despite observing it carefully for a long time. Moreover, the god crystal's information stated that it was only a common item. Aside from that, no other information was displayed. It was also not in an unknown or unappraised state. Is there some hidden information about it? The more Shifeng thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. There were many amazing items in God's domain that might look ordinary, but in reality, contained power that could even shake the heavens. In the past, there had been a player who had purchased a piece of dilapidated armor at a bazaar, only to discover that the armor was actually an epic-ranked armor. Such situations often occurred in God's domain. Only after triggering special conditions could one reveal the true value of a treasure. Shifeng then used omniscient eyes. After more than half a minute had passed, however, there was still no reaction. He could not glean anything more about the crystal ball. Is the level of my identification skill insufficient? Shifeng muttered in surprise. It can't be. I recall Charlene saying that the omniscient eyes activated using the golden stigmata is the second most powerful identification skill in God's domain. Do I need other items to activate the god crystal's true function? Shifeng suddenly had the urge to puke blood. After wasting so much effort to steal this item, he could not actually use it. He still needed to fulfill some special requirements. Yet he had no clue as to what those requirements were. It was utterly frustrating. Doesn't it look a bit like the dark blue crystal ball I got from the Eternal Courtyard? After the improvement to his brain's activity, Shifeng's memory had become extraordinary. Thus far he had not been able to do anything about the dark blue crystal ball. At this moment, seeing as both items were crystal balls and were related to gods, if someone told him that the two items were unrelated, Shifeng would not believe them. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng left the forging room immediately and rushed towards the bank. Chapter 5:14 Divine Might. Inside Overwhelming Smiles Guild residence in White River City. What did you say? Feng Xianyang abruptly slammed his fist down on the table. Furious, he said, those bastards suddenly raised their price? Do they take us for fools? Young master, please calm down, the slightly chubby middle-aged man advised. They have not raised their prices without reason, but because they have the capital to do so. Capital? Advanced forging apprentices like them? Overwhelming Smile has no shortage of individuals of their caliber. Feng Xuanyang's brows furrowed, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Although his family was successful, he wasn't the only one competing to become the successor. He had joined Underworld precisely because he needed the organization's help to achieve his goal. Meanwhile, upon discovering God's domain's unique standing through Underworld's inside information, he had immediately snatched the chance and invested in the virtual reality game. As long as he could create a legacy for himself, the matter of becoming his family's successor would be set in stone. He had spent such a large sum of money to poach these people only because he wished to wound the candlelight trading firm. Due to the ongoing war with Zero Wing, Overwhelming Smile's daily gold expenditure was massive. Hence, all of the money spent on dealing with the candlelight trading firm right now was his. His liquid funds only amounted to several hundred millions of credits, so he could not squander it. Although advanced forging apprentices were indeed rare, with the money he possessed he could easily hire dozens of advanced forging apprentice NPCs from the Forging Association. It was much easier and cheaper than poaching advanced forging apprentices from the candlelight trading firm. Not only did he have to offer these people high benefits, but he also had to pay an astronomical compensation fee. Moreover, even when these forgers joined him, they were useless with their lifestyle skills reset to zero. Young Master Feng, the two I mention are somewhat special. Special. Just because they are special, they dared to raise the price we have agreed upon by 3 times. Do they really consider themselves true forgers? Young Master Feng, although they are not forgers, they have recently learned a rare forging design. They can now produce light stones. A light stone is an item that enables players to grind and level even throughout the night. With it, players will not be limited by time. Moreover, it's quite cheap to produce light stones, so it is a very lucrative product. Meanwhile, among the advanced forging apprentices of the candlelight trading firm, only 3 have learned it. So naturally they raised their prices. Lightstone? There is actually such a thing? Have you confirmed how they managed to obtain its forging design? When he heard about the lightstone's function, Feng Xianyang immediately realized how massive its value was. If he could obtain the forging designs for them, he would not need to spend money to poach the candlelight trading firm's members. He could simply rely on the lightstones to defeat the candlelight trading firm and dominate Star Moon Kingdom's market. The candlelight trading firm is keeping that a secret, so low-ranking members like them have no access to that information. However, I have sent someone to investigate the lightstones. Though it would seem that the candlelight trading firm only has a limited number of lightstone forging designs. Otherwise, they would not only allow 3 advanced forging apprentices to learn them. Moreover, I have also heard that the 3 forgers of candlelight are not producing the lightstones, focusing on producing the basic strengthened armor kits. It is quite possible that the trading firm is too busy and has decided to allow its advanced forging apprentices to produce the lightstones instead. In other words, it is possible that candlelight only has 3 lightstone forging designs. If we can poach 2 of them, it would be a massive blow to the trading firm. You're right. If candlelight is allowed to produce a large amount of lightstones, they will become more difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, man's schemes are inferior to those made in heaven. Melancholic smile, that damnable woman. She actually dared toy with this young master. Now I'll show her what pain means. I don't care what it takes, poach those 2. We'll be even better off if you can lure the last one as well. When Feng Xianyang recalled Melancholic Smile's arrogance, he could not help but laugh. Young Master Feng, rest assured we already have those 2 in the bag. Only the last one is rather obstinate. His price might be a lot higher than the others. In addition to Candlelight's latest contract, our expenditure this time might exceed 50 million, the middle-aged man said cautiously. After all, this was not a small sum of money. They had to spend 50 million credits just to poach 3 people, with a majority consisting of the compensation fee. Based on his initial estimates, the light stone forging design should be worth nearly 100 gold. If they poached all 3 forgers, they had to pay a compensation fee of 6,000 gold. Just do it. It will be worth it if we can drag all 3 of those forgers to our side, Feng Xianyang said as he gnashed his teeth. If he could steal both man and forging design, he would have done so in a heartbeat. However, the candlelight trading firm wouldn't be so stupid. Even fools knew how precious one-of-a-kind products were. Such items could significantly increase a shop's competitive edge. Following which, the middle-aged man left the meeting room to negotiate with the advanced forging apprentices. Meanwhile, at White River City's bank, Shi Feng had already rented a private warehouse for himself. If a player wished to store a truly precious item in God's Domain's banks and wanted no one else to know of it, they had the option of renting a private warehouse and private room. Without the owner's permission, nobody was allowed inside the private warehouse. However, unlike the public warehouse where the daily fee was only several copper coins, renting a private warehouse was not cheap. Inside a small private warehouse, players had 30,000 item slots. Each day's rent was 30 silver. And there was a minimum rental period of 1 month, which would be a total of 9 gold. There was a discount if players rented the warehouse for 3 months, but even then they would still have to spend 25 gold. A medium private warehouse had to 100,000 item slots, and the daily fee was 1 gold coin. Renting for 1 month cost 30 gold while renting for 3 months cost 85 gold. A large private warehouse held up to 500,000 item slots, and the daily fee was 4 gold coins. Renting for 1 month cost 120 gold while renting for 3 months cost 350 gold. Normally, ordinary players would not rent a private warehouse at all. However, as players reached higher levels, it would become much easier to earn coins. Many players who conducted business would usually rent a private warehouse. Shi Feng had rented 2 large private warehouses without hesitation. Moreover, he had rented both for 3 months. One was for himself while the other was for the guild. This way, Aqua Rose and the others would not have to worry about spies from other guilds while retrieving items of great importance. Such incidents had not been uncommon in God's Domain in the past. There were many guilds that had not rented a private warehouse, and as a result, other guilds had learned some of their secrets. As a precaution, Shifeng had to rent one for the guild no matter what. Shifeng then entered his private warehouse. Rows of cabinets lined the warehouse's interior, neat and orderly. Shifeng immediately moved all of the items from his public warehouse to his private warehouse. The private warehouse was very human-like, and immediately, it intelligently categorized all of the items, saving Shifeng the trouble of arranging them himself. Shifeng then opened a cabinet. Inside the cabinet there was a single dark blue crystal ball. This crystal ball was none other than the one Shifeng had obtained from the Eternal Courtyard. However, this crystal ball was too powerful. Even with Shifeng's extremely high resistance, he lost 1000 HP every second just by coming into contact with it. If ordinary players touched it, they would most likely die on the spot. Death upon touching? Shifeng recalled the situation when he had obtained the deep blue crystal ball. Suddenly he came to a realization. Wasn't it the same situation when he had stolen the god crystal from the Orc King? Only, as the god crystal had not been sealed yet, the Tier 4 Sky Knight had died instantly when he touched it. I wonder if it is possible? Shifeng was slightly nervous as he took out the god crystal from his bag. Carefully he placed it inside the cabinet beside the dark blue crystal ball. He wanted to see just how these two crystal balls would react when placed together. The instant Shifeng placed the god crystal inside the cabinet, the two crystal balls suddenly released a blinding glow, illuminating the private warehouse. The powerful pressure the two orbs gave off had caused Shifeng's body to feel heavy. Divine might. Shifeng could not help his shock. Right at this moment, the sound of a system notification rang out by his ears. System, do you wish to remove the seal and merge the two crystal balls? You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.